Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Several council members are coming from Poolsville this morning, and I noticed that there was construction on 270 North. So they got us coming and going today. So we're going to begin with an invocation momentarily, and then we will move to item 2.5 on our agenda, which is our briefing and discussion with WMATA General Manager Paul Wiedefeld. So we will begin today. Right, he took the metro here and he's here on time. We'll begin today with an invocation from Reverend Dr. Laura Blauvelt of the Potomac United Methodist Church. Please rise as you are able.
Good morning. Will you join your hearts with mine in a word of prayer? Eternal light, break into our thoughts on this amazing day as we focus on the issues pressing for attention. Give energy to our weariness. Infuse us with imagination that leans toward the needs of the people who are represented by the seats in this room. Move us beyond personal agenda to the greater good of all our community. Still our worried minds. Illuminate the dark corners. Help us to be the bearers of hope by the decisions that we make. Enable our spirits to honor all the spectrum of your light. Heal us, teach us, lead us, inspire us, we pray. Amen.
Thank you for those words. All right. Now, we have no items to announce for our general business, and we will again return to our consent calendar later. So now I would like to invite the general manager of WMATA, Paul Wiedefeld, to join us. And Glenn Orlin, his staff, has prepared a backgrounder for us, and that is item 2.5 in the packet. And I will turn it to Mr. Wiedefeld. We really appreciate your participation here today, your work for Metro. This year was a fantastic year of setting a framework for the future revitalization of Metro and to really put the wind at your sails to bring the system back to good, as you have worked so hard to do. And so now that we have some money to talk about, it's a good time to sit down and figure out how the county is going to receive the benefit of the investment that we supported. Tip of the hat to Mr. Berliner, who in his work at COG brought so much to that discussion. And I think I'll just go right to Mr. Wiedefeld. Please take it away.
Okay, good morning. Paul Wiedefeld, the General Manager for Metro. And I also want to thank the entire council and Councilman Berliner, I'm sorry, for the assistance, obviously, through COG, and then just in general for support of transit across the region. So I appreciate that. What I thought I would do today is just give a general update on the conditions of the system, where we're headed, and then take any questions that you might have. The first thing I'd like to do is just, I think it's always good just to step back and remember how important the system is to the region in so many ways. Obviously, in terms of real estate development and the economic growth and supporting the planned development in Montgomery County. What it means in terms of that, obviously that drives some tax revenues that can be used for other purposes. Clearly what it does for congestion relief. And then what isn't on this slide, but we should never forget, is the role we play in improving our environment, both in terms of water quality and air quality. And we just play a very important role. Transit does in general, and the metro system does in particular. So getting back to good, you mentioned that, and that's been our focus for the last year plus, and it's starting to show results. In terms of service reliability on the rail system, we've had the highest rail car performance that we've had in 8 years. A lot of that's obviously because we've gotten some of the older cars out of the system and put the 7000 series in. We've also instituted just over a year ago a preventive maintenance program. This agency and this system never had one, so we started that in July of last year, and it's shown its results, and we've had delays cut due to infrastructure things we'd have to deal with during the day by 50%. And that also has resulted in less fire incidents on the system. So again, all those metrics are moving in the right way. The other thing that we're doing is we're looking at the stations, again, on the rail side, station improvements. We now have Wi-Fi available in all underground stations. We're working on to install the cellular service throughout all of our tunnels. We're about 50% done there. And then we're looking at, and we've done this, where we're lighting our stations, both in terms of providing a better environment and then saving dollars on power. And Bethesda is an example of that. The real metric for us, though, is how our customers feel about the system, and we've reached 80%, which is not nowhere near where we want to be, but it's the best we've been in 4 years. So that is a good sign, again, that we're moving in the right direction. Metrobus has its on-time performance is at 79%. Again, the best it's been in a number of years. Clearly, we have other issues there because we don't control the road network there. But in terms of making sure that the equipment is ready to go and our people are ready to go, we have been meeting that. We also instituted over the last year what we call the rush hour promise, and that is if your train is more than 15 minutes late or your ride is more than 15 minutes late, we automatically credit your account if you've registered your card. So we have credited almost 250,000 trips by doing that since we've instituted the program, but that's out of 122 million trips. So it gives you a sense of scale of how well the system is performing. The other thing that we put quite a bit of focus on in the last few years is our capital program. You may or may not know, but historically, we were spending in around the 70 to 80% of our capital program, what we had requested from local governments and the federal government. And for the last 2 years, we've been in the upper 90s, and just last year, we're at 99%. So that's a continued focus, and that's really where you start to see the impact of the dollars that the taxpayers and the customers are giving to the agency. So the historic dedicated funding, again, thank you for your support of that. As you know, we were the only major agency in the country that didn't have that. And with that support, you will see more and more improvements for our customers and a better product in general. It gives us another $500 million per year, which we then can sell debt on. And the Maryland's portion of that is roughly $167 million. So we want to use the capital funds wisely. It is important to remember, though, we frame this around a $15 billion need over the next 10 years, and it's primarily, if not just about all of it, spent on safety and reliability and providing better product, not new lines. So it's just making the investment that, unfortunately, we had not been making over the last few years. In some instances, we're catching up, and in others, we will get ahead of the game by doing these types of improvements. So it's through railcar acquisition. For instance, we just recently put out an RFP for the 8000 series, and we left ourselves enough room in that if Amazon headquarters come, we could beef up very quickly on that, for instance. We continue to work on the propulsion system, the rail track system, the stations, as I mentioned, and then both bus and paratransit in terms of new equipment and new facilities to maintain that equipment. One example here in Montgomery County is that we will be doing a new stairway at Shady Grove. If you've ever been out there in the peak period in the evening, it's very difficult to leave the station. The platform is very crowded to make that turn, and literally there's about maybe a 6-foot difference between one of the columns and the cars. So it's both unsafe and something that we need to address. So we will be doing that and adding another stairwell onto that from the mezzanine level down to the general level for egress. As we continue to focus on the service, we also have outlined some of the issues that are sort of core to the sustainability of the agency over the years into the future, and that's sort of some of the major financial issues. Over a year ago, we outlined a plan which we called Keep Metro Safe, Reliable, and Affordable, and it was a 10-point plan, 5 on the capital side and 5 on the operating. And we've achieved 6 of those together, the region has. One of those was just the recognition and the defining of the $15.5 billion need that we had, the establishment of the dedicated funding source, making sure that is lockbox only for capital investments, and that the current investment, historic investment in the capital side not be increased by more than 3% annually, so we don't slip back and it's just not backfilling previous commitments. And then that we will not exceed a 3% growth on the operating costs. The one other part is that we also are exploring and have explored competitive contracting where it is eligible. It is not always eligible across the system because of different federal rules, and just in some cases just doesn't make sense. But when it does make sense, we want to try it. So we have done that on one bus division in Fairfax County, and we do have an RFP out in the street now for operating the phase 2 of the Silver Line. But there are a few other areas that we need to continue to focus on, and I particularly want to focus on one of them, which is what's called PREA funding, which is a special funding source that the agency gets. It gets roughly $150 million per year from the federal government, and then it's matched 50-50-50 from $50 million each from the district, the Commonwealth, and the state of Maryland. That we have 1 year left of that particular pot of money. We think it's important that we get it, obviously, for the ongoing maintenance of the system and safety, but we also think it's needed because, we deserve it, to be frank, because of the amount of public federal employees that we move and the role we play in meeting visitors from around the country in the system. So that disappears next year unless action is taken by Congress, and that's roughly $150 million per year that would have to be made up somewhere, because again, it's funding the safety of the system. So that is a very large issue that we are continuing to work with our delegation, and any assistance that you all can provide, and that would be appreciated. Another area that we continue to make sure that we try to wrestle with is a rainy day fund. With a $1.8 billion operating budget, there is no contingency at all. So if anything comes up, whether it's marches, whether it's weather, we have to take that from somewhere. So we have suggested over time that we build some sort of contingency fund to deal with that issue. And then longer term issues, we have significant pension and OPEB costs into the future of almost $2.8 billion. And so we have suggested some means of starting to address that. That has not been done, and I think it's obviously a much larger discussion, but it's trying to deal with how do we bend that curve a little bit into the future to bring some of those numbers down, because it is an unmet cost for the agency going into the future. So areas of focus forward in the coming year. Well, obviously, we had a very good September. We had 93% of our trains running on time, for instance, in September. It's one of our best ever in quite a few years. But we have to focus on how do we do things to make it much more convenient for our customers. One thing we will be doing later next year is returning to ATO, automated train operations, and that has a number of benefits to it. It makes it a much easier and more comfortable ride for our customers because it's taken out the manual operation, so much smoother stopping and starting. It also saves us dollars because the system will run more efficiently and will reduce power costs. Associated with that, we will later, or much earlier than that, we will be eliminating what we call the 5-second rule, which is where when the train stops, it takes 5 seconds for the doors to open, and that's because that's being done manually. That will be done automatically in the future. That, again, saves time, but again, from a customer service perspective and a perception, it's an improvement. You'll see that. Another thing we will have at the end of 2019 is that we'll have signal prioritization systems on all of our buses. So we need to work very closely with local governments where we can either increase the green time so that we can get through an intersection, or reduce the red time to get us moving to get through the intersection to improve our bus operation. And then finally, of a particular concern for Montgomery County is the ending of the Grosvenor Turnback. That will occur on December 17th of 18, so roughly 2 months from now. So with that, I'd be glad to take any questions, and again, I wanted to thank you for your support.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wiedefeld. Really appreciate that presentation. It was thorough. I will ask 2 questions, and I'll turn it to my colleagues, and I'll have a few more in reserve if they aren't also asked. First of all, I wanted to draw your attention, as you probably noticed, Council staff, Glenn Orlin, prepared a memorandum, and he highlighted a number of potential investments. Glenn, did you want to talk about that?
I just wanted to highlight something that Paul mentioned in his presentation, which is not in the packet because it's late-breaking news.
December 17th?
It's the second bullet on my list, the construction of a new stairway to and from the platform in
Right.
Shady Grove. He's announced just now that it's going to be done by WMATA.
That's fantastic.
And so, check.
Check.
And that's going to be particularly important when the turnbacks are eliminated. We expect over time there's going to be more ridership even from Shady Grove Station. So to have that better access to and from, which has been a problem for a number of years, is great.
Well, thank you. Councilmember Katz and I were reaping the benefits of that commitment with praise on Twitter this morning from the Durwood community. That has been a major choke point for people and a sense of safety and insecurity and chaos at the station. And so it's really going to bring an improved experience to the station and improved safety. So thank you very much for outlining that intent.
Yeah, and again, that's a reflection of the region supporting the dedicated revenue, because there's a number of projects throughout the whole system that now we can start to tackle, and that's just one example in this county.
So in the spirit of what have you done for me lately, can we talk about the George? It's been about a minute. Thank you, Sydney. Can we talk about the Georgia Avenue underpass and the White Flint Station underpass potential? Those are two station areas that our community has just been so focused on and are really essential to our smart growth vision. What would be Metro's consideration of what we're seeking to have done there, and how can we work on that together?
Several months ago, in fact, we met several months ago and with particularly Montgomery County DOT, and we start now monthly meetings just to work through issues like this. Both of these are on that agenda. They're complex, projects, and just so we're working through the issues, but we're moving on both of these.
Okay, so
in concert.
you're in monthly meetings with MCDOT with Gary and Chris.
Yeah, so my chief engineer is meeting with theirs to work
right.
through the details of these types of projects. To be frank, our communication probably wasn't as good as it should have been, and that's one of the reasons that we established that, and I think they would agree.
Well, that's terrific. And I've suggested that Montgomery County may want or should have a process to engage riders in this question just for our own requests to WMATA. So I'll detail that a little further, but to know that we're already involved in this is terrific. I think we can step that up. The other question, then I'll again turn it to my colleagues, about headways. I know that headways generally are an operating budget item substantially, but how about the turnbacks on the Silver Spring side? A lot of people were happy for the Grosvenor side, but also seeking to have the turnbacks eliminated on that side, and generally just getting headways down to 3 minutes in the peak.
Sure. In terms of the turnbacks, I am exploring that across the system. Again, it's a balance between the operating budget and what that would require to do that, but it is something that I'm considering now. And then in terms of the overall increase in the headways back, that's a little bit more difficult to get to right now for a number of reasons. One is as we get more and more A-car trains, it becomes a power issue if we were to go back to a more closer headways. But I think there's other things we can do in the meantime as we start to build up the ridership. Obviously, that is something we would want to get back to. But I think there's a lot of other pieces to the puzzle that we have to get right before we do that. As you know, even though we had that theoretically, we were not performing at that level. Right. So I want to get those things corrected before we commit to that. So when we commit, we can actually deliver on the commitment.
And is the power issue something that would fit within the capital budget framework ultimately?
Yes,
the investment required for that?
Yes, that's what it would require. If we're going to run A-car trains at a reduced headway, you would need more power.
Okay. I mean, I think a lot of Montgomery County residents don't realize just how much room for growth there is in Metro service, that if we had trains every 3 minutes and they were all 8 cars, that would be a lot more service into the county. So that is where we want to get ultimately.
Right.
But there are some impediments. We can't just add it. There's not enough power in the system. You've got to add power into the system somehow to allow for that to happen. So It's part of the capital budget strategy as well as the operating budget strategy.
It'll eventually drive the operating budget because
Right.
you'll have the ability to do it. Right now, we do not even have the ability to do that. What we were doing before, we were running 6-car trains, and again, we weren't meeting that because of other issues that we were experiencing because of the power draw and some other issues. So again, let's get all that in order before we commit to that level.
Thank you. I'll turn it to the chair of our Transportation Committee, Mr. Berliner.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Mr. Wiedenfeld. I will say again, as I've said on a number of occasions, I think your tenure as general manager has done more to restore confidence in this system than any single act that has been taken. You've really done an extraordinary job, and I think all of us are very grateful for it.
Thank you, sir. But if I may, this is way beyond one person. It is the region has come to grips with some of the issues and has made some difficult decisions, whether it's dedicated funding, whether it's been dealing with some of the sacrifices we had to make along the way. So that is by no means one person. And I also, we cannot lose sight of what our employees do every day. And they're the ones that are really starting to turn this around. They're the ones that are out there working on the tracks. They're the ones that are fixing the buses. So that is important. We got a long way to go there, for sure, and it's a priority of mine in the upcoming year is to focus on the labor side of the house, meaning every employee, and recognizing that we're in a different world, that we have to compete and we have to step to the plate. So I will do that, but thank you for the comment.
Well, and the region, in my judgment, would not necessarily have come together without having the confidence in the system. And you have done more to restore that than anything. I remember our very first conversation when you talked about customer service and your tenure at BWI and how that was so important to you. And I am very grateful that you are bringing that attention to the Metro. I would say to you that I'm one of those that when you had the Back to Good campaign, I felt like, really, who sold you on Back to Good? So when I see your areas of focus moving forward, better than good, I'm looking for the next slogan that is far better than good. Because if you want to inspire people, it isn't going to inspire people to get back to good. Okay.
If I may,
Please.
literally that terminology, back to good, came from our customers. We do quite a bit of outreach to our customers, and we did focus groups. And when we were, remember where we were 18 months ago, and when we met with them and we were talking about the things we'd like to do, they basically said, stop it. You know, we've been in this region for a long time. We know where the system was. We know how this thing's deteriorated. Don't tell me that you're there. Tell me that you're getting this thing back to good. And that was their terminology. And it resonated with them, and that's why we use that terminology. So I understand that that's not the goal by any means.
I am hoping that we are now back
Yes.
to good. And if we're now back to good, then we can raise the bar
I agree.
and shoot a little higher.
I agree.
One of the issues, and Dr. Orland and I see it slightly different with respect to White Flint. I only want to just mention that some of us do not believe going a tunnel underground is necessary for us to make that White Flint second entrance pop. Okay, I cross that street a lot. It is not that difficult to cross that street. And the cost involved, in my judgment, of going underground will make it years before we get to this. So from my perspective, coming up with a second entrance is all we need to do, and we don't need to underground. So I just want to share that there's a difference of view with respect to how much needs to be done in order for us to increase ridership there as well as in Forest Glen. Forest Glen is obviously a little more complicated. There we have to go underground. And so I just want to make the record clear with respect to that. One of the issues that we have on the red line, of course, is the water in the system. I recall going into the system and in one of the special trains and talking about how I felt like I was in Luray Caverns and seeing stalagmites and stalactites and just seeing a lot of water. And water is not a good thing. You've had some success with respect to the innovative approach you've taken with respect to that. Do you want to share where that stands and what your plans are going forward?
Right. We actually have. We're using technology that they use in the mining industry, which basically puts a membrane in effect around the tunnel, and it has been to date very successful in terms of reducing leakage and obviously the associated incidents we have associated with that. I think it's too early to declare victory on it. I think it's something that we are going to continue to do, but it's only been a little bit more than a year. There's some guarantees that actually the vendor has with that product, but we want to continue it. And it's, pretty much every few feet, it's a different experience, to be frank, So we want to let that play out, but we're going to continue that process. So we have contracts out on the street to do that now. And so we will continue that. And knock on wood, that is, a little bit of a longer-term solution. But I think it's just too early now. We've seen very positive things, but to say that we've crossed the finish line that now, I think is not right either.
So one of the biggest challenges you face is attracting riders back to the system and actually growing the system. speak to that issue and your overarching thoughts as to how we're going to achieve that.
The number one thing that we hear from customers is reliability. There's lots of other things they're concerned about, but the number one is reliability, so that's been our focus. The preventive maintenance program that I mentioned earlier supports that. And then again, I think delivering a product that we promise, and that's sort of the rush hour promise, is trying to do that. But then we have to start to think about how do we start to expand what we offer to our customers. That's a larger discussion, I think, again, for the region to have. We have the base program of what we put out there, but as we look to the future, how do we move back to the 3-minute headway? What does that entail, both physically in terms of what we have to do for the infrastructure, and then financially supported operating? So I think that's the next level discussion we will need to have. But again, from the operating perspective, we want to make sure that we have the product right before we start to move in some of that direction. Some of the other things that we hear from customers, obviously, is safety. Personal safety, and our Part 1 crime has been down for double digits for the last 2 years, so those are all very good signs. That doesn't mean anything if you're the victim of an incident, for sure, but we will continue to focus on that. And we have done quite a bit in that area. And then just some of the basics, whether it's the Wi-Fi, whether it's the cell phones, whether it's the lighting, whether it's cleaning the stations, all the basic things. We're moving towards an app next year, and that will make it a seamless entrance into the system. And that's huge for our customers today. So we have just every part of that we have to do from the rail side and the bus side, very similar. We have to think of ways to get people on and off the bus quicker. What we're piloting right now, a cashless entry, which eliminates the fumbling of dollars into the system. We've tried that, and then we need to work very closely with our local partners in how do we speed up the buses through the system, because at the end of the day, that's really what people are looking at, the time and the reliability. So anything we can do that, I mentioned the signal prioritization equipment we'll have on the buses, but then you need to have the relationship with the local governments to allow us to apply that. So those are the types of things we're going to do. We've also initiated what we call the bus transformation project, and that's really stepping back and thinking about this very large investment we have, both physical and operationally. Remember, we move about 400,000 of the million customers a day on bus. So it is a very important element of the equation. But the world is changing around us there as well, and I think we have to react. And the approach that we're taking is a pure bottoms up. It's a regional effort. We've gotten some people from outside of the industry. We have the experts, we have the advocates, and it's not going to be our study. It's going to be the region's effort that comes out of that. And I think that's the only way to reach consensus on it, because it's some very challenging issues associated with that. Very similar to what COG does when they wrestle with large issues. It's not just them, it's the entire region come together. So it's all those efforts we have to continue. And then I cannot stress enough the importance of our employees and the role they play in that. Obviously, in just delivering what they do, but more importantly, having a customer service focus in today's environment.
Well, I appreciate you raising the bus transformation project, because I do think that's so critical, and I think your role in leading our region in that effort is so terribly important. The greatest respect I have for our DOT. Fairfax has a DOT, Arlington has a DOT. No, you are our region's leader when it comes to transportation. You are the spine. You need to be helping us get to where we need to get to. And every one of our areas have been losing riders for years now. And so bus transformation is so critical. Do you have any additional thoughts with respect to that? There's a lot of conversation. We're doing microtransit, I hope, in Montgomery County to try and get people to Metro. Some people are using Uber and Lyft for that purpose. Do you have any preliminary thoughts as to how we can transform the bus system?
I do. Again, I'm trying not to steer too much, but I think we have to look beyond just the U.S. I think there are tremendous examples internationally. London, obviously, being one of those, where that part of the system is integrated into. It's viewed as part of a mobility equation, not a transit equation, and so that's a different mindset to bring. And then I think just given technology and the advances that we're already having, whether it's Uber and Lyft and things of that sort, but really what the future might hold. You've just saw recently what Ford's planning to do in the district, for instance. So all that I think has to come into play as we think forward, sort of the mobility part of the trip that someone takes. And we play some part of it, others will play other parts of it, and that's not a bad thing. Let's do it the most efficient way we can. We move lots of people very quickly in congested areas when we have the right way to do it. So that's, I think, a big part of what we should be focusing on.
Last question. Late night service obviously was suspended for a period of time now. What's your thought with respect to whether the Washington metropolitan area really closes down at midnight?
It is, it's something we would love to offer more of, but right now, since we are really using that time for preventive maintenance and to catch up, I would not suggest that we move away from that right now. We have a 2-year window that we are to pilot it, but the numbers have proven to be moving in the direction that we all hoped. The reality is, when we were running till 3 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, we did 0 maintenance during the weekends. So that leaves you about a 2 to 3 hour window in the week, because if you shut down at midnight, it takes an hour to hour and a half to set up, an hour to an hour and a half to pull down, and then you've got that little window of time. So it wasn't efficient. In terms of we're paying people, the wrench time is way down. But then also we just were not getting ahead of anything. We were in a reactionary mode. So with that program, we've gotten ahead of things. So I feel strongly that we've got to make sure that's tight first before we do that. But the goal, obviously, is to provide as much service as we can. But also, we have to look at, are there other ways to serve some of that market at different times of the day, where it may make sense late at night to work with Uber, Lyft, or whatever technology's out there to do some of that when you're running a 91 station, 118-mile system for relatively small numbers of people, particularly as it gets into the weird hours. That does not mean those trips, particularly for those workers that are coming home at that time, aren't important. We just maybe have to figure out another way to serve those trips.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Ms. Navarro.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Whitfield, for being here. As a member of the Board of Directors of COG, this, I think, unprecedented collaboration to establish this dedicated funding stream definitely was not easy, and Councilmember Berliner leading the charge, et cetera. I think that it really did express all the jurisdictions' interest in ensuring that we partner with you to address this multitude of issues, and I think that you have been an extraordinary leader to move this very complex plan forward. So I'm going to focus on I think, not mundane, but I would say low-hanging fruit issue that keeps coming up, especially in my district, and it has to do with the maintenance of the garages and, the bad odor, the low lighting and things of that nature. And it seems to me that should not be overlooked either, because it is many times, of course, the first interaction, whether we're talking about people who are visiting the region, but also folks that use this to commute. And so I was wondering if, within everything else that you're doing, this very important sort of first encounter that you have with Metro, are there any plans, particularly I'm talking about Wheaton Station as well as Glenmont Station?
I will make sure that I take a look at those particular stations that you just mentioned. But overall, I think that one of the things that we were trying to do is sort of balance our custodial staff in different ways, and having them focus on the customer part of it, and then backfilling in like the back office shops with other resources is one of the things that we were exploring to do that, and I still have not. We're still doing that. We were not able to quite to get there with some of the labor contract elements that we have to deal with, but it's clear that we want to have more of the focus on the customer side, put our best foot forward there, and if there's a more efficient way to do some of the back office stuff, we want to do it that way. So I'll continue to do that, but I'll look into those two particular
I would appreciate
scratches.
that very much. Thank you.
Mr. Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And Mr. Wiedenfeld, thank you for being here, and thank you for the good news about Shady Grove and about the Grosvenor turnback, I guess, ending in December, the end of December, which, that really is going to be a gift for many, many people. It's been discussed for years. But on your second slide, I believe, you talked about the undergrounding, the tunnels for the Wi-Fi, and it's 50% completed. When will the other 50% get there?
It's 2 years probably. And the challenge there is our challenge anytime we touch the rail system is what we call rail access. and you're balancing all the different pressures. All right, do we want to do rail? Do we want to do power? Do we want to do signals? Or do we want to clean? Whatever do you want to do? And with a two-track system, that means you're shutting it down. So either you do that during the day, which we've eliminated. We used to do that, as you know, midday. We've stopped that. So then that window gets smaller, and it gets back to Councilman Berliner's question earlier, which is, well, what about the late night service? Well, that's part of that balancing act. So we try to basically, when we've got something else going on in the system where we can get close to it and do cell phone, we do. But we have to balance that against all those other needs. So literally, we do a year look ahead of where we're going to be, in effect, giving that access, and that's the challenge that we face. So we're pushing as quick as we can. Actually, we've actually delivered it quicker than we initially thought. And then once we do it, then it turns over to the carriers, and then they decide when to turn it on. That's not our decision,
Right.
but we give them the infrastructure to do that.
Very good. And one of the discussions, and Councilmember Navarro mentioned on this about this as well, but the actual parking lots, you're saying that you're going to relamp the stations and whatnot. The surface parking lots also can be a concern when you go there, especially at night, that you don't necessarily see a police officer patrolling, and even during the day. I mean, so I think that just for perception alone, it would certainly make a lot of sense to have them be much more visible than what they're being at this moment. So, but we do thank you for all that you're doing, and we know it's not an easy job, but we do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Elrich.
Hey, Con. So I just had a couple of quick questions. What's the minimum feasible headway?
And right now, it's 3 minutes is what we were running, and so, but we were not meeting that. And there's a number of issues that I think we have to clean up before we could commit to that again.
So I heard at one
Now,
point.
theoretically, I'm not, I
Okay.
don't know, but
Because I'd heard at one point that 230 was feasible.
and theoretically, that may be the case.
And so that leaves your capacity per portal at about 24,000, 25,000 riders per portal per hour. Is that correct?
Sounds reasonable.
Okay, and I was someplace else at the beginning of this, but I want to be clear. What is the status of the ridership committee? The ridership committee?
That is
advisory?
Sure, the advisory
Yeah.
committee. That's a board advisory committee, so the board is wrestling with that right now, so that's their call. They'll be wrestling with that October 25th.
Do you get to opine on that? Or
We don't use that group. Obviously, we listen, we hear what they say, we present to them. We focus on some other things that we use, whether it's different outreaches, sources that we have. We have this thing called Amplify, which is roughly 3,000 people, both riders and non-riders, that can react to things that are proposed. And in general, we do surveys, we do focus groups, as I mentioned earlier, and then anytime we touch any service, then we do a saturation, whether it's a bus or a station. So it obviously adds value, but it was set up by the board to give them their own sort of avenue to the public, and that's their decision how they want to go with it.
do you have any experience as to whether what you get back through your feedback loops is the same or different than what comes out of the advisory council?
It's generally the same. I mean, the core issues that we get is reliability, and then it's individual issues, whether it's a parking garage or that type of thing. When we get to some of the larger issues, like are we going for dedicated revenues, fare increases, service cuts, obviously they then, have a voice in that. But it comes back very similar from where I sit, very similar to what I'm hearing in other quarters.
So are you able to get the kind of depth of comment or discussion out of your feedback that might come from the advisory group?
I think so, particularly through our focus group efforts. We do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hucker.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Wiedefeld, for being here. I want to echo the compliments you got from a lot of my colleagues. I think we all believe that your tenure has been overall very successful, and you really have done a tremendous job to turn this big agency that's been troubled for a very long time in the right direction and address a lot of historical problems. I really do hope you'll redouble your efforts to increase ridership, particularly by increasing hours. I hear that complaint all the time. I know we all weighed in against increasing fares, a couple years ago, I think at this point, because of the unintended consequence of driving down ridership, and I think cutting hours is going to have that same effect exactly at the time when you want to be increasing ridership. Just a few specific questions that haven't been asked, and you touched on this earlier, but if you could elaborate a little more, specifically on bus ridership, what do you feel like WMATA is doing now to increase bus ridership in the county and regionally?
One of the things that we've done, obviously, is make sure that the fleet is performing well. So we've created a program that purchase new buses, and the maintenance program, we've revamped the entire maintenance program of the bus. So we have less breakdowns and less buses not pulling out in the morning because of a infrastructure issue. The other is with the operators. We focus, for instance, on absenteeism, and we've reduced that by double digits. So if someone calls in sick on a bus operation, that generally means you're not sending the bus out. Obviously, we have what's called an extra board that responds to that, but it puts pressure on the entire system. So we've got to make sure that the labor's there. And then what we've tried to do is some of the pilots we've done, and we did it with the major construction in Rhode Island, for instance, where we did a pop-up bus lane, for instance. So it's those types of things, and then we're investing with the technology on the buses that's so into the future as we work again with the local governments to make those buses on the road system, because unlike the rail, we don't own the roads, and it's going to have to be a joint effort to get those buses to go quicker on that system.
Okay, thank you. You're conducting a regional bus study redesign, redesign study. What are the goals of that?
It's the way I like to frame it, now I call it a transformation, because I looked at other bus sort of realignment studies that have been done around the country in the last few years, and generally the way that those studies were done was they had streetcars and they ran buses on, and they've been doing that for 50 years, and it doesn't make sense to run the buses in that same line. That's part of it, for sure, but I think the entire market has changed, and I think we need to take a hard look at that, and I also think we need to look at what we bring to the table. We bring thousands of labor to it, whether it's mechanics and the drivers. We have a number of divisions. We have 1,500 buses. So as a business, what's the best use of that capital and labor investment to deliver what we're trying to deliver? So I think it's a broader discussion of that. And then clearly in this region where you have so many different players in it, is there a better way to do that? And what should our role be, and what should others' role be? So it's much broader than just moving a bus stop and or a route.
Right.
I think it's much larger than that.
I wanted to confirm, to your last point, you're coordinating with Ride-On as the study
Oh, yes.
progresses?
Oh, yeah.
Gary's nodding. Okay,
Oh, yes.
so I'm getting my answer already. Has WMATA considered running late-night bus service paralleling the red line, similar to the L2 extension, to offset the reduced rail service in that corridor?
We did when we reduced the hours, we did add additional bus, but I think that's one thing we should continue to do. But I also think we should think out of the box and think about the person making the trip, and not think necessarily of the solution as purely just a transit solution. Again, it's thinking about what is the mobility issue we're trying to address, and what's the best way to address it. So there's things that we can do. There's other things that maybe we can work with the private sector and or local governments to deliver.
What are those?
Well,
options?
it's similar to like what WashCog or the COG has done with the Guaranteed Ride Home, for instance, right? And that's for somebody that does a regular commute, and for some reason something happens in their life and they got to get home. Well, they've created a program to deal with that. So I think we have to think along those types of that type of thinking, just totally different than maybe the way we've addressed it before.
Okay, thanks. Couple parochial ones. What's the timeline for the implementation of the proposed Z2 route between Briggs Cheney and Laurel?
I'll have to get you that information. I don't have it off the top of my head.
You can get that to me? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That was a pop quiz. How much funding is required to extend the K9 route from its current terminus at FDA up to the White Oak Transit Center?
Again,
Any
I'm
idea on
glad
that?
to get back to you on that one.
You can tell I have a new legislative aide, very focused on
Very
this.
good.
Is WMATA in discussion, here's more of a softball, are you doing discussions with MDOT to fund Metro Extra service on the University Boulevard and Veers Mill Road corridors? Because they're such two of the most busy corridors in the suburbs?
We're in discussions with MDOT all the time.
So that's a yes on
We're
that?
yeah, I mean, it's the financial part of it, but
Right. Okay.
Continue
I'd
with that.
encourage you to continue those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Mr. Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Wiedefeld, thank you very much. You've already gotten a lot of the love, so I'm just going to go straight to some of the things that I'm hearing from my constituents. I represent the Up County, and we don't have a metro station. Our closest is Shady Grove. And so for us, we're already challenged with driving 270 to get there if we want to utilize your system. And one of the challenges that you've heard is about parking garages and the availability of parking. Also affordability. All of these things are a tremendous challenge for those who come from the northern parts of Montgomery County, as well as from Frederick and others, where we continue to see continued growth. And there doesn't seem to be a plan for what to do for those folks, but then yet we want to still encourage people to ride. And so I'm just curious as to what a strategy is or a plan is to address people in the Up County who certainly want to do the right thing and get cars off the road, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, do all the things for the right reasons, but don't seem as though there's something there for them that WMATA's trying to do.
I think we are trying very hard to make sure that the service that we put out there is reliable for them. In terms of we monitor parking and parking usage. If there's issues there, we will address it. If we need more parking, for instance. But beyond that, that's another segment of the market that it gets harder to deal with or to serve in the way that maybe they would like it, because we stop somewhere and there becomes an issue, and it's everything from the access to it. And some of the issues that you have there, and then the parking. But more importantly for us is making sure that the product, once they get there, performs, and that's what we'll continue to focus on.
Well, I'm happy that you brought that up, because performance is also a concern. For my riders who travel to Shady Grove, they know average daily trips are down, operating hours are down, rush hour service is down, off-peak hours are down, and there are no plans for service increases from the board. So how do you... I mean, that's the last thing we heard. So if you have something else, please, by all means, let me know, because that's all the things that we've heard been communicated to us.
When we eliminate the turnback in December, that will give them more service. And as we fix the stairwell, that will deal with a major issue that the customers have expressed to us as just a major stumbling block for using that station. So we'll continue to do that, and we'll monitor the parking. If there's any issues with that, we'll address that. And I heard very clearly that we need to make sure that their presence is known there. I just happened to be out there this morning, and there was an officer there. His car was out on the platform, or out on the by the garage, and he was down on the in the platform area. So and that was just random. He didn't know I was coming there. That's just what we do.
Okay. Let me say congratulations to you, because you certainly have increased safety. And so that's one of the things that I didn't say was down. You've certainly had less fires, less accidents, less offloadings. And so kudos for doing that. That's incredibly important as we talk about customers' faith in the system. But I have to say that a decision to disband the Riders Advisory Council goes in the exact opposite direction. And I'm very concerned about what that may look like to the general populace. When you already have credibility that continues to be a challenge, and that wasn't your doing, that was Metro prior, that continues to have that hit, and then to disband something that has citizen input certainly creates this sort of lack of transparency and also distrust that's there. And so I hope you would impart to the board how important something like the Riders Advisory Council is, because it means a lot. I would just say that, when it comes to reliability as a whole, look, if a commute in a car is more reliable, both from a safety perspective and also from a time perspective at this point, then Metro, I'm not sure how we can continue to make sure that people use the system. When you're competing with ride sharing, like Uber and Lyft, to where on my phone, and these are all of our millennials, can see when they're going to get picked up and when they're going to get dropped off and know that, that's a tremendous advantage. And so unless we have that reliability from Metro, we're going to continue to have the same challenges of increasing ridership, which means that you put pressure on local governments and state governments to be able to afford to support a system that's not supporting our residents. I hope you understand that.
I do, but I also, I think that from my perspective, we always have to keep in mind that we do much more than just provide a ride, and it's just not a competition on price. There's a lot of people in the community that cannot afford an Uber or Lyft, and we provide that backbone. We support the air quality and water quality of the region, and I know through COG and having worked on state implementation plans and things of that side, transit plays a huge role in that, and it keeps other federal money coming in by doing that. So I think it's we play will we always be able to compete directly and win on all rides? No. There's other things that we can do, that we can move, thousands and thousands of people to an event downtown very quickly, which the road network cannot possibly support. So I think it's not an either or. I think there's a combination, and we have to focus on what we do, and you're correct, we have to do it better.
Yeah, and Mr. Wiedefield, let me just say, because you brought up in response to price, let me just give you an example. My wife has a hair salon business in downtown Bethesda, and one of her employees used to ride Metro. And because she continuously was late, because Metro was not on time, she would lose money. There'd be clients who would be waiting and customers who would be lost because Metro wasn't reliable. It's not just about that price tag of what it is, but it's also what it represents when it comes to those business people and those people who need to get to work, especially people who work shift work. And so they don't have the flexibility that a manager would, a business owner would, to be able to be late, and it's okay. It's not okay for them. And so from that perspective, it is incredibly important for our folks who need this service the most to make sure that reliability is there. I feel that you understand that, and I hope that we can get there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Florine.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Wiedefield. You've received kudos throughout the region for a long time for your great work, and I share in that support for you. I have had the pleasure recently of spending a lot of quality time at metro stations. And I've got to say, I can tell you, I can verify the ridership issues. It's very different from what it used to be. But my concern is really about the Shady Grove station. And what is the long-term plan for that station? When you increase your reliability expectations and address some of these things, still is incredible demand for that station. And I'm not sure a stairwell fix is a solution. I believe there was a plan at one point for, people have asked about an additional entrance, additional access to the platform. What's the plan for really addressing, if this is going to be the end of the line in Montgomery County, and we're serving so many residents from beyond Montgomery County at that location, what's the plan for dealing with that?
The short-term plan is the stairwell, because we have an immediate issue we have to address.
Well,
We have to take a more holistic look at the entire station, for sure. And it's not only the station part of it, but even the development around it, and what's the right mix there with some of the property we own, and is there a different way to think about the station? It's something that it's something that we have to do. I agree. It's not
So
only Shady
there's
Grove.
no
We have it
plan.
other places as well.
Well, I really think it's time to start thinking about that. What we're doing in Virginia is very supportive of Virginia's needs, but we need to look at what this station can support in the Shady Grove area, around our universities of Shady Grove, as you know, and the unending demand. If we're going to try to get people on Metro, we have to make it possible for them to get into it. And in the heyday of ridership, just a few years ago, it was a stampede. Increasing service is not going to help if people can't get in there. And so I assume would be looking at extending the platform, looking at some, I don't know, but it seems to me that this needs to get on the work plan.
Okay.
People in the up county certainly feel disrespected by the lack of support. I know Mr. Rice would certainly agree with me in this regard. We haven't built some of the other infrastructure we need to support them. And at the very least, if we're going to get them on Metro, we need to give them a welcoming environment where it's safe to get into it and to travel down to the platform where they can actually get on a train. So I have to request that that be added to the work plan. Do you have like I assume you have an annual capital budget for this sort of thing. When is the next budget out? Due out?
In November. And so what we've
Oh,
created.
pretty soon.
Yes. So what we've created is similar to what you're familiar with in Maryland in their capital program, a development evaluation portion of the capital program. We never had one of those, and that's exactly the type of project that should be in that, because it's something that we've got to work through. We've got to do conceptual and design, and those would be very large commitments. So we want to get those into that type of pipeline so we can start to build those projects into the future.
You know, Montgomery County has done its part in transferring some of the land around there for additional better use around the metro station. There's always been interest in more creative use of your parking lots. I've heard various ideas over the years about your public-private partnerships, that sort of thing. But someone has to take the lead and get going on this. So I would ask that you start adding some planning money at least for looking at the future of Shady Grove. Our residents deserve it, and if we're really going to develop, bring the jobs that we need to that part of the county, as well as support the folks who are coming in from all over, the poor residents of Clarksburg, not to mention folks from Frederick and Washington counties who are getting on the train there, and Carroll. We really owe it to them as a region to help them. And if we need to expand your resources to do it, I think perhaps we should also look to those counties for some way in buy-in as well as to how this proceeds, because everybody benefits when Metro is more accessible to a larger range of residents. So that's my pitch, and I'm looking forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, I will.
Thank you.
Mr. Leventhal.
Paul, I want to thank you for your distinguished public service, and I hope you have some work-life balance. You're under just enormous pressure. You get more flack than even a member of the Montgomery County Council gets. So I just want to extend to you my personal encouragement to keep your head up, because I know you get a great deal of criticism, including over the last 45 minutes here. A couple of thoughts I just want to share with you while I have the chance. One of the ways that I think Metro could increase ridership would be to partner more closely with Montgomery County and the District of Columbia to complete a continuous metropolitan branch trail. It would open up a lot of opportunities for people to get to stations more easily, to alternate walking and biking with a Metro trip perhaps back. I'm not suggesting Metro pay for it, although there may be aspects of it that are on Metro property that Metro could be flexible about, but it's languished, it hasn't happened, and if folks from Silver Spring could ride their bike to Union Station and then take Metro home, that kind of thing, it would open up a lot of ridership opportunities, especially when the weather's good. It just would, it's something I think the board ought to emphasize a little more. And I wanted to elaborate a little more on what Ms. Florine talked about with respect to real estate partnerships on Metro land. I think it's important to keep in mind that there's a tension between extracting the highest dollar value for the land on the one hand, which I understand is, in Metro's fiduciary interest, and on the other hand, encouraging development sooner that will provide more riders sooner. So, and obviously we have a great interest in encouraging affordable housing adjacent to Metro, which may bring down the price of the land, but would certainly, foster more participation and more ridership, because people with moderate and lower incomes are less likely to have access to an automobile. So it really, if Metro would have a more flexible approach to the use of its land at Metro stations, understanding the benefit of having more people living there, I would really encourage that as well. And then the third thing is somewhat parochial, although it also affects my constituents. The smart card reader at the Tacoma station is 3/4 of the time non-functional. The Tacoma station is badly designed. If you're coming from Maryland, you want to use the handicapped accessible elevator, even though, you know, if you're able-bodied, you probably shouldn't, but it's a much longer walk. It could add, I don't know, 6 or 7 minutes to your time getting on the train. You have to walk all the way down to the escalator. But there is chronic inattention to the ability of commuters to get onto the train from the elevator. And we just need a new fare card reader. It needs to be replaced with some frequency. I think there may be a misperception about how many commuters need to use the elevator. There may be an assumption that if you're able-bodied, you'll just walk down and take the escalator. But in fact, because of the geographic design of the station, you know, Marylanders are going to use the elevator. That's just the way the station is designed. So it gets a lot of use, and the fare card reader is mostly non-functional. So it's doubly or triply frustrating because you got to take the elevator. Fare card reader doesn't work. If you want to have a legitimate ride and not jump the turnstile, you got to go back down, go all the way up to the escalator. It needs attention.
Okay. I'll follow up on that.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Mr. Leventhal. All right, we're going to have another quick round two. I'll begin. I wanted to separate the issue of late night service from non-peak service. I understand very clearly what you've said about needing the late nights to do the maintenance, and I support you on that. Although we know it has a big impact, and we hope that once those repairs are done, that would be a service that could be restored. But the non-peak, weekend use, for example, I know many riders or people have gotten out of the habit of using Metro in the non-peak because they've been in the station a couple times and they've seen 20-minute, a 20-minute delay for the next train. And there's discussion now about Metro being a commuter-only system and not having really much non-peak service. We've seen some unfortunate comments in the press. I listened to the Kojo Nnamdi show, and I heard you very clearly say that wasn't how you thought about the system, but I wanted to ask you to elaborate on that. But I think that even though we understand that at this time the system is under repair and there's impacts on service, to express a vision of the future that says that weekend and non-peak service is the intent to restore it, or at least to restore it in a way that explains that it's sufficiently there. Is a 10-minute headway possible on the weekend? If there was always a 10-minute headway on the weekend, then people would feel like, okay, I can work with that. But I think it's the uncertainty maybe that is resulting in some of the lost ridership, and we understand that 2/3 of the lost ridership is in non-peak times. So can you please just talk about this issue a little bit, Mr. Wiedefeld?
Yeah. The weekend is our biggest challenge. I mean, there's no doubt about it, because that is where we do the heavy lifting on the any of the rehab or the capital construction program now that we're doing. So that, but you're correct. But let's make sure whatever we offer is as reasonable as we can make it. And as predictable as we can make it. So if we have to go to 15-minute headways, then make sure that, at your station, if it's, at quarter after and at the half hour, let's hit it. So that is an area that we are focusing on to improve that. But it's going to take a while to get out of the weekend portion of this, because it's against this rail track access issue. And so you balance that against the rush hour issues that we have, and making sure that we're meeting that. But I clearly hear you that we've got to do a better job of making it more predictable when we do impact.
If it's 15 minutes, I think as long as it is 15 minutes and you can say that, I think people can begin to understand how to work their schedules.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Wiedefeld. Mr. Hucker.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Wiedefeld, one last question I forgot. Thank you for acting on the Grosvenor turnaround. Half of all Red Line trains still stop in Silver Spring and don't go on to Forest Glen and Wheaton and Glenmont. What will it take to end the Silver Spring turnaround?
Yeah. I'm looking at that, so let us study a little bit more and see what it would take. I mean, when we do that, it's a physical, we got to make sure we can turn it around in an efficient manner, and then there's a cost to it. So, I am looking at that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Berliner.
Wanted to follow up on Mr. Leventhal's observation about real estate, because you and I had a conversation several years ago about the White Flint property that is, oh my goodness, so valuable and so important to WMATA and so important to Montgomery County. So you didn't have an opportunity to really speak to Mr. Leventhal's point. I would like you to do so, because many of us believe that that's a piece that we still haven't seen be aggressive enough to meet your needs and our county's needs?
Yeah, as you know, we enter in agreements with different developers, and it's always a balancing act of, how hard do you push? Do you end the deal and move on and start a new deal or not? And then there's market forces that we have no control over. And then you add on something like Amazon coming to the region, and people start to think about their properties totally differently than maybe they did before. So, but we have worked much closer with that community, I mean the development community, to get things moving. And then we've actually proposed to the board to give us more room to do that, so that we can move quicker, that we can look at the property different. And so maybe it's not always a direct replacement for parking, for instance, which then can drive maybe some of these deals. So we have to be more aggressive in that area for sure. We are having successes at a number of stations around the region. But I understand that particular one as well has been more difficult.
Well, the analogy that comes to my mind, having been in the energy world, is oil and gas leases. You either develop those oil and gas leases in a certain period of time or you lose it. Right. So from my perspective, there ought to be a time limit that somebody comes in and says, yeah, we want to develop here, but okay, then you have to do so in 2 years, 3 years, whatever, but it can't just sit there.
I agree.
Let me ask you about stations, because part of what I have seen in the press and others is consideration given to making our stations a little more enlivened. What's your thought, again, coming from a customer service perspective, about having more music in our stations, food potentially? I know at Grosvenor we're doing different things on a pilot basis. What's your thought about how one can make the stations themselves be more attractive and more interesting? And
I think we can learn a lot from the aviation community, and I think we can learn a lot from other international transit systems. If you think of aviation 30 years ago, an airport was a totally different experience than what you have today. So I think there's opportunities for us to do things like that. We had entertainment at BWI at the where you pick up your bags. We had done that. So I think there's things like that we can do. I'm not supporting food inside the station, but also I think there's opportunities just outside the station, as there is in the private sector around us constantly. So are there other things that we can do to tap into that from a revenue standpoint, but really from an overall experience standpoint? And again, we're looking internationally at some of the things that have been done, where you start to create stations that reflect more the community around it, and not sort of this sort of monolithic, this is the way we view a station. So we'll continue to do that, and in the near future, I think you'll start to see more and more of that. It's some of the things we've just recently taken to the board to give us the authority to start to move in that direction. They've given us some authority in the parking lots already to do things, whether the festivals or farming things or produce, stands and things of that sort. So we want to continue to do that, and I think we can do quite a bit more than what we've done.
certainly when I've traveled abroad, some of the stations have music that you go, oh my goodness, this is stunning. So I could imagine a partnership with WMATA and our arts community here in Montgomery County, where there are contests to determine who gets the right to play in a particular station, and Montgomery County arts community would decide that, and then you'd have licensed musicians that are really quite superb. And just to create greater vitality, it seems to me, there's an opportunity. Again, thank you so much for your service, good sir.
All right, the final question for Mr. Elrich.
I like Roger's line of thinking. It's really too bad you can't go back and redesign the interiors of the stations to put in some of the things you see in Europe, where you see entrances or actual grocery stores and drug stores, all kinds of things, which make sense because you can get off the train, do your shopping, not have to expose yourself to the elements, and then move on. But I do hope you look at the parking lots at least for opportunities for both, some pop-up shops and food, because again, it's close to people. And if people, particularly with pop-up shops, if you can provide things that people want as a convenience very close by to the station, I think we'd benefit from that. And I think it would be an important change for Metro. It should be a little bit more fun than it is, and a little bit more interesting environment in general. So I hope we can move there. You said a couple of times about getting to a point when you could do things, but what is the point when we can actually talk about changes in service and restoration? Is it Are we 6 months out? Are we a year away? When do you think we get back to, now how do we go to the enhanced version of this?
I think we have to move there as quickly as we can. We've started to do some of that already with just the announcement of the ATO, for instance, and just, again, the things that we control right now, let's do them. I've proposed, for instance, moving the rush hour promise from 15 minutes to 10 minutes, for instance. So those are the types of things that we can do immediately. Some of the things that require more of the physical part obviously take some time, but we want to start pushing the envelope on the service side as much as we can, but not at the expense of promising something we can't deliver.
Right. I just say, the Wi-Fi thing's especially frustrating because I remember having conversations, it must be 8 years ago, and somebody said, we're going to get the tunnels done in 2 years. And it seems like we're still 2 years away from finishing the tunnels. I mean, I don't think people understood then why it was going to take so long, and they weren't doing all the work you're doing inside the tunnels. So it is a big point of frustration because in other systems, you don't black out like you black out here.
All right. Well, Mr. Wiedefeld, thank you for coming in today. I want to second the comment that your job is difficult. You take tremendous flack, and you don't maybe get a lot of thanks and praise. And your leadership over the last few years has brought this region together, and I think it's one of the most remarkable examples of a region making a significant stride forward on a policy issue, on a major transportation issue that I've seen. And your work is really appreciated.
Thank you for all your support.
Thank you.
Not many people get that.
All right. Now, we will return to quickly move through the consent calendar. I need a motion.
So moved.
The consent calendar has been moved by Mr. Berliner, seconded by Ms. Florine. There are several items on there that are of interest, and folks can read them at their leisure. All those in favor, raise their hands. That is unanimous. All right. Okay, now, the next item on the agenda, I've got some special language here I need.
Thank you for all the advance notice.
Wait, okay, just a note for the public regarding that consent calendar. I did move quickly, but the item on the co-location resolution should have read October 16th, and if there's no objection, our approval today will reflect that. Thanks. All right. Now we're going to take up, I think, and not approve, but take up the recommendations from the county executive on MCFRS. We need a motion to dispense the rules in order to, right, so it's been moved and seconded, Ms. Florine, Mr. Katz, to suspend the rules of procedure in order to discuss this item that we've received. And I will now turn to council staff, Ms. Frag, to walk us through Ms. Farag can tee it up, but Mr. Elrich why don't I just turn to Mr. Elrich to walk us through the committee's discussion? Oh, Ms. Lamarzi. Oh, thank you, sorry, we had a motion and a second to suspend the rules. All in favor to suspend the rules, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. Now, do we need to have this moved? No, we don't need to actually move it, because now it's before us to discuss. So, okay, very good. Mr. Elrich. Correct. Correct.
So the committee did not accept any of the proposed reductions. And I think Ms. Farag, I was going to let her walk through the packet and discuss what her suggestions were, but I just want to just frame this for why we didn't accept any of the proposed reductions. This has been, if you're looking at it from the public perception, it sounds like we've got a department that's been, misusing overtime, and we're going to clamp down and we're going to stop the use of overtime because it was a bad thing. And the truth of the matter is, this is a pretty self-inflicted wound. We now have a study that quantifies the shortage of personnel inside the fire department, and it's on the order of, 180 people, Scott? And there is no way to fill the spaces we have without using overtime. It's an impossibility, and so we're presented with not a proposal to maintain services in a better way and avoid using overtime. We're being given a set of proposals which actually reduce services. And that is not the way to solve this overtime problem. All it does is reduce services, and if we wanted to reduce services, we would have done it in the first place. And that's not what this council passed in the form of a budget. So this is a broader problem, but it won't be addressed this way. And as long as we produce budgets that are based on not having the people needed to provide the baseline services, we will always be in this situation. So the committee felt that it seemed too much like punishing a department for using overtime when in fact they had no choice. And so the solution of just reducing services wasn't an acceptable solution to this. We have to deal with it. This wasn't part of a budget-wide decision to find savings across the whole county. It was targeted only on this one department, and none of us felt comfortable. So that's sort of the basic rationale we had for not moving forward, and we regret it. I mean, we wish we could have identified something that would have maintained services, didn't have an impact on response times, and allowed us to find savings. But everybody knew this was coming. Anybody who drew up the budget had to know that we would run into this problem. And we've raised the issue about what the appropriate level of staffing is before. So this is just a repeated argument. But Susan, do you want to walk through what you've got and what your suggestions are?
Sure. Good morning, Susan Farag, council staff. I just wanted to point out for the council at this point, I've divided my packet into 3 different sections. The first section deals with the proposed cuts before you today. The second one is dealing with some alternative savings, and I had also had a question about the ambulance fee. And the third section deals with what Mr. Elrich was talking about, the actual underlying structural problem here with the cost drivers and some current mitigation efforts. That's primarily dealing with overtime, but there also were some unexpected vehicle repairs as well that contributed significantly to the cost overrun. On page 3 of the packet, it has the most recent proposed reductions. There are 4 of them. They include eliminating overtime backfill of 4-person staffing during non-peak hours, and that saves about $521,000. I do just want to note, it also shows a reduction of FTEs. Nobody is losing a job. These positions will be deployed out to deal with overtime. The second one is eliminating night staffing on ambulances 711 and 733 and 721. They're in the Glen Echo, Rockville Falls Road, and Kensington Parkland areas. That's a savings of $892,000. Third is eliminating weekday staffing for the Aerial Tower 703 in downtown Rockville. That has a proposed savings of $289,000, and eliminating the paramedic edge in 720 at Bethesda Cedar Lane, and that's a projected savings of $1.3 million. All of these figures assume a November 1st start date for these actions. I did want to note that we are now getting some emails and some phone calls, particularly for the paramedic engine 720 in the Bethesda station. Everybody that has called in or written emails is against this cut, and they're moving through the IQ system, but they haven't been, I don't have access. I've just heard that they're in at this point. I did want to point out that as far as response times go, with the exception of the Kensington Parkland ambulance 721, all of these proposed reductions do impact response times, although to varying degrees. The response times include all of the 911 call processing, dispatch time, turnout time, and travel time. The response time goals vary depending on the type of response required, and that's either advanced life ALS or full fire response, as well as the population density. And there are different density zones within the county. There's a density zone map attached at Circle 21. Most of the areas under discussion today, the proposed service impacts are primarily to metropolitan density zones. I did want to point out for the council for review that there is a recent county stat performance plan review of the fire department that is looking at the staffing plan. I'm sorry. Let me move first to the different impacts of the proposed reductions. The first one, eliminating the backfill of the 4-person staffing. It assumes that four-person staffing is maintained for most calls, or 87% during non-peak hours. Executive staff advises that if this reduction is approved, 5 engines will be identified to run with 3-person staffing during non-peak hours. Fire and rescue will select these engines that minimize service disruption. At this point, there's been no official determination which engines will actually be impacted. We had discussions several weeks ago with executive staff, and they indicated that perhaps Tacoma Park 702, Kensington Parkland 721, Germantown 729, and Bethesda 720 were possible engines that could be reduced. The chief explained at the public safety work session that final decisions have not yet been made, and obviously Bethesda 720 would not be under consideration since that's also its own reduced cut. The second item is night staffing for the ambulances in Glen Echo, Rockville Falls Road, and Kensington Parkland. That would save $892,000. The reduction will not impact response times for paramedics. So actually getting to the point to be able to assess and provide services won't be impacted, but the elimination of the ambulance service itself could impact necessary transports to hospitals. On page 5 for your review, executive staff had advised that during FY18, the average number of calls is very low for these units. During nighttime hours for Glen Echo, they had about 2 calls per night. Rockland Falls Road had a little bit over 2 calls per night, and Ambulance 721 in Kensington Parkland had about 4 calls per night. For the third reduction, the elimination of weekday staffing for the aerial tower 703 in downtown Rockville would save $289,000. Much of this coverage area experiences 8-minute response times now, and some of the area would see a response time increase to 12 minutes. For the elimination of the paramedic engine 720, this could save $1.3 million. Much of the service area currently has response times within 6 minutes. If this engine is removed, units at other stations can provide coverage to the entire area within 8 minutes. It can also be served by the Bethesda Chevy Chase Rescue Squad and also first responders from NIH. The second part is alternate savings. The first 2 items on page 6 were actually given by OMB just to provide scope and context for the cuts that they actually have recommended. I did want to note that I asked about the EMST fee, the ambulance fee, and whether or not this could be increased to help reduce some of the impact of these cost overruns. However, since most of them are Medicare calls, and the other ones that are covered by insurance have a negotiated reimbursement rate that really won't, even if we raise the rates, it won't have any real significant impact on increasing revenues. The third portion of the packet deals with the cost drivers and mitigation efforts. The primary issue here is overtime, and there is a structural overtime issue. It's been the primary driver of cost overruns for several years, and overtime will always be a necessary component for the cost-effective staffing at this point, but it does not seem to be the appropriate amount right at this point. And this is where I wanted to mention that County Stat did recently do a staffing plan that indicates that we are down 180 full-time equivalent positions. We have a net deficit. This number is the additional number of positions that would be required to fully staff all positions without any reliance on overtime. I also wanted to indicate that Chief Goldstein has commissioned a cost of service study, which would give much more detailed information to him about what is driving the costs for all of the different responses. He should have this, I believe, by the end of December, and it may be something that the Public Safety Committee wants to look at the beginning of the new year. Another driver of the overtime costs is disability retirements. It experienced a significant increase in the length of time it took the department to approve disability retirement applications. Ordinarily, it had been taking 4 to 5 months, and that time span increased to approximately 15 months, which then required overtime backfill until the determination was actually made. The time to process these retirements has been greatly reduced recently, and it's now back down to about 4 months. OMB had advised that this change could reduce overtime costs by approximately $750,000 this year if this trend continues. OMB and the fire department are also looking at civilianizing uniformed positions. Fire and Rescue's indicated that it intends to examine various functional assignments within the department that are currently being performed using uniformed firefighters on overtime only. Some of these functions include assisting with procurement and distribution of EMS equipment and supplies, managing the department radio and mobile data computer systems, and fire apparatus portable equipment supply and repair. If some of these functions are converted to civilian positions, overtime reductions could total about $300,000. This savings, however, would be offset by additional personnel costs, but it would be a more accurate accounting of what's actually going on and what's needed to staff the department. The other major cost driver this year was vehicle repairs. Fire and Rescue has an aging fleet, and in FY18 there were more units that were out of warranty. They ended up with a net overrun of about $2.7 million. However, in FY19 and FY20, the department expects to receive over 45 pieces of new apparatus, and they will go into service in the fourth quarter of FY19 and early in FY20. And at that time, the department anticipates vehicle maintenance savings for apparatus will be under warranty, and the average frontline fleet age decreases, and that will result in actual significant savings. At this point, it's difficult to quantify the amount. These are primarily driven by routine maintenance, parts and equipment, and they are contracted services. During the Public Safety Committee work session, I had recommended not taking any of these cuts. The chief had also mentioned that between these cuts and the ones that he had offered back when we were considering the budget for FY19, which totaled about $5 million, I believe, which are listed for you on page 3 as well, that those cuts actually had less service impact than what's before you today. So I think that's something that the chief hopefully can explain to you a little bit better. I did mention that if there's any cut that the committee thought it needed to take, that I thought that reducing the ambulance overnight service was the least impactful of the ones given, and that would save about $892,000. I recommended that the committee comes back in February, outside of budget pressures, and really look at this issue in depth and see, one, how much money the department is saving with some of these mitigation efforts that they've put in place, and two, what type of staffing does the department really need to provide the expected levels of services that the county wants.
Thank you, Ms. Farag. I will turn to my colleagues. Ms. Florine? Okay, yeah, Chief.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council members, Mr. Elrich. As Susan outlined, the discussion that we had last Monday with Public Safety Committee, Mr. Elrich's opening statements highlighted the gap that's ongoing between the budgeted and the actual expenditures, and the required level of staffing to support the expected level of services within the department. That significant amount of overtime was originally identified in 2007 by the Council's Office of Legislative Oversight when they did the net annual work hour analysis, and has been updated by county stat. One of the components that Susan just ended up highlighting is the executive in prior submissions provided reductions at Hyattstown, Hillendale, and Germantown. Based upon the council and the committee's reactions and denial of those proposals, the executive chose to exclude those from this savings plan. As I outlined to the members of the Public Safety Committee, those previously submitted reductions would be least impactful. All of these impacts have service reductions related to them. That's very true. But those reductions are ones that the department has a better elasticity and ability to adjust to. As Susan outlined, those 3 cuts for the annualized savings would have been about $4.9 million. Mr. Leggett, as well as myself, understands that any of these impacts and proposed adjustments are troubling, but it's a immediate action needed to adjust the gap between the department's approved budget and the expenditures to provide the services that are outlined. The dialogue that Susan outlined, if there's further questions related to the points that we highlighted during the committee work session and some of the units that are being considered, be glad to go into those here, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Florine?
Thank you very much. Well, you raised an interesting question. The previously submitted adjustments would have accommodated this with more flexibility. Is that what you just told us?
In prior tables or episodes here at the council, we've talked about removing the aerial service at Hillendale Station 24 removing the engine service at Germantown Station 29, and removing the engine service out of Hyattstown Station 9. Those cuts are ones that are least impactful or have a smaller impact to the greater components throughout the county. In the 2008-2009 timeframe, the Hillendale aerial service was eliminated or cut back as part of a broader county adjustment, and that is one of the relational ties to why that's being suggested now. As outlined, Mr. Leggett, because of the council's prior actions, chose to not include those on this transmission. So those cuts would be ones that the department and the community could best adjust to.
So you're saying if we had done that, we'd be in a better shape now?
It would not have fully addressed the gap, as Mr. Elrich outlined, between the expenditures for the department and the expected level of service. Better shape, I think, is the word you just used, ma'am.
Well, I'm just
Be in
trying to
better
understand
shape.
what you're telling us. You're saying if we'd made those adjustments as you all had proposed initially, we wouldn't be looking at these other adjustments. Is that what you're telling us?
I wouldn't articulate it in exactly that
I'm
fashion.
just trying to understand what you're
Right.
advancing.
Those cuts would be ones that the department and the community could adjust
More
to in a better
easily
way. Correct.
Acceptable or functional for
Adjust
you.
to better
Yeah.
is the phrase I'd like to utilize. That would not address the full 12.8 gap. That would not address the gap that is anticipated for 19 or the gap that was in place for 18, because that's only 4.9 versus the full gap of 12.8.
Okay. So do you expect this cost of service analysis that's going on right now to address this sort of thing?
I do hope that the cost of service study looks at the causes, both fundamental and contributing to many categories, both personnel, I mean administrative as well as operational uniform personnel, capital budget situations, both in facilities as well as vehicles, the maintenance, buildings as well as vehicles, and then operating costs, supplies, EMS supplies, administrative, public safety supplies. As we have experienced throughout the community, the cost of living increases or the CPI adjustment, the pharmaceutical capabilities and things becoming more expensive in the medical industry, that is driving the cost of service and the cost of providing the same level. This study will hopefully identify both those operating cost factors and what the correct level of funding is to the level of service, but also identify means by which there may be opportunities to efficiencies and improvements within the way the department operates, as well as the appropriate level of staffing administratively as well as operationally to support the expected levels of service.
That's what's really driving your costs, I assume, the staffing level expectation.
Yes, as Mr. Elrich outlined, the OLO study and now the county stat analysis identifies this gap.
So you'll have that at the end of December.
It's anticipated that's been organized and supported through the internal audit office, and we hope to have that at the end of the year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, that would seem to be the right time to be looking at these changes here. One other question I have is respect to ambulance fee revenue. It said your response indicates that about 55% of your emergency service revenue comes from Medicare.
Correct.
How much of your emergency service is devoted to basically medical support, responding to emergency calls for medical emergencies?
So the average
So we call it a big
analysis of calls for service, 911 calls, is
Yeah.
80% of EMS nature and 20% others.
So it's 80% of your calls are for EMS services and
Correct.
ambulance, but we cover about 55% of that through the
So
reimbursement program.
our EMS billing revenue has incrementally grown up since FY13 when that program started, and we're at about the 19.5 to 20 million figure for FY19 for the expected revenues there. What council staff asked and the response that we provided is we could raise our billing rate to a higher value or higher cost per transport, but because of the soft billing model we have, the expected return on the rate, return revenue would be nominal. It'd be probably between $50,000 and $100,000 if we raised the rate, because we're accepting the Medicare or the insurance level payout.
So that's not something you can negotiate.
No, ma'am, it's
At this
based
stage of the
upon
game.
the
It's the
Medicare
standard.
set billing for the roughly 55% of the transports we bill. And then most insurance companies are very similar to that level of reimbursement as to what they will pay for. And then as Montgomery County, for Montgomery County residents, is in a soft billing where there's no follow-on or no cost to the actual resident themselves. That's the write-off factors that we report in the billing.
You alluded to the medical supplies
Yes,
as
ma'am.
well, that you're seeing a rising cost and all that.
We do. The ability to obtain pharmaceuticals has been highlighted in EpiPens as one through the public
Yeah.
information. That's an example where pharmaceutical, an individual drug becoming more expensive, and the requirement for all of our apparatus to have that. The additional thing is, as protocol changes and our requirement to carry additional or different pharmaceuticals as well as medical supplies goes up, that impacts the ability for the operating budget to support that. Our
Right.
cost gap in the EMS billing or the medical supply arena has increased in the last several years, and it's close to $500,000 most recently, where we're over budget just in
Really?
medical supplies.
Do we get reimbursement for that?
That's a part of the EMS billing component.
So that's part of the ambulance fee.
It is. It's based
But
upon the
it's
amount
not
of
just
service and
transport.
a mileage factor, as well as a component of cost. But it is not an itemized cost, where they don't say that we use 3 Band-Aids, a
Yeah.
IV administration
Fair
set.
enough, yeah.
They-
It's assumed a base
It's categorized
service.
basic, advanced, and advanced 2 is
Yeah.
how the EMS billing is categorized.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Elrich.
Chief, could you tell us how many people do you have in a recruit class right now?
30 people started recruit class 44 when they started on October 1st.
And what's reasonable for the size of a recruit class?
We operate between 40 and 50 as a traditional recruit class. We're approved for 61 positions off the top of my head for the FY19 cycle. So recruit class 45 is slated to start right after the beginning of the new year, and that'll be a larger group, which will provide us the capacity to meet our 61 goal at the end of the FY19.
So I only raise that so people can get an idea of the magnitude of what it would take in terms of classes to fill these gaps, on top of filling the normal gaps we get out of retirement. So there is no quick fix to this problem. It's a problem we've worked ourselves into. We're going to have to work ourselves out of. I've continued to push for more mobile ambulances so that we fill some of these gaps with a minimal amount of resources, so everything doesn't have to be based in a station, because with 80% of our calls coming out of life support, or not life, but medical in general, it's better to build this out, I think, to enlarge our capacity there.
And one thing that people frequently overlook is, while it's about 95,000 calls a year for EMS service, those 95,000, a large majority of them, I will not put a percentage on them, but a large majority of them require more than just 2 personnel on an ambulance or on an EMS unit to facilitate. As we base our advanced life support or paramedic delivery by paramedics on fire apparatus, now with the support of the FY18 budget, we have a paramedic in every fire station. So the ability to treat a patient who may be non-mobile, the ability to treat the family members and the others within the house, and then carry or move that patient from the second floor of a house or an apartment down to a EMS unit is traditionally a 4 to 5 or 6 person process. that's a indication, as you will see when you see a piece of fire apparatus and an ambulance show up on a person with a heart attack. So that patient is one of the 70-some or 71,000 people we transported to the hospital last year, but getting that patient ready for movement to the hospital requires more than just the 2 single personnel that are available on an EMS unit.
So this is complicated. The other thing I'd say is, I asked you to look at, and I hope we do, the notion of a substitute system. I was in the school system, and, when we had an empty space, you went through, the roster of substitutes who were approved to actually, work in the school system. And we talked a little bit about the possibility of, retired firefighters and qualified volunteers possibly becoming substitutes to give us a way of bringing people in to fill spaces without totally relying on overtime. And I know this is all stuff you have to negotiate, and there are issues with reemploying people who'd previously been employed with the county, but it seems that it would make some sense to figure out how to use people who are trained, capable, and maybe willing to work on an occasional basis. Because if it's going to take us a while to get to staffing levels we need some, I think, a third, maybe perhaps more cost-effective way of at least addressing part of this problem. I don't envision eliminating overtime, but we should certainly look creatively at reducing our reliance on it. So I hope we can follow up on that.
This is Rachel Silverman with OMB. If I could just make a couple comments to provide some framing about why the executive thought it was so critical to bring forward these savings options at this point. As you know, fire did have a $12.8 million deficit in 18. We are looking at similar numbers for 19, and that will have a cumulative anticipated impact on fiscal 20 of nearly $26 million. That is not something that the executive wanted to leave the next administration saddled with, and so he thought it was important to bring forward options that could be acted on right now. And we acknowledge that there are a lot of things that could be done in terms of options to reduce reliance on overtime, like some of the ideas that you put forward, as well as collective bargaining agreements that are coming up for negotiation, and the cost study that is going on right now. But in order to preserve flexibility in fiscal 20, he thought it was important to bring forward things that could be done in a timely way. As Susan had noted, the cost savings that are reflected in the packet assume a November 1 start date, and putting off action and then revisiting in February would delay implementation of any of these savings items until potentially March or April, where you would really only be achieving 1/4 of savings. And we know that there may be revenue write-downs coming down. We know that there will be additional pressures in fiscal 20, and he wanted to give the council and the next executive ways and tools to address those issues. Thank you.
All right. Final comment. This is such a challenging issue because we're talking about life and death, life safety issues, and there's often discussion about service levels, and generally speaking, we don't want to change service levels. I do think we need to take a more refined look at that issue because there are different measures of service levels, and I think it's we have many service levels that we want to maintain in this county. We want to maintain small class sizes and teacher ratios. We want to maintain bus service with rideable headways so that people can get where they need to go. We want to maintain adequate service in a lot of areas, and this one is, very challenging to grapple with because the consequences seem so stark. But I think it'll be a job for the next county executive and the next council to work together to try to identify more refined techniques so that we can we can achieve some savings in a way that we view as acceptable. So we have a Public Safety Committee recommendation that is before us, and it does not need a second because the committee recommendation is before us. All in favor, show of hands. That is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your time and participation today, and that concludes this item. In case anyone's not clear, we did not approve the recommended reductions. Now, we will move to another significant item, and that is action on the zoning text amendment 1811, telecommunications towers approval standards. And we will catch our breath and pull out item 4 from our stacks of paper. I'm sure mine must be by my bedside. I'm not the only one. Darn. I should ask Google. Yes, the playoffs are convincing me of that. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So to refresh our memories, we discussed this issue in some depth last week, 2 weeks ago, and we invited everyone to come up with amendments that they might have, and a couple were discussed at that meeting. Others will need to be discussed today. And I think that, we have some general, people may want to make some general comments, but I think we ought to move first to the amendments that have the greatest restriction in their impact, because there's sort of a pyramid structure here, whereas if some amendments are approved, they kind of obviate other amendments. I want to just acknowledge here that obviously our council is very divided on many specific elements. We'll see how the discussion goes. So I'll just speak for myself. I think our leadership here is in the spotlight. I think that people who are making telecommunications policy at the federal level are watching us. I think they're watching us from the state as well. And how we respond to this challenge of building infrastructure is going to be noticed. And that is something that we have taken on. We took it on 2 years ago when we first initiated a zoning change to address wireless infrastructure. We've grappled with it for several years now. And we do have the mantle of leadership here. I know that many people are seeking amendments that would effectively prohibit service. There's no question about that. Many people do not support 5G. They do not want it to come to their communities, and they are seeking that we pass amendments that would prohibit service. Personally, I do not think that is the right way to go, and I do not think that, as Councilmember Leventhal explained last time, in different words, we can't stop the world from turning. 5G is coming. But I also think that the benefits that we've all gained from wireless technology have had a huge impact on our lives. And there's no question there's challenges with that, but there's a lot of benefits. And I think our residents expect us to embrace the future and move towards that future. And there's no question that wireless communications is our future. So by passing an ordinance, I think we best shape our own destiny. I think we are identifying, I think the draft has protections that are reasonable, that will survive challenge, and we will see about the amendments that are proposed and whether they can meet that test. But I certainly urge my colleagues to move forward and support this zoning change so that we can move on and fulfill something that I think our residents expect. When they turn on the tap, the water flows. When they flick the switch, the lights come on. When they turn on their phones, they expect to get a signal. And today, maybe they can, but where will they be in 5 years? Where will they be in 10 years? I think that's what this vote is about today. Mr. Zients, anything you can do to shape this up, but we'll move directly to amendments, I think.
Right. Of course, what's before the council is the Fed recommendation for approval. There were some amendments in the Fed recommendation. What my memo tried to do, though, was to capture the amendments that I had been informed that council members would make. I am now informed that Councilmember Hucker has a slightly different amendment that he'll pass out. Councilmember Hucker's amendments would make all polls a conditional use, would require a 40-foot setback, and would add some land uses to the list of where a poll is prohibited. It would include educational institutions, religious facilities, parks, daycare centers. I think I got them all in my head. But to functionally do that amendment would require a significant change to the ZTA. He has a copy of that with what he's going to hand it out, and I think you might wish to take that first.
Very good. So, Mr. Huckers, are your amendments in the packet? I understand there may be a revised version. Okay. I think not all of us may have received it. Is that coming around now? Okay.
Yeah. Not substantially different than what Mr. Zients had emailed out.
Okay.
Just correct it.
Would you like to?
Do you want me to
Yeah, would you like to describe
speak
your
to the first one,
amendments?
please?
Sure.
Right? Okay. Thank you, Council President. As amended, the ZTA before us creates a two-tier system, and I have an issue with that. The residents with underground utilities are allowed to appeal under the conditional use process. Residents with overhead utilities, many of our older communities have no ability to raise their concerns before a hearing examiner. Because attachments are allowed under limited use in those cases. They're just out of luck. So this ZTA sets up two separate and unequal systems. Some people will have a right to redress, some people won't. I don't feel like I can explain to my constituents why under this ZTA, some of them are winners, some of them are losers, and I'm concerned that while a lot of people are concerned about this issue now, that's only a tiny fraction of a very large county, learning about a very new industry that has yet to expand across the county, and that community concern is only going to increase as more antennas start popping up around the county. So I think we have not just an opportunity, but a responsibility to really get this right. The previous comments about this ZTA being about service or no service, or the future or no future, really, to me, aren't accurate. I think they're sort of a red herring. We have plenty of time to get this right and to meet our responsibility to reduce the community concern about this. So I believe at core, the First Amendment here is proposed to treat everybody the same way. It's the right thing to do. It's the only justifiable approach, I believe, going forward. So the First Amendment requires, as Mr. Zients said, applicants in all residential zones of the county are subject to the conditional use process. I'll be here at least another 4 years and in the community much longer. I want to be able to look back, I think you all probably agree, and explain that we treated everybody fairly. We gave them all the same right to redress and the same right in front of a hearing examiner. So with that, I move the amendment.
I'll second it. Which, the First Amendment?
The First Amendment.
Okay. So the amendment's been moved and seconded. Let's, again, Mr. Zients, can you just describe the amendment,
Excuse me,
please?
is this what's in, all the stuff that's in his memo?
There is
So
a
is it-
memorandum that we have in front of us that says to County Council from Councilmember Hucker.
So it's
Under
several.
number one.
Oh, just number
It's
one?
number one.
Number one.
Well, number one has 3 bullets. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Two
Deletes
bullets.
the limited use towers added by ZTA 1811, retains the 60-foot setback, but allows the setback down to 40 feet only if necessary to avoid a denial of service claim, which is language I think our staff's comfortable with. So as it says, line 231 changes from 10 to 40 feet, line 326 changes from 60 to 40 feet.
So let's
That's the
get
amendment.
some staff, we have questions, I think we will now have questions on this item. Let's start with, I'd like to ask the executive branch and council staff to comment on this, please.
Thank you. This is Joy Nurmi, Special Assistant to County Executive Ike Leggett. Mr. Leggett does not support these amendments. He believes that they have the effect of prohibiting service and that they would not be legal under federal law.
All right.
He has tried to strike a balance where, let me just speak to the two-tiered system. I think we've spoken to it several times, but just to remind everybody, the reason that we went to a conditional use for the smaller poles is because they're typically limited to neighborhoods where there are these very small 14-foot poles. In other areas where you would have a limited use, you have either the large Cobra streetlights that are located mostly along our major highways or on utility poles where there's a lot of equipment already existing in neighborhoods. And that was the reason for the two-tiered system, because it was considered that there are already...
It's treating technologies equally, right? There's some requirements about that. Mitzi
And
can-
that too, Mitzi can speak to that.
Mitsuko Herrera from the Department of Technology Services. I want to add onto what Joy has said in the two-tier, which I think is more aptly described between the tall and the short poles. The other reason for doing it is that the county has had for 15, 20 years a policy of incentivizing deployment through limited use. It gives you a reason to co-locate, put things on existing buildings, rather than come in for new structures. So to deal with small cells, what we said is where you have these taller streetlights, where adding equipment to them will be less obtrusive, you give the providers an incentive to look for as many of those as possible and deploy their equipment, which works sort of, they work in connection to each other. So you can design it in a way that I can get on the most poles that are limited use, and I can avoid having to go to the residential neighborhoods. If everything is treated the same, there's no incentive to go and deploy things on the larger road. You may as well just go for the one that you wanted that was smack dab in the cul-de-sac, because the cost and time and effort to get there are going to be the same, and I might as well deploy it where I get the most bang for the buck from where I've deployed it, as opposed to trying to find a way to put them outside of these neighborhoods with the shorter poles, put them on wider streets. So that's why the executive, in looking to go towards that system, looked to do that. And the executive supports the amendments, not to get too far ahead, but supported the concept that as part of that limited use, the provider will have to come in and say, tell me why you couldn't use something that was 60 foot. If you can use the 60 foot, you're done. You can use the one that's 60 foot away. If you can't find one that's 60 foot away, then tell me why you couldn't and provide that information. And again, it means that the provider is going to come in and look for a limited use on the taller pole.
Mr. Drucker, would you like to?
Yes, the issue, two things. I don't think it's accurate to say that the way the ZTA was constructed restricts, incentivizes to attach antennas to these Cobra, taller Cobra poles that are widespread. They are not widespread at all. I know Silver Spring quite well, and it's my impression, and many of our older communities across Chevy Chase and Bethesda. I have a constituent here who fought for months to get one single Cobra light on Flower Avenue attached to address a pedestrian safety concern. I have another one several blocks from my house that had to fight for months with me to get one single Cobra on Franklin Avenue. There are not many big Cobra poles in downtown Silver Spring, in all the neighborhoods inside the Beltway in Silver Spring. There are lots of individual poles that are allowed for limited use in front of people's houses, all up and down, both neighborhood streets and minor arterials. And those are all fair game under the ZTA as proposed now for antennas, and that has created a lot of concern. So if we can make those conditional, I believe we should. On the issue of discrimination, which was raised 2 weeks ago, I know we were told that when I proposed this conceptually 2 weeks ago, it would not be allowed under federal law because we have to treat all wired, telecom, and cable and wireless industry the same. In fact, that's not true. I will refer you to the 3-page memo from Mark Del Bianco, who is a U.S. Department of Justice attorney for many years, and then an industry attorney with Skadden Arps and many industry clients for years, who makes clear in the memo why what the federal law requires is you cannot pick winners within and discriminate among wired providers. You cannot treat wireless providers differently than each other, but you can treat wired and wireless industry differently under federal law because they are functionally different industries. And the verification for Mr. Del Bianco's memo, I asked that question to the top counsel for the utility subcommittee of the House Economic Matters Committee yesterday, and he agreed that was right. He says you're a home rule county. You have broad authority under state code in the land use article and the local government article. And you can do anything you want on utility poles as long as you don't run afoul of state or county law. State law doesn't regulate utility poles at all in the right-of-way. And the proof that the state obviously isn't running afoul of federal law is the fact that they treat wired and wireless industries completely differently. They have a vigorous regulation system for wired utilities, both telecom and cable, and they have no regulation of wireless utilities. The state is not afoul of federal law, and we would not be afoul of federal law if we treat them differently. And third, I spoke to staff at the PSC, who I was referred to by the House Economic Matters Committee. They said exactly the same thing. And they said, as a matter of context, that they have been dealing with these questions from local government officials and staff all year, and that industry lobbyists, advocates, as is their job, have been going to local governments all over the state and waving around the FCC order and saying, see, this says in this very esoteric area of law that most people don't understand that you just have to comply with what we want, and you have to allow antennas wherever we want them. And the expert at the PSC says he's been rebutting those claims all year from local government staff. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ecker? Oh, Jeff, please.
Just a couple of things. Number one, as a matter of policy, it depends whether the council does want to be more welcoming than not. To make this a conditional use puts burdens on the applicants, burdens on the residents, burdens on staff. So it depends what process you want. And within the process of conditional use, by its very nature, it's deemed to be compatible within the zone to start with. The only reason you would deny a conditional use if it's at a particular location, it had particular adverse effects. Now, traditionally, that has been something like more traffic at one location, safety concerns for turning movements, some other land use that it's inhibiting. This would be very unusual for the hearing examiner on the basis of compatibility to say that a utility pole, which lines the streets, but is 10 foot taller at one location, is incompatible with the rest of the neighborhood. That seems like an odd determination to make. If this is not to be a prohibit service, then the vast majority, like 90%, you're going to have to, we're going to have to approve as a county, because otherwise there will not be the penetration into a neighborhood that is needed to enhance this service. So that's a little bit both policy and operational. There is one thing in the FCC order that speaks to general infrastructure, not just wired or wireless. It generally says that if for the purpose of something like aesthetics, you don't have the same controls on other infrastructure, then it's inappropriate to have on wireless communication. Now, I am not the expert that Mr. Hucker consulted. In the words of Tony the Tiger, the FCC ruling gives me great pause. But I know, terrible.
Just got that, yeah.
But the one other thing in there is the 40-foot setback, and at 40 feet, it may work. That we have 75,000 poles and light structures in the county. At 40, the difference between a 40-foot setback and a 30-foot setback is about 10,500 poles or something like that. It depends how they're distributed. If in fact there's an entire neighborhood that has that doesn't allow a 40-foot setback, that too may be a denial of service.
Okay, that's helpful.
Can I ask a question to follow up? I guess, Mr. Zients, I would point out I understand what you're saying about the hearing examiner. The hearing examiner would be allowed to consider the criteria that the council allows under county policy within our authority. So, that's one thing now, and it could change in the future. Where is the 90% figure come from?
I mean, that's a rough guess.
Is that a guess?
In my,
I thought so.
Wagner method.
You have to approve the applications or you're denying service, Mr. Hucker.
Right. The question is how many and in what places.
Again,
Actually, the question may not be that, because there's a shot clock and there are tremendous federal supports behind the applications.
Can I speak to the law?
Yes, please.
Okay. We're not talking about the FCC orders now. Now we're talking about federal law, which is removal of barriers to entry, which I just pinched it and lost it. And it has to do with the fact that you can't prohibit you can't have the effect of prohibiting service, and that's completely different than what Mr. Hucker is talking about.
I think we all agree, there's no one disputes that we are not allowed to deny service.
47 U.S. Code, Section 253,
So-
removals of barriers to entry.
Understood.
It's different
we
than
all
the
agree with that.
FCC order.
Understood. The question is what the courts will find. And at least two courts have recognized, if you refer to Mr. Del Bianco's memo, two recent court decisions have recognized that a locality does not violate Section 253A by enacting procedural requirements for wireless facilities, including small cell, that are different from or stricter than those that apply to companies providing other services. That's exactly what the PSC told me yesterday, that they view the federal requirements as a floor, and a locality can build stronger procedural requirements or setback requirements on
Right.
top of the
Which
federal
we would
requirements.
rely upon for the ZTA as introduced.
Right.
Yes, if I could to speak to that point. One is, we do impose additional requirements on wireless deployments through both the telecom, the tower committee, the transmission facilities coordinating group, and the submission of additional information, and we impose additional conditions regarding setback and height restrictions. To the memo that Councilmember Hucker is speaking to, I think it adopts a rosier picture of the law, and in the FCC order, they went out of their way repeatedly to pick the couple circuits that ruled in their favor and to say that we are specifically overturning the circuits that didn't rule in our favor. So whether or not that particular case will stand up, it's in a different circuit than we are. I will tell you that as part of our appeal of the FCC order, there were appeals filed in the Ninth Circuit within the 10-day window for the lottery in order to take advantage of that. But I cannot say that those are going to stand up. And frankly, we have challenged the FCC on two different occasions, specifically on the wireless, and in both times we've lost those cases, and I think we had, frankly, a pretty reasonable argument. So you can't predict what's going to happen on some of these cases, but
Understood.
but the The argument that is going to be made is going to say that we have a need to provide service, and we have a need to deploy a lot more poles than we have today. And the reason we set the ZTA up in a two-tiered system between the taller and the smaller ones is that it allowed us to efficiently move through ones that would have the least impact and to reserve and be able to defend our ability to have the conditional use for the ones that have the most impact.
Okay, Mr. Berliner, sorry, you done, yeah. On this item.
Thank you. I have great sympathy for this amendment. Had conversations, Mr. Zions was present, with our county attorneys with respect to this, and raised this issue long before Mr. Hucker put forward the amendment as to whether or not we needed limited use and conditional use, or whether we could have everything be conditional use. And I was told in that meeting with our county attorneys in no uncertain terms that that would be unlawful. Okay? If there is a different view now, Mr. Hucker has shared with us a legal opinion that says the opposite. What I need to understand is, why does conditional use in and of itself make it unlawful? I get that it's a burden. I get that. I'm sorry, the industry can contribute to the cost with respect to this. If we need to staff up, we can staff up with respect to this. We have a shot clock, we'd have to meet the shot clock. No question about that.
Streamline the process.
And our community that I represent, Mr. Hucker alluded to, Bethesda, Chevy Chase, those communities, I hear from my peeps. They are saying, I want the same protections as a matter of due process. Not necessarily because it will change the outcome. Mr. Zions has suggested that we're going to have to improve 90%. That may or may not be the case. But then citizens have rights. So I need to understand why giving citizens rights in a context in which we must meet the shot clock is preempted by federal law. Because if this is a matter of policy, we're in a whole different conversation. If this is a matter of law, as someone who is proud of my practice of the law, I'm in a different place. So I need to understand exactly why conditional use in and of itself, where we hire more administrative law judges, where we honor the 120 shot clock, where we do what we have to do in order to process these applications in a time frame that is appropriate, why is that preempted as a matter of law? And I have to say, Ms. Nurmi, on several occasions now, you've been here before us, and we haven't had the county attorney here. I don't understand how we can be having these conversations without the county attorney here. We have Mr. Zions, whose opinion I respect and who I want to hear on this question. But I would ask you to get Mr. Hanson and Mr. Royalty over here. Mr. Zions?
A complicated question.
Actually, not so much.
Not so much. I think on it. No.
That was the fastest.
Joy, you did a great job.
Thank you. I'll defer to Cliff.
Okay. You get it on response time. We'll see on responsiveness. Mr. Zions, why is it, as a matter of law, conditional use preempted? Meeting the shot clock.
Right. Depending upon the interpretation of the federal order, under current law, I don't know that it is preempted, so provided the results of it do not preempt service.
Right.
And that will always be the test, as opposed to the test that we generally use with conditional use, which is it more adverse here than there? and it's only under a conditional use where it's more particularly adverse that you can deny. Now, if that denial, again, will result in the need for approval somewhere else in that area, if it's because of the coverage conditions that antennas meets. But as an absolute, if you meet the shop clock, if the results are not a denial of service, if your fees are reasonable, not in terms of what the real costs are, but reasonable in terms of the FCC saying that $270 an application is a reasonable fee, whereas our $100 for a fee, whereas our fees for conditional use right now are $16,000 per pole. If you change your fees, if you expand your service, if you're able to meet the shop clock and the result doesn't preempt service or prevent service, you could do it.
So from my perspective, this is about process. This is not about the result. The result has to be what the result is. But it is the question that has been posed by this is whether or not all of our citizens should be given the same rights with respect to due process. Mr. Royalty, you've been working this issue for a long time. I have great respect for you. I've worked with you for many years.
Thank you.
Tell me whether, maybe I should have deferred that until I got your answer.
Should have heard my answer first.
Yeah.
Look, I concur with what Mr. Zines just said.
Okay. So on its face, providing conditional use is not something that is preempted by federal law. Only the results.
Well, our process would need to be streamlined. We need to meet the shot clock. The cost would have to be far lower. You might need to hire a team of hearing examiners.
Exactly.
There are costs associated with that. But if you did all of those things, yes, you could potentially have a conditional use process that would survive federal scrutiny.
Thank you. Let me turn to the second part of this amendment, which is the 40-foot amendment. I have language that Mr. Hucker is effectively amending that goes from 30 feet, if you will, to 40 feet. Let's talk about 40 feet and whether or not 40 feet is doable. And it's a separate, totally separate issue. So let's talk about the 40 feet.
And let's talk about it first in the fact that it's really not overriding one of your amendments because your amendment dealt with limited uses. Mr. Hucker's amendment would completely eliminate limited uses in residential areas, so
fair enough.
It would go away.
Right. But the basic construct had been 60 feet down to 30 feet if they proved that they needed it. And I assume that that was true. I apologize. In conditional use as well as limited use. But that would be the essence of what I understood. Is that what we're trying to do is saying, we want 60 feet. If you prove that you can't do 60 feet and can do and must do something less, okay. But we had set it at 30 feet was the limit, and now Mr. Hucker is proposing 40 feet.
Right.
Talk about 40 feet and what the impact of that is and whether or not that is a denial of service on its face. And if it's not,
again, it's not on its face because you have to know how it plays out in geography and whether that there are some opportunity to provide that pole and meet that setback. And I have statistics. It's hard to go through the maps with you, although it is mapped out. It looks to me, number one, out of the 75,000 or so poles and streetlights that we have in the county, the number of poles that are greater than 30 feet but less than 40 feet is about 10,500. So I didn't work out the percentage. It's something like, is that near 20% to 14? It's less than 20%.
That would be in addition to the 15,000 that we have that are less than 30.
Yeah, right.
So there's 15,000 of them are less than, so you have the sheet there? Okay, so in the residential areas only, what you're talking about, I think, are 60,000 poles. Of those, 5,300 of them are less than 30 feet. And there's an additional 10,000 that are less than 40 feet. And that would leave you with roughly a remaining 40 something.
So,
That's
thank
the
you
40
for the
feet.
math. I don't know how that translates.
Okay, so that's what Jeff pointed out, is that so what matters is, and this is what was hard when we looked at those numbers, right?
It sounds
So-
like there are a lot of poles left.
And what's, well, no, but hold on, we're talking about two different things. The question was asked about the 40 foot. If we change the 30 to the 40 foot.
If we do,
in many areas, there will still be poles that can be used. There may be, in some cases, poles that could not be used.
yes. And would service be denied in that entire neighborhood as a function of that?
There are some neighborhoods where it would be very difficult to find something. There are some neighborhoods where you could find them.
And so is there, what I don't understand from Mr. Hucker's language is, if it would result in a denial of service for an entire neighborhood at 40 feet, is there a basis to then say, okay, at that, therefore go to 30 feet, or is it, we're done here?
Not as drafted.
Not as drafted, but.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm
Okay,
trying to
but in-
understand what the impact is.
Okay, but in looking at the way that conditional and limited use work, if you said, taking Mr. Berliner's amendment and said, and Mr. Hucker's changed to that, and you said, if you come in for limited use, you can meet the 60-foot setback, you get the limited.
If I were you, I'd stay with conditional use conversation right now.
Okay.
Just for purpose of this
So
conversation.
in the conditional use, if you changed it so that the minimum would be, you could not get below 40 under any circumstances, then you'd have no way within the conditional use process for the hearing examiner to help you find something that helps you not deny service. Because you've taken away the discretion to address those difficult neighborhoods.
If you make that the standard, that the general standard is 60, you can go down to 40 if necessary. You could not, under those conditions as drafted, then go down to 30.
That I understand. And so what I'm trying to understand is, at 40 feet, are we denying service?
The likelihood is higher than it was before, that it may be a denial of service.
And so if Mr. Hucker would be willing to consider that as part of your amendment, I think that would make it easier in the instance in which it would result in a denial of service.
The two-tier approach?
A two-tiered approach.
So it would, if I understand this correctly, it would still read 60 to 40. However, if 40 results in a denial, well, why would you ever go to 40?
That's what I'm saying, so why just make it 30?
I mean, it would just be making it 30.
Presumably because you could establish in the hearing that you had service at 40 and you didn't need to go closer. But
The hearing examiner can look at that without,
I
the
don't
hearing
think we're gonna
examiner
look
can
at-
look at that without that being, having to change that. The hearing examiner can look for the ones that are farthest without having to have that additional 40 in there. The other thing I would also note is that the hearing examiner is looking to see what is the least visually obtrusive. There can be locations in which a pole is farthest from a house, but it sits in plain view, not shrouded by any trees or anything else, and it's actually more visually obtrusive even though it's farther from a house.
you have hearing exams. Yeah, right.
Right.
Can you clarify, has there been
Roger's
any
made a
adjustment?
friendly amendment. He should
Roger's made a friendly amendment, which would be, what again? That you would say 40-foot setback, but it's still conditional use?
So I am amending or suggesting, I'm in conversation, okay? I'm doing this in real time like everybody else, all right? And so what I was trying to ensure is that, A, if we go to conditional use, which eliminates a limited use completely, that the process we envision says the marker is 60 feet, if we can, down to 40 feet wherever possible, and only where required to provide service would we go to 30 feet. That's what I was.
So it's conditional use everywhere,
With additional
but
flexibility for the hearing examiner.
it's up to 30 feet if necessary to provide service.
Yes.
Yes.
So, okay.
40 feet preferred.
I don't know if there is, well, anyway, okay. You've said what you said.
I said
don't
what I
know
said.
what it-
I mean, the language could say the hearing examiner shall.
All right, so discussion on this amendment. Mr. Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So this has been an interesting discussion. I did just want to start with one of the premises that my colleague, who I have great respect for, said at the beginning, which was winners and losers. You know, that cuts both ways. Folks who don't have service now consider themselves great losers. Those who have homes with businesses in them and want to have connectivity consider themselves big losers. So let's be very clear about pitting folks against each other. They're all residents. They all have concerns. Let's not pit them as winners and losers. Let's talk about how we can find compromise. So moving forward, I think that the process of incentivizing, as you said, Mitzi, them to utilize taller poles is something that certainly makes a lot of sense. It's my hope that if we do move forward with this conditional use process, that as the majority of companies here in Montgomery County are partners with us in trying to put forth the best way in which we can roll out quality access to service, as well as not impacting our communities negatively, they'll still look at that and still use that as a lead. I do agree that it's important to incentivize our companies, but at the same time, I do feel as though they oftentimes make decisions that are in the best interests of our community as well. And so by having the conditional use, it's something that, again, while I understand the incentive isn't explicitly stated, would still, you know, we could hope that they would continue to look at it positively. I'm just going to comment on Councilmember Berliner's amendment to Councilmember Hucker's amendment at this point. I think that the 30-foot makes a lot more sense. I was prepared to support Councilmember Berliner's amendment for 30 feet for limited use. And so from that perspective, I don't think we need to have confusion in the system of saying 40 and then 30. If it's going to be 30, it should just be 30. So that's just my take in terms of where that goes. My biggest concern lies with impact on us. We've talked so much about the cell phone companies and the burden on the cell phone companies. We've talked about what our constituency and whether they'd like to see towers or not, and so the service aspect, but we haven't talked about government and government operations. And so I'm very curious, you know, as we talk about ramping up a huge number of potential conditional uses, what that might mean for the planning board, what that might mean for DPS, what that might mean for our hearing examiner. We just came off of a conversation where we were talking about reducing fire service. And so from a monetary perspective, it would be irresponsible of me to not ask, what are the fiscal implications of doing something like this? So let's just go down the line. I'll start with you, Mr. Russ.
Point of information, Mr. President. Before we assess fiscal implications, you need to determine the baseline. So if you're doing a cost estimate, you need to figure out whether the cost estimate is against current law, which requires a conditional use, or against the bill as reported by the Fed committee. So let's just be clear about that. right? What are you asking for? Because right now, conditional use is the law. So if we're going to get a flood of applications as we've been warned, then right now today we got to staff up. I don't think that's right either. I'm also concerned about the expense. But just be clear what it is you're estimating, because the measure that was reported by the Fed committee has no standing. It hasn't passed.
Right.
You've got to estimate a change in policy against your current baseline, and the current baseline is conditional use.
Can I just a point of clarification? The current conditional use setback is 300 feet.
Right.
Right?
Right.
That would prohibit all service.
Exactly.
So you have to have a change to the current one. So if you want to measure the fiscal impact, it might be between the options. But what we have today is not a good baseline because there's nothing that you could bring in at 300 feet.
That's right.
My point remains, you need to be clear before you do the estimate what it is you're measuring against.
Right, and so we're measuring against what we have in terms of a proposal of where we are with having all conditional use or some limited use for a large portion. I mean, I don't know what the portions would be, but I mean, and I'm not looking for exacts here, but I mean, is this going to mean additional, and I know you've looked at this, Mr. Rush, and I had a conversation with you before, so Mr. Leventhal, while I appreciate your delving into the specifics, I've already kind of briefed staff in terms of what questions I was going to ask. So from that perspective, Mr. Rush, if you could comment and just give me your thoughts and perspective on what the impacts might be on planning when it comes to evaluating this proposed conditional use for everything at this level of 60 feet.
For the record, Greg Russ from the Planning Board. From the standpoint of the limited use versus some being limited use and some being conditional use, clearly there would be many more conditional uses as a result of Councilmember Hucker's amendment, which also clearly would mean the Planning Board staff would be reviewing many more of these given the number of existing poles in neighborhoods that would be replaced or et cetera. So from that standpoint, whether we need more staff or not in terms of doing that, I can't comment on that specifically until we see the number of applications that actually come in. But I mean, just from a baseline standpoint, clearly, if a number of these, the taller ones, that the compatibility issues are minimized because they are already taller poles versus all of them going through the conditional use process, much larger impact to the Planning Board.
Ms. Schwartz-Jones.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice. So it is really difficult for me to sit here and tell you what the additional impact would be on DPS, but I would be remiss if I did not raise a serious concern about what this might do to the shot clock, and I think that my colleague Mitzi can better explain that. But keeping in mind that if something comes into OZA, and OZA's not here to speak to the impact on them, who would have the biggest burden of this, it would then have to go out for notice. It would then go over to the Planning Board for the Planning Board to review, for the staff to write up packets, for various people to participate through the Planning Board and various agencies to participate through that process in order to get back over to OZA and get something scheduled for the fact-finding efforts that OZA would then undertake to make the findings it would need to make. From the DPS perspective, for us, there would be a bit more administration because we do administer the conditional uses and the processes that follow up on the conditional uses over time. So that would be a bit of an added burden. But, we're going to, whether it's a limited use, which is, I think, more clear with the straightforward criteria versus the conditional use and the complaints that would result from the conditional uses that do require us to make investigations and reports back, it would definitely have an impact, but I cannot tell you what that impact would be.
Ms. Nurmi or Ms. Rara, would you like to comment on your thoughts on this?
Sure.
As well?
The reason why the county executive doesn't support this is because it would be quite a few, we estimate quite a few polls would have to go through this conditional use. As a result, right now, we did meet with the hearing examiner, and we were trying to actually look at if we could potentially batch the uses and if we could find some savings there. It turned out there weren't that many savings according to what the hearing examiner estimated. So right now, as Mr. Zion said, it's approximately $16,400 for each conditional use. We would either have to somehow subsidize it through the general taxpayer, or if we were to lower that, or we would have to keep it relatively the same for each poll. And again, as everybody has said here, we can't estimate what that cost would be right now.
You know, there's,
Can I?
oh, no,
Sorry,
go ahead,
just
go ahead, Nancy, go ahead.
A rough guess, based on what industry has provided, a rough guess is that half of these would end up, over the next 3 years, half of them would end up in residential neighborhoods.
Okay. So,
And can I?
the number.
So I got stats from one provider. What they estimated is that they would have 100 in the first year, 200 in the second, 400 in the third year. That is based on that in the first area, roughly 40% of what they've got is at capacity, based on what they've told us that they are looking for in the commercial areas. I'm estimating that the first year, half of them are the other half where you're looking at are going to be residential areas. Over time, if you extrapolate that out, it won't play out in the first year. But given where we have if you look at a map and you look at the areas that are commercial, it's a relatively small land massive area. So that's how I got to 50%.
Okay.
But let me just sort of add also just on the fees right now. The FCC order stated that their presumption is that $100 is $500 for the first 5 applications, and $100 after that is what they set is the presumption of being reasonable. For these types of applications, at the Tower Committee, it's roughly $2,000 or $2,500. Zoning's probably $500 to $700. The OZA is another $16,400. For us to meet that, we could probably create a case in which we demonstrate that what we're getting in the neighborhood of a couple $1,000s covers our costs, considering all of the data and information that we provide. But it makes it harder for us to defend the additional $16,000. So to your point, if we said, yes, that we won't charge as much, that we'll streamline, that we'll have more people, but at the end of the day, someone's going to have to pay for that.
And that's a concern. And so I just put it out there. I'm not saying that we don't do this. I'm not saying it's the reason why we don't do this at this point. I'm just saying that it's a valid concern that we need to have, and it's interesting. I just can't help but respond to what I hear in my ear as I'm trying to listen to you, and folks are saying, well, just streamline. No, it's coming from all sides, so it's fine. People are ginned up about this issue, and it's important. But streamlining. I remember when DPS went through a streamlining process and how incredibly difficult that was for DPS. I remember the launch. I came to the launch at your office and heard about how many man hours it took and how long it took for you to streamline some of your processes that still, from some people in the community, they still criticize as taking too long. I know you hear it. I know I hear it. And we made great progress. But still, again, it's not just that simple as saying, well, we just streamline the process. We just make it easier for folks. We just make it faster. I mean, there are things that have to happen in government to make sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. that is a part of our bureaucracy. If you could speak to that.
Yes, Mr. Rice. Actually, I think it's interesting you bring up the streamlining, and there were lots and lots of improvements. But recall that one of the major sort of, if you will, game changers in streamlining was the zoning rewrite. Mm-hmm. And the zoning rewrite, part of what made that the game changer was the fact that all of the levels of former special exceptions were moved to become limited uses so that the applicants would know what the criteria were up front that they would be able to adhere to, and they moved away from. The point of streamlining was to move away from the conditional use approach.
So in essence, Ms. Schwartz-Jones, if I can just summarize, what you're saying is we're moving backwards.
Well, I wouldn't call it streamlining, and I do think that, we had a table of 63 different items. It was cross-agency because recognizing that everybody has a piece of what happens, and the private sector does too, frankly. The quality of what is submitted has a great impact on the quality of what comes out. But limited use is certainly more streamlined than conditional use.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll have more comments later.
Thank you. I would like to just take a turn here. The issue is that the federal government has said you may not prohibit the service. So we're not able to grant residents the right to refuse to accept deployment in their neighborhoods or potentially even in front of their house. Given that, if you establish a process where people can, where we will pretend that they can have an impact, then at great expense, and then tell them, in most cases, I'm sorry, we have to approve this piece. And that's all we would do. That's all we would do. That's all this proposal would accomplish. That is why it is appropriate to make it a limited use. It is acceptable as a limited use. It is desirable as a limited use. We should establish clear, simple rules that facilitate deployment, that give us maximum distance without needlessly, trying to do something that we can't do, which is block deployment. We're not allowed to do that. And if the intent of a motion is to allow us to do that, we can't. And if the intent of the motion is to give residents a power that the Congress has already taken away from them, we can't do that either. So I just feel like this is truth in government here. We have to face up to what Congress has done, which is take away people's right to object and block deployment of networks, and do our job, which is create a clear, simple, transparent process to deploy infrastructure. Mr. Leventhal.
I appreciate the Council President's remarks, but I think the same thing could be stated about the unobjectionable Berliner Amendment, which we all agreed to, that would provide notice before any of these things were erected, because, and I asked about that, is what are you telling residents? That, something's going to appear in their neighborhood, but they don't have any ability to do anything about it. But we tried to clarify that they do have the ability to submit a statement to the Tower Committee, and that there would be some mechanism whereby residents could at least protest before what is probably inevitable does occur. And I do continue to believe that it is inevitable that 5G is going to be distributed throughout Montgomery County. The question that faces us now is how much time do we spend in court? How many times does the county council, the future county council, come back to this issue? And so my hope is that today we will go ahead and get that started, because the sooner that we get something out there, the sooner we begin to define what is a bridge too far, what the courts will accept, what it will not. I think, and I'm going to ask this question of my very good friend, we've been friends for many years, Mr. Hucker. If all your amendments pass, would you vote for zoning text amendment 1811? Yeah. See, this gets back to what I asked at our last meeting, which was, if Mr. Katz was going to motion to table, then why don't we just get that out of the way? Because we're going to spend a lot of time, and the residents who are paying attention to this are very aggravated, and there isn't any measure that will be satisfactory to the constituent who wrote to me about 20 minutes ago saying, no to ZTA 1811, no 5G in our neighborhoods. Okay, we can't satisfy that constituent unless we just don't, but number one, we could vote down ZTA 1811, and my best guess is that's where the votes are at this moment. We can't stop 5G from going into neighborhoods. People may believe that we can, but we can't. It is interesting that we had this discussion this morning, and we are lauding WMATA for having wireless in the tunnels and at the stations. It's popular, and it's popular with me. I'm delighted when I ride Metro and I can read my email or catch up on the latest news in the Washington Post. So I do think that there's an overarching desire from consumers for faster access to more data, and that's going to carry the day. Whether it carries the day in 2019 or in 2022, none of us, or in 2025, none of us can say. But ultimately, this thing is coming. It's coming. And the industry is geared up. They're paying a lot of attention. If we pass something that is too restrictive, it'll be redefined and redetermined in court. And I'm prepared to, it's easy for me to say, I'm not on the ballot in November, to get something going that we can deal with in court. But the amount of time that we're spending figuring out how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, if there aren't 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 council members willing to vote for ZTA 1811 as amended, I don't think is the best use of anybody's time. But I don't know that we can, suss that out at this moment, so we can continue to go over the fine points on this. I am concerned about the cost. I mean, I am concerned that the entire public would bear the cost of staffing up OZA and staffing up DPS and staffing up park and planning for a process that won't actually empower people very much, and that ultimately will lead to industry, which we can't impose the costs on, even though we should, getting what it wants. That's a real legitimate concern that the sponsor of the amendment ought to think about. Well, no, not even if we win in court. I mean, what Mr. Rice's point is on point, that a conditional use is going to cost money, and we can't impose those costs on industry. And so all taxpayers are going to bear that cost for opening up to a very few residents who will object. Another thing that comes to mind here, I'm making parallels, but they're relevant, is the accessory apartment issue. There were a lot of objections from, the civic community, and we liberalized accessory apartments, but only so far. And it turned out that people just shrugged. It was like, okay, there's going to be an accessory apartment. There were very few objections heard, and so we liberalized it yet further. And that may occur here as well. The reason that the proposal was for conditional use only for where there wasn't already a pole in the ground, let's face it, is that it's highly likely that if you've already, for most people, not the ones who are emailing us, not the ones who are active, but for most constituents, it's highly likely that if you've already got a pole on your street and then there's some new thing on the pole on your street, most people will shrug their shoulders, and they're much more engaged in downloading data. There's a whole lot more people who are going to be downloading fast, large quantities of data than there are who are going to be objecting to these poles on their street. I don't minimize the seriousness and the legitimacy of the feelings of those who are writing to us. We all take them very seriously. We wish we could be responsive to them, but as the council president said, the federal government has said we can't. So we cannot do what the emails are asking, not all the emails, but many of the emails are saying, keep 5G out of my neighborhood. We literally cannot do that. And therefore, I do think that most of these amendments, everything's well-meaning, we're all motivated by good intent, but they're not going to satisfy the loudest voices here, because the only thing that would satisfy the loudest voices here would be no 5G, and we can't say no 5G. And if we did say no 5G, a much larger number of constituents say, what are you talking about? I want 5G. I just saw the ad on TV about how great it is, and I want to be able to download all this data really fast. So we face a dilemma. Having said that, I'm going to restate what I said 2 weeks ago. I think it is appropriate and good public policy to put something out there, and then it'll likely be tested in the courts. I think that we ought to take seriously the amendments. I would encourage my colleagues as best as possible. If you're not going to vote for ZTA 1811 anyway, then maybe we shouldn't take up a whole lot more time with a whole lot of amendments if your intent is to vote it down. Every council member obviously will do what he or she's best judgment is, but if we're going to get some vehicle out there to be tested in the court, which I'm amenable to doing, then maybe we could just not spin our wheels on things if the ultimate end is that the ZTA isn't going to pass anyway. I also would request, could we have a division on these issues? Because I think retaining the 60-foot setback, but allowing a nearer setback to avoid a denial of service claim, I think that's less controversial, so maybe that could pass quickly. On the issue of if everything's going to be a conditional use, I would ask, is there any way, and I'm actually directing this question to Jeff Zients, could we make the same condition, and would that be acceptable to the sponsor? In other words, every tower in a residential zone would be a conditional use unless it would create a denial of service claim. Would that be acceptable to the sponsor?
I mean, the only way you could determine that is to be into the conditional use process itself. So I'm not sure exactly what that's saying.
Thank you. Okay. You wouldn't know until you'd had your application reviewed. There's a presumption or not?
Well, but we're imposing conditions for limited use, and we can only go so far on limited use.
Well, what exactly
The comment
what
was,
condition you
how would you know
oppose?
until you got into the conditional use? That was, yeah.
Okay, well, first of all, did we agree on we start at 60 and then we go to 40 and then we go to 30? Is that what's before us now? Well, it's a yes or no question. Is that what's before us now? Was that amendment accepted by the sponsor?
So if you'll forgive
Yeah.
me, Mr. Hucker and I have had a number of conversations,
Yeah.
and we sort of agree that the 40 going down to 30 is sort of inelegant, and Mr. Hucker's okay just at 30. And
Okay,
so-
great. So could I request a division, and could we pass what we can pass and minimize, start making some progress here? So I'm requesting a division of the two bullets in the middle of Mr. Hucker's memo, and could we just pass the second bullet now, retain the 60-foot setback, because that's not controversial? Could the council agree to that? Do the second bullet first. That's not controversial.
Okay, so the second bullet is to retain the 60-foot setback standard, but allow 30 feet if necessary to avoid it. That's a limited,
It's only under conditional use.
But we only did the first motion, right?
only under conditional.
All right.
have
So
to do the
so you have to do the first one to create the conditional use.
do the first one to get the second.
Well,
But I would support that as a separate amendment.
well, that's what Mr. Berliner was going to offer. Right.
Under the auspices of limited use.
All right. I'll yield for now.
All right. On the amendment that is before us, which has been accepted as a friendly, 60 to, well, it's both all limited, all antennas are limited use, are conditional use, and it's 60 to 30. Mr. Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First off, and I know that we're only speaking to this one amendment, and I have many other to discuss, but to George's point, I am going to vote against this entire legislative piece of legislation. I don't believe that we can amend it to the place where it should be at this point. Having said that, to this amendment, I support this amendment, but I believe that in the beginning, Mr. President, you said that we're suggesting a prohibition of service is what we're discussing, and I don't believe we're discussing that at all. I believe that we know that there has to be service. I believe that the FCC, though they are not Congress, though they act like they are, that they have said that we cannot prohibit service, and we are not prohibiting service. What we are saying is that the service itself should be the best that it can be for all involved. And I don't believe this legislation at this point does that. But I also don't understand, candidly, that if we have the prohibition, if something, we go down to 30 feet, and what happens if the service is not going to work at 30 feet? Does that mean that it goes to 20? Are we prohibiting service? How does that work?
No, it would be a denial on our part, and then we would, if in fact there's a wide area that's doesn't get the new service, it may be taken to court.
So if we're suggesting to I guess to the council president's thought that if this is just something that if someone comes in and you really can't deny their service, why are we even saying 30? I believe we should say 30. I believe we should say 40. But
Well, I think there's a high likelihood with 30 feet that we would not be denying service.
okay. Yes. And to the point for this whole discussion. It's my understanding, and Mr. Zients, please correct me when I'm wrong. It's never if I'm wrong, it's when I'm wrong. But it's my understanding that the FCC is the one that has said that you have to allow all new technology, and if you don't, that's considered a prohibition of service.
It is the new FCC definition of what is a denial of service. Under the Fourth Circuit, it would have only been if there were gaps in service. Under the Ninth Circuit, it was whether you were denying enhanced service. And of course, the FCC liked the Ninth Circuit better than the Fourth Circuit. So their new order would say enhancing service is also a denial of service.
But at this point, I'm asking, I don't know the answer to this. At this point, the courts have said that if you have service, whether it's 4G or whether it's 5G, that's still considered service and that you're not denying it. Is that correct?
In the Fourth Circuit, that's what they've said, yes. In other
Which is their
circuits, they've
circuit.
said no.
Yeah. Well, and the other side of this, and we are going to have to get back into the other part of this discussion. The FCC's order does not go into effect, I believe, until January 13th, 2019,
That's
which is a
correct.
Sunday.
That's
And
correct.
so, right now, the FCC order is not in effect yet anyhow. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To me, to Councilmember Leventhal's point, I'm going to vote against this. I think that we need to figure out a better way to do this than what we're suggesting. And as far as I'm concerned, the amendments make it more palatable, but they certainly don't make it tasty. And because of that, I think that we should have a discussion whether or not any of this is going to go forward.
Mr. Elrich?
I think you very eloquently stated the problem here. You can.
Watch the food channel.
But not on your phone.
And I do agree with your general approach. If this were to get 5 votes, I would prefer to have the best bad bill, and rather than a bill that has even more flaws than an amended bill would have. I don't think. I mean, there are some issues like the Tower Committee and other stuff that just have not flat out been addressed yet. And, you know, it's not like you all are surprised, because that was one of the things I said I really wanted was a full addressing of everything before we did a bill, and you all didn't bother to do that. So there may be an amendment on the Tower bill or future action, but there's nothing now. And I thought there was plenty of time to have addressed that issue in the past. So I have those reservations. But I have other concerns. I mean, when we're talking about denial of service, so by what right do we tell people you have to underground utilities?
By what right?
Yeah, when you have all these neighborhoods that have underground utilities, you don't see cable wires going into their house, their cables come underground. How do we do that?
I'm not certain. I think that was a local law that we required underground utilities. Do you know, Bob?
We locally lawed a neighborhood and said you have to underground?
No, that is when you're doing a new development.
Okay,
We
right.
required undergrounding.
How do we do that?
I think,
Can we, Mark,
Why is this utility different than all other utilities? I mean,
because it's wireless.
That's a question you can answer.
Totally different.
Well, because it requires antennas that need to be above ground.
Couldn't a supplier of the people who put the fiber in a neighborhood say, you know, I don't want to go through the expense now of undergrounding the utility in the house and let me put a tower up and run a wire in?
Well, the way this service works is it's an antenna that goes to some other mobile device or some stationary device, and then it goes directly into cable. So there's both an antenna and cable with this.
So I would just tell you that if I can bring fiber to the tower outside, to the pole outside the house, I could bring the fiber to the wall of the house or inside the house and connect it to a transmitter inside the house. So they get the glorious 5G, but they get it in the house, but it's just another 30 feet of cable. So why is that a crime if we were to say you can only do this inside the house?
I mean, I mow my lawn now and then, and I have a cell phone in my pocket, and that's not connected to a cable.
So okay. I mean, I'm not finished yet. Everybody else is. Look, I know it's
We have
late.
it on the amendments.
But
Mark, it's
on-
on the amendment.
We have more to talk about. It's just the amendment.
I'm not the only one who's strayed from this amendment. I won't stray much farther. But look, I think this amendment is better than what the bill is. I will probably do what Sydney said: support every decent amendment we can get out of it, vote against it, and see where the chips are. Unless somebody wants to call a question and see where the votes are now. But until then, I'll continue amending away.
This amendment has a kind of a consequence for subsequent amendments. So I think what we'll do is we should vote on this amendment, and then we will break for lunch, and we will assess how much more there is to talk about. So, continuing on this amendment, Mr. Bel-
So I just want to share again why I do think this amendment is appropriate. And I say this with the greatest respect to our council and to those who've worked so hard on this. There is a price to be paid for moving forward in the way in which our county seeks to move forward. And that is due process. And due process does not come cheaply. So isn't it extravagance to allow people to protest something which in all likelihood will happen? Yep, it is an extravagance. Do I think it's a necessary extravagance? I do. And so that's been my experience on this council for 12 years, that if we want to move forward, then there are certain price we have to pay to move forward. And I do think, as Mr. Leventhal said, and as Mr. Reamer, the council president, has said, this is going to happen. This is happening. And we can't stop it. But we can go the extra mile to let people feel that they have a voice, even if it is a small voice, even if it necessarily does not change the outcome. It is the price to pay for progress, to make sure that people feel like they are respected and heard. And it doesn't come cheap, I get it. But I believe in it, and I believe that this is the way we ought to go.
Mr. Hucker?
It's their conversation.
Well said. It's like following Abe Lincoln here. Just to respond quickly to Councilmember Leventhal's assertion about the cost, the FCC specifically said new costs can be imposed where they're reasonable and as a result of the application. In paragraph 77 of the small cell order, it says the cost must be 1, a reasonable approximation of cost, 2, the costs themselves are reasonable, 3, they're non-discriminatory.
So does that cover $13,500 for the cost of the hearing examiner's time? Would that be included in that?
Joy, Mitzi?
I just want to point out that while we're discussing all the federal law and the FCC orders, I think that the scarier prospect of state preemption, which is absolutely sitting out there, and there is no law that says the state can't preempt us. They absolutely can. And I think that so that while we're sitting here debating the intricacies of the FCC orders and the federal law, I think we're going to have to pay the piper at the state.
Okay.
Mr.
That's opening
But
up a bigger topic.
Okay, on the
We shouldn't-
FCC order,
We don't need to.
what I would also point you to are paragraphs 56 and 57 of that order, in which the FCC, in looking at the case law and the decisions that they like, stated the commission concluded that state or local government requirements, such as fees that impose a quote, financial burden, unquote, on providers can be effectively prohibitive. That's paragraph 57. At paragraph 56, they state that by contrast, fees that are based on unreasonable costs, such as exorbitant consultant fees or the like, go beyond government recovery of fundamental costs of entry. In the notice requirement the amendment, the Berliner Amendment that was put in there, that is not intended to be a nothing burger. The point of that is that the Tower Committee right now has a history that they ask providers, was there another location that you could pick for co-location? They look at those factors. The idea behind that was that a person in that neighborhood would see that something was coming, they would have the ability to submit something in writing, and the Tower Committee would actually take that into consideration. You can weed out things that you can't consider, but I will tell you that in conversations that we have had with residents, there are about 20% of the time somebody brings up something because they're in a specific neighborhood. And that was our attempt to create a process, to give due process, so that people would actually have say, but it gave us a balance because we would like to do that within the Tower Committee without having to have the additional fees for conditional use. And those would be most limited to the poles where they're already over 22 feet. So where you've got a utility pole and you're kind of asking, well, which utility pole am I going to go on, is a different question than which 14-foot pole would I replace and have the least visual impact. It also means that where you're using a pole that's on a larger, wider road that you could use, where they may already have other equipment, we looked at places where could you place this equipment where there's already a crosswalk sign. So essentially the box could just be, the crosswalk sign could be there and you wouldn't notice it as much. So I just want to clarify that the reason why the county executive supported that notice requirement and the industry supported that notice requirement, because it was the intent to create a process that was similar, that was not financially burdensome, and I think it's very defensible in that sense that it's not that much you're going to go out to the poll anyway and you've got to do other things to put a sign up on it. That was our way so that we could try to equalize that, but streamline the process, as Diane mentioned, so that we reserve the conditional use and the cost for that, whoever pays, the cost for that is in the cases where we need it most, and in the other areas, how do we get resident input in a way that's within the law that we can process within the shot clock?
Exactly. And that's the limited use framework. Mr. Leventhal?
Yep. So again, I'm going to restate. My hope is, may not happen, that we report out some version of ZTA 1811 with amendments, because the sooner we get this process started, in my judgment, the better for the county. This will be determined in court. The parameters of what we can and cannot do, I'm sure, will be determined in court. Residents will sue, or industry will sue, or whatever, but feelings are so high on this that we would be best served to get this started. And so I'm willing to support this amendment from Mr. Hucker. I hope that in the future, the council will look at the issue of fees, and that'll be debated in court too. Every single item of this is going to be contentious. Industry wants no limits, no costs, untrammeled access. Industry is greatly exaggerating the number of towers that they need, that they absolutely have to have. The parameters will be set ultimately through, a combination of regulation and legislation and technology. And none of us know today, and industry doesn't know either, how many of these towers they really need or how widely spaced they really have to be. So in the hope that voting for this amendment by Mr. Hucker gets us closer to reporting this out and letting this tortuous process get started, because the sooner the better, I'll vote for this amendment from Mr. Hucker. I do want to address the point that Ms. Nurmi raised. I think that the worst outcome from the standpoint of state preemption is ZTA 1811 as amended is defeated by the county council, because that would show that in the largest county in the state, 9 full-time council members, we've been talking about this for years, we just can't handle it. We don't have the capability. We're too nervous, we're too, and I wouldn't say too, we're extremely responsive to the constituents who contact us, and we just can't act. We don't have the capability to act. And in that case, I think, if I were a state legislator, I might say, okay, local government's so close to the people, can't handle the opposition, state government needs to act. I think if we adopt something, it makes it somewhat less likely that we get preempted by the state, because the FCC, let's face it, not responsive to folks who live in Travilla or Silver Spring or Clarksburg. They don't care, okay? County council members, extremely responsive, extremely easy to reach, extremely accessible through telephone visits, social media, stop me in the supermarket. You know, we're really right close to our constituents. State legislators also. You know, the delegates, the senators, even from more conservative counties, they also get stopped in the supermarket. If this issue becomes a hot topic for residents, it's not only going to be a hot topic in Montgomery County, it's already a hot topic in Anne Arundel County, it's going to be a hot topic in Howard County, the Eastern Shore. So I'm not so sure that if we pass something plausible that the legislature actually is going to override us. If we do nothing at all, and we're all just speculating here, we're all just using our best political instincts, but if we do nothing, if we can't pass anything, then actually there'd be a justification for the state to act, because local government would prove that we're not competent to handle this task. So I'll vote for the first Hucker Amendment, and I just would love to expedite this if there's any way to do that.
All right, I think we've had plenty of discussion. I do not support the amendment myself. I think that it is totally unrealistic and unnecessary, and we'll see how things go. So let's have Mr. Rice?
Thank you. Just quickly on the issue of state preemption. Spent a lot of time in Annapolis. The state has the authority to preempt us whether or not we pass a bill. We have an argument that they should grandfather us in if we pass something. I understand that argument, but they have the authority to preempt us one way or the other. 2, no other county in Maryland is rushing to do this the way we're doing it on this timeline, but they're all under the same federal and state requirements. The questions at hand are, when could the Assembly meet to preempt us? The Assembly, well, this is October. The Assembly doesn't meet till January. They don't pass bills till February. Bills don't go into, they don't have effective dates before July 1st or October 1st. So there are months before a state law goes into effect. Specifically, what happened to the bill last year that was introduced to preempt local legislation on this topic? Senate Bill 1188. 1, it had no co-sponsors. 2, it was scheduled for a hearing, and then the hearing was canceled. And 3, the sponsor lost his election. So I wouldn't look at that and say that bill is ready to pass. Right now, it lacks even a sponsor. And third, when I've spoken to numerous members of the mighty and largest Montgomery delegation, staff, experts for the PSC, staff for the relevant committees, they think it's not months, it's years before legislation like this passes in Annapolis, despite what the industry wants to pass. Because to imagine a majority Democratic House and Senate passing a bill this controversial, preempting 24 counties, including that are mostly Republican, and imposing their will when the bill looks very close to an ALEC model bill, I don't see that bill sailing through the Maryland General Assembly, given my experience there. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rice?
Very quickly. Look, I hope to be back next year, and I'm very concerned about the fiscal implications that this amendment brings about. I think it's very serious and one that we need to consider. It's the reason why I reached out to Planning Board and to DPS and asked the question I did, because we're going to have to battle between funding a lot of things, and I was very upset with how our budget process went this year in terms of things that I felt we should have funded and couldn't fund. We're talking about millions of dollars, folks. We're not talking about just a couple $100,000. And so that has significant impacts on our ability to be able to fund things that we care about and we know that we need to do in the community. So there are real consequences as a result of this, beyond just what's here in terms of, and I do believe in a process. And I just want to say, I would have supported Councilmember Berliner's amendments. And I'd already told him that, and he knows that. So for those who asked to work with us, I was working with you, and I was already there when it came to his, and was supportive of Mr. Katz's amendments with some tweaking to them. So I'm there when it comes to amending this bill to make it better for the community. But I do feel as though we do need to consider the fiscal implications that this amendment has, and we have not done that yet.
Mr. Elrich?
Also quickly, I feel like we're being unfairly put under a shot clock. And I think Tom's point about the state legislature is actually probably a good point about the state legislature. I would rather have some of these issues resolved that are in court, some of them, which would at least give us a clear notion of what the playing field is going to look like. What I don't want to do is shoot ourselves in the foot, because it'll even be harder to walk ourselves back if we discover they don't go as far as everybody's afraid of. And, you know, possibly if we get a Democratic half of the Congress, I'll try to be as optimistic as I can, some of this stuff may actually get somewhat stymied in the national arena. So I do think, I agree with George, there is going to be 5G. People are going to want it. I think the council did the right thing in putting it where it put it. So nobody can say we didn't enable the growth of it. We enabled the growth of it in the most important places. But if people haven't read the articles, even put out by the industry, about how this is supposed to unveil, almost every company is talking about even a more intense deployment of 4G, because 4G has a wider band and they can serve more people with far fewer towers. And they're talking about a density of uses driving the need for 5G, which is why some of the cities, which the industry likes, have parked 5G like we did all around their commercial areas. They made sure that if you're a business center or a commercial center, you can have all the 5G you want. But you'll find the same cities with maps of residential areas where you see almost no towers, because they made a decision that they don't have the density of use there to justify this. And this is where I think we've kind of leapt from a defensible position in the bill we passed before to what I think is a more questionable decision now. So I'd like to wait, but I do understand we are going to have to do something.
All right, it's time to vote, folks. Florine, Ms. Florine?
So I think it was 2 years ago, wasn't it, Jeff? We started this odyssey, right? And then we were told, oh no, the county executive's going to fix it. So we pulled it back. We'd started the community conversations. We pulled it back. We turned to the county executive. County executive brought forward the one bill that we've all agreed to with respect to the commercial areas. And we passed it. The community thought, oh, great, we're off the hook. So then the end of July, we get the next drop, which has everybody all up in arms. You know, ordinarily, the way we would handle this is we'd have a public hearing, listen to everybody. We've had committee meetings. We'd listen to folks. We'd work more with the community, and we would take our time in resolving such a thing that has, now there are signs up in my neighborhood with very anxious people who obviously, I don't think, understand what's going on, are confused, and are scared. Why are we doing this? We're doing this because of the magical day, I guess it's October 31st. It's always a magical day. Halloween, because that's when we have to act. Well, I think this is just plain wrong. It's wrong to everybody. I agree that we should take more time on this based on these exchanges that we've had. And then to say we're going to do something to avoid preemption, or we're looking forward to the preemption debate, or let's bring the litigation on. Is that responsible? I don't think so. As it is, folks are loading on things they're not going to support at the end in terms of this legislation. You're adding costly processes. You're telling the community they're going to have a voice when, in fact, they will not. This is becoming something of a charade. So I think, I'd say let's let the next council take care of it at this point. These add-ons are not solving the problem. And I think it's raising expectations that there's a community engagement effect that isn't going to happen. This whole idea of how we're going to figure out who's going to be the expert to determine denial of service, that's going to be fun. I look forward to the math, and they're certainly not going to be able to do that within the shot clock requirements. So I don't know what we're proving at this point of the game. I don't support these changes.
Mr. Leventhal?
I think it is responsible to enact something now. I think the sooner this gets tested, the sooner we find out what court challenges are out there, if any are out there. Maybe they aren't out there. Maybe maybe we've exercised our local prerogative and we are deferred to. But I do think it is responsible to pass a ZTA now. And I'm frankly less concerned. It's not that I'm not at all concerned. But as I said before, I'm open to amendments so that we can get something out of here. Whoever is the next county executive, this is going to be on his or her plate. And if anybody thinks that we won't have precisely the same emails from precisely the same constituents and deal with precisely the same disputes about is it 30 or is it 40 or is it, was it now we're talking about 60 or is it 300? Precisely, the issues are pretty clear what they are. I want it far away from my house. That's not going to get any better on the next council. It's not going to be any different on the next council. It's just going to take longer. And it would suggest, as I said earlier, and I'm making the point twice, to quote Craig Rice, because I think it's important, it would suggest that we can't handle this, that we aren't able to do this, and that therefore some other level of government will step in and do it for us. And so I think we should move this. And let's, bring up the amendments and vote them up or vote them down. But I would really, I don't think there's any benefit whatsoever for us or for the next council or for the community or for the council after that to say, we can't handle this, let the next council handle it. It's much more likely that we can handle it than that the next council can handle it because you've got all this time it's going to take the new members to get up to speed on these issues. This is as complex as any issue I've dealt with in 16 years in this body.
All right, time to vote.
Just so I know what
Yeah,
you're
we need to
voting on.
clarify the motion.
As I understand it, you're voting on the first bullet in Mr. Hucker's amendment that deletes limited use added by 1811, and that the second proposal is now the same as what the Fed committee recommended, so that it requires no change. Is that correct? The 60 to 30 is still.
Well, it was all together.
Oh, okay, you're
But
not
it's
taking
already-
it up. You're taking it up when you consider conditional uses later on. All right, so it's just bullet one. Okay.
So
It's bullet
just
one
in
and
the, in the
two.
Hucker packet, it's at line 36 to 40. That is the deletion of the limited use.
It's not, it's more complicated than that. It's a whole amendment. You have to go through the land use table. It's attached to his whole memo. So, right, bullet one. Got it. Okay.
30 subsequent.
All in favor, raise your hands. All opposed? And the motion carries 6-3. And we will break for lunch. And we have a public hearing at 1:30. We have about 20 witnesses, I think, for the afternoon public hearings. And then we have the climate emergency report after that. So we will see if we can,
Can we bring that up after lunch?
just one, we consult with my colleagues here for a moment.
Announce to the public, please, about the whole thing because
Yeah.
not all of us.
All right. If you were checking messages and didn't have range, you might not have learned that we are not proceeding with the 5G discussion. We're skipping straight to 6G. Yes. Deep 6G. So if you're here for that topic, you'll want to follow the council agenda and see if it's on the agenda for next week. I'm announcing that it will be on the agenda next week. but I'm confessing that that is a matter of truly to be worked out. So it'll appear on the agenda for next week, and we will take it as we go. And now we will turn to a number of public hearings. And our first is a public hearing on a resolution to approve the declaration of no further need and disposition of land adjacent to 5920 Massachusetts Avenue in Bethesda. A joint public safety GO committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Monday, October 29th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business, October 24th. And we have John Witherspoon. Is there anyone else? I don't believe there is, but very good. Mr. Witherspoon. I think you probably know the drill, but there's 3 minutes for your testimony, and your microphone turns on with the light at the base of this wand. Press that button, and when you do, when there's 30 seconds remaining, the yellow light comes on. Mr. Witherspoon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is John Witherspoon, and I am the president of Conduit Road Fire Board, which is the state-chartered entity that owns and operates Glen Echo Fire Department, and that is located immediately adjacent to the property that's under consideration today. And I do not have anything especially profound to add to today's discussion, as I've spoken with many, if not all of you at some point in the past about the land adjacent to the firehouse and its importance to the fire department. My main goal is to express on behalf of my CRFB and GEFD colleagues my great appreciation to you, to your fellow council members that are not here, to the county executive and his staff, to Montgomery County Fire Chief Scott Goldstein, and many others for making this day possible. As some of you are aware, CRFB and GEFD have attempted for close to 30 years to acquire the adjacent land, which is a necessary and forward-looking step that is needed if Glen Echo Fire Department is to meet the demands of the community for the next 50 to 75 years. Moreover, inasmuch as the land in question includes a substantial portion of the current firehouse parking lot and our storage area, the use of the land for an alternative purpose not related to the fire department would substantially hamper our public safety efforts. In that regard, we are especially grateful to Roger Berliner, who became involved 10 or so years ago when the Maryland State Highway Administration started to carry out what would have been a disastrous plan to auction the land in question to a developer. And Mr. Berliner's involvement at that time was absolutely critical, and his moral and political support in the period since have also been extremely important to us, so we're grateful. One thing I would like to take the opportunity to stress is the critical importance of continued funding at the current levels to local fire and rescue departments from the Amos/508 fund and from the Montgomery County ambulance fee revenues. Our financial projections relative to the firehouse renovation project that we've proposed are highly dependent on those revenue streams, which provide a direct and tangible benefit to the community. So again, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon. Appreciate your participation.
Thank you.
All right. And that concludes that public hearing. This is a public hearing on Bill 3318, this Environmental Sustainability Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program Property Tax Surcharge. This bill would require the county to add the property tax surcharge to a property tax bill within a certain time frame and generally amend county laws related to the CPACE program and environmental sustainability. The T&E committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, November 8th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business, November 5th. And if you'd like to follow the progress of this bill or any council bill, the council website has a subscribe function. You can go to the council website and use the View Council Records and Legislative Updates link to learn how to subscribe. And our speakers are Alex Espinoza, Aaron Kraus, Keith Darrington, Michael Friedman, Rosanna Inescu, and Jim Driscoll. Alex?
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Espinosa, Director of Finance, and I am here to testify on behalf of County Executive Isaiah Leggett on Bill 33-18. When Bill 6-15 was adopted in 2015 to create a CPACE program in Montgomery County, significant research was conducted and consideration given to implement a successful program that also appropriately managed the risk of the county and its tax base. To date, this program has successfully completed 12 projects, representing close to $8.5 million in loans. Completing 12 projects representing close to $8.5 million in loans, which we believe is more than all other counties in the state combined, both in volume of projects and financed amount. The program was also recognized with a National Association of Counties Achievement Award in 2017. The proposed bill aims to provide collection security to private lenders for CPACE construction loans through the real property tax collection process. Currently, a CPACE loan is collected by the county after the energy efficiency project is completed, thereby ensuring the intended energy savings and environmental benefits are delivered prior to placement of the surcharge on the tax bill. The proposed legislation would turn this around. The surcharge would be placed on the tax bill before the project is complete and delivering its benefits. As a result, the proposed change to the program could require the county to collect a CPACE surcharge for the full term of the loan, even if the project were never finished and no energy savings or environmental benefits were achieved. While Bill 33-18 is intended to enhance the county's successful CPACE program, it does so in a way that changes a critical safeguard in the program, shifting risk such as failed construction loan from the private sector to the county government. The county executive believes that the purpose of the bill can be achieved without impairing the county's property tax collection system. We have proposed amendments to the bill to do that, and we look forward to working with the council on those amendments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Espinoza. Aaron Kraus.
Great. Members of the council, thank you this afternoon. My name is Aaron Kraus, Vice President of Market Activation Policy for Greenworks Lending. We're one of the largest commercial PACE capital providers in the United States, having done hundreds of millions of dollars and hundreds of projects in over a dozen states at this point. Nearly all of Maryland is now in the commercial PACE program, which is a creature of state law. And we've done a number of projects across Maryland, of course, within Montgomery County as well. The bill, all we are really trying to do is bring Montgomery County in line with literally every other commercial PACE program in the United States, which covers dozens of states and hundreds of municipalities and or counties. I'll give you just a very real world example of kind of our challenge right now. Say we were going to do a solar project for a church or a solar project for an office building in Silver Spring. If we need to put out money day one to order the supplies, to get the contractor on board, to do the permits, all that work. If the assessment is not placed on until after it's complete, there is a delta, there is a hole in financing that someone needs to make up. And if we can't get the dollars out the door, then either the owner has to take that on themselves or they have to get outside financing for that gap period. What I would say is, fixing this and bringing Montgomery County in line with the rest of the state of Maryland, every other county in Maryland, and every other jurisdiction in the United States would cause the program to grow dramatically. And I would also note one other thing. First of all, everyone agrees the CPACE financing does not impact the requirement that the owner and the contractor comply with all state and local permits. That, of course, is a requirement regardless of what type of financing you're using. But also you should know, no matter what, even if someone were worst case scenario default, we are not made whole by the county. We just don't get paid. So the risk actually is ours no matter what. This is a public-private partnership that really enhances clean energy for primarily, although not exclusively, small and medium businesses and small and medium nonprofits and multifamily. Without this ability to finance this gap period, it will prevent us from growing to the level that I think we want to grow, that users in the county want to grow, and sustainability and economic development goals of the county will want to see as well. So thank you for your consideration. We look forward to working with the county and making sure this bill has all interests at heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate that. Keith Darrington.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Keith Darrington. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Recurrent Innovative Solutions, headquartered in Rockville, Maryland. Recurrent developed and
Could you speak a
constructed-
little more into the mic?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Recurrent it developed and constructed the first commercial PACE project in Montgomery County and also the state of Maryland. That was for the Shady Grove Comfort Inn and Shady Grove Professional Building. And we recently completed a second CPACE project, which is also the first to combine energy efficiency and rooftop solar in Montgomery County or the state of Maryland. The two projects together represent about $3.4 million of improvements. We currently have projects in development in multiple other counties in Maryland for both manufacturing, university, and commercial office buildings. CPACE enables a significant reduction in energy use while lowering operating expenses, and it really allows building owners to make good decisions. It's much more likely they are to invest in high efficiency improvements if they do a planned approach to it, which CPACE provides that plan and that process to them. The other paradigm is if people wait till the systems fail and they're doing emergency repairs to replace a boiler or a chiller, they're typically motivated to get what they can get first, whether it's efficient or not, and you don't see a holistic system approach to the retrofits. So it's very important, I think, that CPACE be an effective tool. Unfortunately, a lack of access to construction period financing has proven a bit of an impediment for wider use in Montgomery County. We've had a number of projects that haven't moved forward over that issue. Allowing access for funding for the construction financing will remove a significant hurdle for most property owners and will accelerate the use of CPACE in Montgomery County. We fully support efforts to provide access to CPACE funding during construction phase, just as it is in other jurisdictions. We'd like to see legislation incorporate language that clearly states, without any ambiguity, that property owner has access to the CPACE funds during construction, but also language that does not accelerate the timing of the assessment payment prior to construction completion. I'd also like to take the opportunity to request you include CPACE eligibility for new construction as it is in other jurisdictions. CPACE is a valuable tool for achieving greater efficiency in new construction and achieving net zero energy consumption. It has proven to be a strong tool to improve building performance well beyond energy code requirements. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience and perspective today.
Thank you very much. Michael Friedman.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Friedman, and I'm here on behalf of the Montgomery County Sierra Club to support this bill because it addresses a gap in financing in the current PACE, commercial PACE legislation. In Montgomery County, commercial buildings emit 3 million metric tons of greenhouse gases. This is about 30% of total emissions in the county. And in a recent survey, the number one reason given by building owners as to why they didn't retrofit the buildings to address the inefficiencies was lack of capital. So commercial PACE legislation is intended to unleash private financing to address this problem. There are many successful stories connected with PACE, and I wanted to tell just one. I recently heard Joe Richardson, who is the owner of the Barty Mountainside Camp in Frederick, tell about his experience. He got the first PACE loan in Frederick County, and this had, there was no financing gap connected with this. He got a loan for $250,000 that covered solar panels, a geothermal ring, batteries, smart microgrid, energy efficiency upgrades, composting toilets, and the soft costs of engineering to ensure that the project was net zero energy. So he put no money down. His capital was then free to improve the project in other ways. He expects that the utility cost savings will be equal to his loan payments. So in the end, his project will have appreciated, his operating costs will have fallen a lot, and his emissions will have dramatically decreased. He said this is a no-brainer. I have one last comment which is connected to that. Several PACE vendors said at a recent conference that when they talk about PACE to potential clients, they hear this is too good to be true. So in addition to correcting the problem in the current legislation, it is important that the county find ways to dispel this misunderstanding, it's too good to be true, and create trust and enthusiasm for the program. So we do urge passage of the bill and creative ways to make it fully effective. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Friedman. Rusano Inescu. All right. Jim Driscoll.
Mr. President and members of the council, thanks for having me. I'm the coordinator of the local chapter of the Climate Mobilization. And I wanted to just say thank you for your resolution of last December declaring an emergency in climate. And I hope it's a horrible thing to feel good about, but the media has been full of the use of the word emergency in the last week or so since the IPCC report has come out. It seems like there's sort of a bit of a turning point in recognition of the seriousness of this, and you were there before this came out. So it's the problem continues to mount in horrible ways, and you've declared your attention to it. We put together a grassroots coalition after we got that resolution, and 350 MoCo Faith Alliance for Climate Solutions, the Tacoma Park Mobilization's Environmental Committee. There are a number of groups that put together a legislative agenda, and I just wanted to say that this bill is fully consistent with it. As you'll hear later on in the report, nearly all of the buildings in Montgomery County are going to have deep retrofits. Big changes of the kinds you've heard talked about here, and it's going to require a lot of money to do it. And this is a way to get private sector money into doing it. And I must admit, I was a little disappointed when I heard about the scope of the CPACE program over the last year or so, and this is clearly one of the reasons. I mean, it can be much, much bigger, and it needs to have this change made, as you've heard, to allow it. And I actually did not realize that Montgomery County was dragging its feet relative to the rest of the state and the rest of the world with respect to this program, and I just hope you can fix that and make it consistent with the emergency declaration that you've made. And I just wanted to note that, you know, this is one of a whole suite of things that this council and your successors are going to have to do, you know, proactively, hopefully, to deal with this emergency as it kind of arises. But if not proactively, then reactively, because these bad things are going to happen. And I just hope that we come in support of this bill, and we hope that you pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brilliner.
Just very briefly, Alex, I know you don't want to be seen as dragging the county's feet with respect to this matter, and I appreciate your engagement. We've had good meetings and appreciate your offer with respect to amendments. There's been some feedback with respect to those amendments that we will send you this afternoon. My hope is that if you can agree to a couple tweaks, that we'll be done with this. Okay? But I thank all of you for your testimony and your work in this regard. Needless to say, for many of us, we believe retrofitting our existing buildings is among the most important things we can do from an environmental perspective as well as from an economy perspective, creating good, green jobs here in Montgomery County. So this is a classic win-win-win all the way around, and very appreciative of everyone's testimony and commitment to this. Thank you.
All right.
Could I just add, I meant to say I wanted to formally sort of thank and applaud we won't get to do this later, the county staff for its work on the report that you're about to get.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Thank you for your participation. We'll now turn to agenda item number 7. This is a public hearing on Bill 3418, Human Rights and Civil Liberties, County Minimum Wage Definitions Employer. This bill would modify the definition of an employer who is required to pay the county minimum wage and generally amend the laws governing the minimum wage. An HHS committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, November 1st. And persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business October 29th. And we have Nick Katz and Anna Maria Gavarrete. And I believe we have Julio, you'll be translating as well. All right, so Mr. Katz is first.
Good afternoon, President Reamer and council members. My name is Nick Katz, and I am the Senior Manager of Legal Services at CASA. CASA is the largest membership-based immigrant rights organization in the region with almost 100,000 members throughout 3 states. We are here, or I'm here to testify in support of Bill 34-18, which would ensure that Montgomery County minimum wage law applies to all workers in the county who are eligible to receive the minimum wage, including domestic workers and others who are sole employees. This technical fix would bring Montgomery County's minimum wage law into conformity with state law, which applies the state minimum wage to all workers, including those who are sole employees, and other county statutes, including the county sick and safe leave law. Every day, CASA's legal team works with Montgomery County residents to ensure that their employment rights are protected by conducting Know Your Rights sessions and holding employers accountable for wage and hour violations. Bill 34-18 will help provide our Montgomery County members with a sense of security that they are all entitled to equal protection under the law, regardless of whether they are a single employee or part of a large company. Historically, many of the workers who have sought legal assistance from CASA have been domestic workers. These are some of the most vulnerable workers in our county, and they can be subject to significant exploitation. As it stands, the county minimum wage law would not apply to domestic workers who are sole employees. This means that they can work the same as other employees, but they don't receive equal pay to other workers who are employed by larger companies. This is both unfair and confusing. A significant subset of these domestic workers in Montgomery County work for diplomats or other foreign officials, and the current disparity in how the minimum wage law is applied has the potential to create confusion, both within the county and also with the U.S. State Department in granting visas to such individuals as they attempt to ensure that employers comply with relevant local laws, such as the minimum wage requirements. CASA believes that this common sense technical fix is necessary to give the full effect to this important law as intended by both the council and coalition partners who work tirelessly to see this positive change enacted. We commend the council for leading on this issue and hope that you will pass Bill 34-18 as soon as possible. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Nick. Ana Maria Gavarrete.
Buenas tardes, concejales. Mi nombre es Ana María Gavarrete.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Maria Ana Gavarrete.
Yo vivo en Silver Spring y mi hijo va a la escuela del condado.
I live in Silver Spring and my son goes to the public schools here in the county.
Muchas gracias por esta oportunidad de hablar.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak.
Yo estoy aquí porque quiero expresar mi apoyo a esta legislación.
I am here because I want to express my support for this legislation.
Quiero empezar agradeciéndoles y felicitándoles por incrementar el salario mínimo.
I want to begin by first congratulating you and thanking you for increasing the minimum wage
Para los trabajadores del condado.
for the workers here in the county.
Este cambio tuvo un impacto positivo para muchas familias.
This change had a huge positive impact for a lot of families.
Yo beneficio de esta ley, pero desafortunadamente hay personas que no benefician del gran trabajo que hicieron ustedes.
I benefit from this legislation, but unfortunately there are some people who do not benefit from this great work you guys have done.
Yo estoy aquí porque quiero que ustedes, por favor, corrijan la ley del salario mínimo.
I'm here today because I want to make sure that you guys please fix the language on the minimum wage.
Para que los empleadores que solo tienen un empleado también lleguen a pagar 15 la hora.
So the employers that only have one employee also get to the point where they can pay $15 an hour.
Esto afecta a diferentes sectores, pero yo sé que especialmente afecta a trabajadores de casa y limpieza.
This affects many sectors, but I know personally affects domestic workers and workers who clean.
Yo trabajo en limpieza y sé que hay miedo en mi sector para levantar la voz.
Clean for a living, and I know for sure there's fear among my sector to raise our voices
Y pedir un salario justo. Por eso estoy aquí representando a mis compañeros.
to ask for just and fair salary, and that is why I'm here today representing my coworkers
Que merecen un salario justo para proveer para sus familias.
who deserve a fair salary so they can provide for their families.
Ustedes ya hicieron la parte más difícil.
You guys have already done the most difficult part.
Ahora hay que asegurarse que no haya exclusiones que provienen, que todos los trabajadores del condado lleguen a ganar 15 la hora.
So now that we have to make sure that there are no exclusions that prevent all the workers in the county from receiving $15 an hour.
Y esta legislación cumple esto.
And this legislation meets that.
Para terminar,
And to
les
finish?
pido que apoyen a esta legislación.
And to
Gracias.
finish, I ask that you please support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Really appreciate your participation. And we have a question or two. Mr. Leventhal.
Thank you very much. I want to first ask Mr. Hamlin if he, when this matter comes before the HHS committee next week, could provide a little research on the treatment of domestic workers under federal, state, and local minimum wage law. I think historically domestic workers are explicitly excluded from federal minimum wage law, but it sounds from the packet as though they are included under state minimum wage law. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, I think you're correct, and I'll explain. There are some nuances to domestic work as defined in the federal law and things like that, so that'll definitely be covered in the packet.
Okay, very good. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor to Bill 3418. I want to remind CASA that more than 10 years ago, Mr. Elrich and I were the lead sponsors of a measure to require that all domestic workers execute a contract with their employers. I got a call last night, as it happens, from a very close friend of mine who reported to me that he is acquainted with a domestic worker working for a diplomat being paid $4 an hour. And he asked me, where should a complaint of slavery be directed in the county? And I think the answer to that is the Human Rights Commission. But I'm not actually certain that there is legal recourse today on this matter. I'll actually follow up with Mr. Hamlin on that because I need to get back to my friend on this matter. But I think that this is very much needed. One of the things we'll have to talk about in committee is how we want to address casual and informal labor arrangements. It may be that we want to connect this measure, which I wholeheartedly support, to the Domestic Worker Contract Act, such that, because I know there was a number of hours involved, so that if hypothetically an 8th grader is hired to babysit, it may not be $15 an hour, it may not be appropriate. I mean, we just ought to have some thinking about that. But I think, as Mr. Hamlin said, if we can tie this to domestic work, if that's the sponsor's intent, I'm absolutely in favor of house cleaners, domestic employees, single employees with a regular employment arrangement earning the minimum wage. I think that's much needed. I'm completely supportive of that. I think that there may be casual and occasional types of labor. You hire the kid next door to cut your grass. I think that may need to be addressed. And we talked about that with sick and safe leave. We talked about that with the Domestic Worker Contract Act. So as I read the bill, it doesn't answer my question, and we're going to need some clarification on that.
It's my understanding that many of arrangements that you described are not covered by the minimum wage, but we should explain that clearly in the packet so we can understand exactly what we're working on.
And the reasoning behind back in federal law, I think it's helpful for the public to understand how historically domestic workers have been excluded from labor protection, primarily because they were black. I mean, it's just a useful thing to get on the record as we move, as I'm sure we will, to enact this bill, that domestic work has not been treated as work in federal law for a very long time, and it does create all kinds of abuses, and and I commend the sponsors of this measure.
Thank you very much. I agree. Who would deserve the minimum wage more than the people who take care of our children? Mr. Rice.
Yeah, so it was actually, and I'm happy, Mr. Chair, that you decided to bring that up because it was a conversation that I had with Mr. Hamlin before, and I know I'm still waiting for some information about some clarity when it comes to specifically babysitters and specifically when it comes to the age cohort that you're talking about, but even not so much that. I mean, I have a 16-year-old daughter, and so, you know, if we're going to be applying those same sorts of standards, and we just need to understand, because I know that there are also babysitters who are in informal relationships to where they pick up the children in the morning or drop the children off at school in the morning and then pick them up in the evening. Again, so we just need to understand some of these things in the concept of employee, because a lot of those people are not considering, those parents are not considering those folks to be employees from that perspective. So I just think there needs to be some clarity, because I don't think that a lot of people understand under current law what are the responsibilities. And so a lot of that just needs to be clarified and flushed out when it comes to those kinds of situations. But I agree. We all certainly agree that those folks who are working and working full-time in these positions certainly need to be paid commensurate to our minimum wage. So.
Thank you. Exactly. Babysitters typically are not working hours sufficient to become employees. Employees they're working a number of hours. They're under control of the employer. There are certain characteristics of an employee that make someone an employee. And that's who this bill affects. It doesn't change whether you should be an employee. That's a federal law that we are not delving into or affecting in any way. But it's important for us to be clear about where this law affects and how, because there has been a lot of confusion. The immediate reaction many people have had is, oh, you're changing how I must hire somebody. And the federal government determines how you must hire somebody, and you should comply with the federal law. Once you have hired somebody, this is a question of, does the minimum wage that we intended to apply? And that's what this bill would address. Mr. Leventhal.
Yeah, so also, just for Mr. Hamlin, while it's on my mind, if the packet for next week could explicitly reference the Domestic Workers Contract Act, because we may want to consider amending that as well, since we have the requirement in place that you have a contract. The contract didn't call for a wage, but if we're going to adopt a minimum wage, which is enforced by the State Department of Licensing and Labor Regulation, we may need to clarify that the contract would have to include a wage provision, which would be enforced here. I think it's in the Office of Consumer Affairs. So all of these things we ought to discuss in committee.
Ms. Florine.
Perhaps this is implicit in this conversation, but other elements that are relevant, I think, is being subject to Social Security obligations, unemployment payments. The employer is supposed to have an employer identification number, and that's what I recall from way back when I dealt with that just with a single employee, so doing housework. So I think understanding how this all fits together would be useful for everyone.
I agree.
And that might be the line of distinction.
Mr. Berliner.
Just very briefly, my memory may not be as good as Councilmember Leventhal's, but my memory is that we did not require a contract. We required a contract to be offered.
No, sir. Well, to be sure, you're correct about that, right? If the employee declines a contract, that's correct, yeah.
Mr. Hucker.
Thank you, Council President. Councilmember Leventhal, I thank you for raising the story of the call you got about the domestic case of labor trafficking. That is too common in our county, and it doesn't get enough attention. There is, as you know, a human trafficking task force that we've made a permanent, not a task force, a commission now, on which my staff and I serve, and Councilmember Rice. And they'll certainly have recommendations on this point, but certainly the other part of the answer, in addition to the Human Relations Commission, would be that the victim should call the National Human Trafficking Hotline.
All right, thank you for your participation today. We'll move to our next item, which is a public hearing on Bill 3518, Health and Sanitation, Smoking, Outdoor Serving Areas. This bill would prohibit smoking in certain outdoor serving areas and generally amend county law on smoking. An HHS committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, November 1st. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business on October 29th. And our speakers are from the city of Rockville, Beryl Feinberg and Julie Palakovich-Carr, Janan Italiano, Adam Zimmerman, Kurt Panzer, and Stuart Burlow. So, council members, Beryl, well, you look like you have the light on, so I understand this was modeled on legislation from Rockville that I think, Julie, you may have introduced. Is that right? Well, we are always looking for innovative solutions. Beryl.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, President Reamer and members of the County Council. I'm Beryl L. Feinberg, and I serve on the Rockville City Council. The Rockville Mayor and Council would like to convey the city's strong support for Bill 35-18, sponsored by Councilmember Katz. We are thankful to Councilmember Katz for his leadership on this legislation and to the County Council for implementing a county-wide smoking ban in public facilities. On October 5th, 2015, the Mayor and Council voted unanimously to apply the county's smoking ban to all city-owned property. On May 15th, 2017, the Mayor and Council voted unanimously to amend the city code and add a new article entitled Smoking and Vaping in Outdoor Service Areas of Eating and Drinking Establishments. Rockville's ordinance bans smoking in outdoor dining seated areas located at eating and drinking establishments within the city. This was the first ordinance of its kind in the county. The concept was brought to us by a resident who requested that the Town Square Plaza be designated as a smoke-free area. On a national scale, the American Non-Smokers' Rights Foundation has identified 489 municipalities with smoke-free outdoor dining laws as of October 1, 2018, of which 318 also have smoke-free outdoor bar patio laws.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Palakovich-Carr. I also serve on the Rockville City Council, and I just briefly wanted to talk about implementation of the law because I think that has been key to its success in Rockville. So when we adopted the law about a year and a half ago, we purposely kind of put a pause before enforcement started to make sure that our business owners and customers and residents were aware of what their obligations were under the new law. The city actually sent letters to every business with an outdoor dining area at its establishment to let them know about the requirements for signage and for asking a customer to stop smoking if they're smoking in an area where they shouldn't be. We worked through our chamber, Rockville Economic Development, Inc., and other partners really to spread that word far and wide. And on the customer front, we advertised through our local channel, TV channel, through social media, through our website, and through our monthly newsletter that gets mailed to all residents. And that implementation really has been successful. We've had 0 fines issued to date in the nearly year since the law went into effect. So in closing, Rockville is fully committed to a smoke-free environment. We urge the council to pass this bill at the county level so that all residents in Montgomery County can benefit from the health benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beryl and Julie. Appreciate your work in Rockville. Janan Italiano.
Good afternoon. I'm Janan Italiano, President and CEO of the Greater Bethesda Chamber. Our chamber represents more than 550 members, many of which are including eating and drinking establishments that serve alcoholic beverages in accordance with the licenses issued by Montgomery County Board of Liquor Commissioners. Attached to my testimony is a letter that was sent to you from the Chamber on October 10th, in which includes recommended amendments to the bill, including grandfathering in those restaurants that are already allowing smoking on their rooftops and outside patios. Therefore, I'm not going to go into the language, but I do have a few comments to stress. One, while the Chamber supports the Council's intent to promote and enhance the health of county residents with the introduction of this bill, we urge you to consider the economic impact of this legislation on existing establishments that already permit smoking in outdoor serving areas to meet a specific market demand, an opportunity which enhances the county's commercial tax base. We believe that the market preference of county residents and economic viability of existing establishments need to be considered. Under existing county law, customers have the ability to make independent and informed decisions on the environment in which they wish to consume food and drink alcoholic beverages. Absent our suggested amendments, this bill would cause patrons of eating and drinking establishments to temporarily leave outdoor serving areas to smoke cigarettes on public sidewalks to the detriment of those people walking by to reach another restaurant which has voluntarily opted to prohibit smoking. Therefore, the bill would have the potential unintended consequence of increasing exposure to secondhand smoke within public sidewalks to county residents that did not wish to patronize eating and drinking establishments that allow the smoking in their outside areas. Today, you're going to hear from two of these establishments that would drastically be affected if this bill is passed as is. Although we're not opposing the concept, we do ask that you consider those establishments already in operation and focused on this segment of our community. We appreciate your consideration and look forward to working with you to amend this bill to meet its goals and at the same time continue to allow drinking and eating establishments to serve and meet their clientele's needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adam Zimmerman.
President Reamer, Vice President Navarro, members of the council. My name is Adam Zimmerman. My family and I are proud Rockville residents. On their behalf, I thank you for this opportunity to testify. Bill 3518, introduced by Councilmember Katz, would make Montgomery County the first county in Maryland with a smoke-free outdoor dining law. This bill would protect the health of our residents and visitors, support the employees and economic vitality of our restaurants and bars, and cement the county's well-earned reputation as a national leader on smoke-free policies. As a resident, an advocate, and most of all as a husband and father, I urge you all to adopt this bill. Bill 3518 has been endorsed by the American Heart Association, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network, Americans for Non-Smokers' Rights, the Institute for Public Health Innovation, Maryland Group Against Smokers Pollution, Maryland Public Health Association, and Holy Cross Health. I join them, County Executive Leggett, and many other residents in encouraging the council to pass this bill. It's fitting that this hearing takes place in October 2018, and that's because it was in October 2003, nearly 15 years ago to the day, when Montgomery County's landmark Clean Indoor Air Act took effect, under which we became the first county in Maryland, and one of the first on the entire East Coast, to enact a smoke-free indoor dining law, while also extending smoke-free protections to schools, healthcare facilities, and office buildings, among other places. The positive impact of the 2003 law was immediate. 6 months after enactment, the county reported a 7% increase in its restaurant tax revenue. Let me repeat, a 7% increase in its restaurant tax revenue compared to the previous 6-month period in the prior year. Over the ensuing years, the council extended smoke-free air protections to county parks, playgrounds, and public housing units. Today, thanks to these and other efforts, Montgomery County has the lowest adult smoking rate, 7%, of any county in Maryland. Bill 3518 would build on this record of success and similarly benefit children and families. Here are 4 reasons why. First, smoke-free outdoor dining would improve health. There is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke, even outdoors, and even for short periods of time. Second, smoke-free outdoor dining can have a positive economic impact for restaurants and bars. Montgomery County's own experience is backed by an overwhelming body of research examining similar laws nationwide. As the National Cancer Institute and World Health Organization concluded, and I quote, "The evidence clearly demonstrates that smoke-free policies do not cause adverse economic outcomes for businesses, including restaurants and bars. In fact, smoke-free policies often have a positive economic impact on businesses." Third, smoke-free outdoor dining is good not only for non-smokers, but also for smokers, the majority of whom want to quit. And fourth, smoke-free outdoor dining sends a positive message. As the parents of 2 young children, my wife and I appreciate community leaders who care about our health. This bill is a perfect example of why we have set down roots here, and many others have as well. We urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt Penzer.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Panzer. I'm a retired U.S. probation officer, a cigar enthusiast, a taxpayer, a voter, and have been a resident of Montgomery County since 1999. In my experience, government action often produces unintended and unwanted consequences, and in this case, I'm also concerned that due process has been sacrificed in a rush to regulate public health policy without regard to the welfare of business owners and the rights of smokers. After all, smoking is a legal activity and tobacco is a legal drug, which is taxed and regulated. Why then is the criminal prohibition of smoking in public places legitimate? There's a social aspect associated with smoking and financial benefits to jurisdictions. I smoke a lot in Bethesda outdoors. I support the different signature cigars and caddies. There is a 30% tax on cigars when I buy it at the brick and mortar. I could obviously save money if I did it online, but I support brick and mortar restaurants and places where I can smoke outdoors. As a cigar smoker, I cannot smoke indoors in a restaurant, while non-smokers have both options and can simply choose to go elsewhere if they desire a smoke-free environment. There are also restaurants that I go to now that allow smoking on the patios after a certain hour when children are not present. That also equates to a lot of revenue for one of the restaurants, including, I'm trying to think, Green Turtle in Olney, because we go out there during football games and we drink, we smoke, and we patronize that place. According to the fiscal year 2017 Comptroller of Maryland Alcohol and Tobacco Tax Report, the total net receipts from alcoholic beverages and tobacco taxes were over $420 million. The net receipt from the sales of cigarette tax reflects a 3.2% decrease from fiscal year 2016. The net receipt from other tobacco products, which include vaping and cigars, is $38 million, an increase of 9.4% from fiscal year 2016. Compared to alcoholic beverages tax revenues, tobacco taxes provided the largest percentage of net receipts at 82.9%. Other tobacco products tax accounted for 9.1% of the total tax revenues. Are citizens like Mr. Adam Zimmerman, the public policy advocate who has lobbied for this and similar bills in this county, and other non-smokers willing to absorb the inevitable increased cost of food and alcoholic beverages that business will have to pass on to them? There is a symbiotic relationship that exists that I can foresee restaurant owners purchasing less alcohol from the county if this bill is passed. As background, on May 22nd, the Rockville City Council passed the most recent ban on smoking. At the time, Montgomery County Council President Roger Berliner said that there has been no conversation among members so far about expanding the existing county ban. I am sure once we see whatever written communication there is, we will begin discussing it. He added that it was useful to have the city of Rockville move forward on the issue so that it's the last sentence.
Final sentence? Okay, yeah,
yes, sir.
great.
So that we can see exactly what the impact is. It's 17 months later, and I ask, have there been any economic or scientific studies ordered to determine the impact or benefit prior to expanding the outdoor smoking ban to the entire county? Thank you.
Thank you. Stuart Burlow.
Good afternoon. Stuart Burlow from the American Heart Association and a resident of District 5. The American Heart Association is here in support of this measure for many of the reasons that you've heard from several of the other panelists. There's no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke, and this is an important next step in a county that has a long history, as you've heard and you all are well aware, of creating a smoke-free environment for all of our residents. As you heard, more than 300 jurisdictions from around the country have passed similar laws, including 4 states and many large jurisdictions throughout the country. And importantly, as you heard, only 6% of county residents are current smokers. That's an extraordinary statistic compared to the rest of the country, as you all know. And that really is a testament to the policies put in place by this and previous councils and the culture that we have in the county. And the 94% of those who do not smoke still are exposed to this dangerous level of secondhand smoke. Again, there is no safe level of secondhand smoke. And I really view this as a workplace safety issue. You think of those who work at restaurants and bars who are exposed to secondhand smoke during their shift, an 8, 10, 12-hour shift, who have no choice. They have to go to work. They have to pay the bills. They are exposed to these dangerous, the dangerous smoke that they every single day. The American Heart Association has urged a zero-tolerance approach to secondhand smoke. You all know the numbers. I won't run through them. But again, there's at least a 20 to 30% increase in the risk for heart disease and stroke through exposure to secondhand smoke. And again, 94% of our residents do not smoke, especially those that work in restaurants and bars, should not be exposed to the smoke for the 6% that choose to. And that's why, again, as you've heard, and you all know, this council has done extraordinary things since 2003 to create a smoke-free environment, adding many outdoor venues in 2013, and then adding electronic cigarettes in 2015. Lastly, as you heard, the evidence is quite clear that these policies do not have a negative impact on business. I included a link in my testimony you all can review that has a series of scientific and economic analyses produced by the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. The evidence is clear from around the country. These policies work, they do what they're intended to do, and they do not have a negative financial impact on businesses in terms of profits, employment, or any other factors. Particularly in Montgomery County, as you heard, some of the evidence is quite clear from this county that has been one of the shining examples from around the country. So,
thank you.
Again, the evidence is quite clear. You all are aware of the health impacts. I won't go any further, but again, the American Heart Association very much supports this effort, and we thank you for the many years of smoke-free policies that you have enacted here in Montgomery County.
Thank you, Mr. Burlow. George Leventhal.
Thank you. Again, I want to ask our staff to prepare for the HHS committee as best she can information about what do we know about how many restaurants currently allow outdoor smoking. I have a lot of ambivalence about this. I've been a champion of public health, as my colleagues know, and I strongly supported all of the measures to limit smoking, prohibit smoking in public places. The compromise that we made in 2003 on the restaurant ban, which was extraordinarily controversial at the time, it's funny to remember now, it doesn't seem controversial anymore, was that we would allow outdoor smoking. And that was the compromise at that time. And with great respect for Mr. Zimmerman, who's been very effective at making his case, he remains the only constituent who has ever complained to Councilmember Leventhal about this issue. I really like and respect my colleagues from the Rockville City Council, and I'm aware that Rockville did this and that Mr. Zimmerman raised it, but it just has not been an issue that many constituents have brought to my attention. So I have to wonder whether we may run the risk of over-legislating. I'm not sure how widespread this is. I don't encounter cigarette smoke when I'm dining outdoors. I understand from Mr. Panzer that the Green Turtle in Olney allows it, so that's one. But I don't know how many restaurants there are, and the more that we can do to find that out, I would appreciate. And there's one class of business that explicitly does do this, and those are the hookah lounges and bars. And I guess I would ask Mr. Burlow, is it the policy of the American Heart Association that a hookah lounge should be prohibited, that it should not be allowed to do business?
Yes, so we would like all tobacco products to be included. So electronic cigarettes, hookah, cigarettes,
Yeah.
yes.
I got to say, I don't know that I agree with that. I'm not sure that the county government ought to put this class of business straight out of business. There's just a Google search suggests that there's maybe 10 or 12 of them in the county. Interestingly enough, there's one I know of that's located in the city of Rockville. I don't know if there's been any enforcement. I'm not suggesting enforcement. I'm not actually personally inclined to want to use the power of government to put this particular class of business out of business. My colleagues may, but I have questions about it. I think it's somewhat of a cultural issue. There's people of certain international backgrounds who enjoy patronizing this particular thing. I think they know what they're getting into. I'm not necessarily advocating for it, but I just think more information is better. So the more that we can learn about how these hookah bars and lounges are treated and what the effect of this would be for them, we ought to act in full knowledge of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, to be continued. Thank you very much. Our next panel on this bill is Amanda.
just, we'll address those issues in the packet. I did just want to say for council members' benefit that the existing prohibitions on vaping and smoking don't actually apply within tobacco shops or vape shops. And so should the council enact this bill, unless the hookah lounge has an eating or drinking establishment, like food, which there are a couple that do, and we can address it. One is within the city of Gaithersburg, and one is within the city of Rockville, and both of those jurisdictions prohibits smoking and vaping in outdoor serving areas. But we'll address that in the packet.
Okay. Very good. Our next panel for this same bill is John O'Hara, Alan Poirilis, Jocelyn Collins, and Ronald Heckman. And John is first. There's a button at the, there you go.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I hear a lot of people referring to a 2003 bill. I'd like to point out I've testified before this committee long before that on tobacco-related legislation. I've been involved in this effort since 1973, okay? But on behalf of the more than 1,000 members of the Maryland Group Against Smokers Pollution, many who reside in Montgomery County, I urge you to vote for passage of this bill. The U.S. Surgeon General has stated that there is no safe level of tobacco smoke exposure. Therefore, this legislation would help protect the health of Montgomery County residents and visitors who dine in the county. The second benefit would be to show that tobacco smoking is not the norm and would perhaps encourage many current smokers to quit and encourage our youth to never start smoking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've been involved in this since 1973 at the local, the state, the federal, and even international level as the president of the Maryland Group Against Smokers Pollution. At almost every one of these things of this nature, people come in and they preach gloom and doom. And then when it's all over, when these bills are enacted, there is no gloom and doom. It's a very positive from an economic and a health control standpoint. Now, Mr. Leventhal, I don't know whether you checked your emails or not, but I know several members of my organization have sent you emails in support of this bill because they've CC'd me on them, okay? So I just want to make that point, all right? These are residents of Montgomery County, by the way, okay? So I would also like to point out that the Maryland Group Against Smokers Pollution have experts on the harm that tobacco can do to people. And if anybody has any questions, technical questions, or if they want any kind of expert testimony on that, we're willing to provide it at no charge. And I'll close with that, and thank you.
Thank you. Alan.
My name is Alan Poirilis. I'm the owner of Tommy Joe's Bar and Grill in Bethesda, Maryland. I am here to speak to you as a non-smoking resident and a 20-year restaurant owner in Montgomery County, specifically in Bethesda, Maryland. It is our goal to keep a clean, sanitary, and safe environment for our staff and guests at Tommy Joe's. Many customers come to Tommy Joe's because it is an establishment that allows smoking in certain designated outdoor areas. My investors and I spent almost $500,000 to build a restaurant that would cater to smokers and non-smokers. Had we known this bill was a possibility, we most likely would not have spent that money. When the smoking ban went into effect in Montgomery County in 2003 or 2, our business, as well as many similar businesses, lost between 15 and 30% of gross sales in the first year. 6 years later, the state of Maryland banned smoking in all restaurants and bars, which evened the playing field, but the damage had been done. Many non-corporate pub-style restaurants in Bethesda that did not have any outdoor patios either moved locations or closed altogether. People have the right to work where they wish to work, dine where they wish to dine, and gather where they wish to gather. If you want a certain type of food, you go to that restaurant. If you want a microbrew, you go to a brewery. And if you want to smoke while you enjoy a beer, you go to a place that allows smoking. Yes, we cater to a smoking crowd, which used to be most of the people who went out to bars, and may not quite be a majority today, but there should be a place for them to go until smoking cigarettes, cigars, vape cigarettes are illegal. One thing this bill will accomplish is more people standing out in front of the businesses smoking and making everyone who walks by on the streets and the sidewalks inhale secondhand smoke, rather than just the people who chose to go to an establishment that allow smoking on outdoor patios and rooftops. When I was a member of the Nighttime Economy Task Force and the only restaurant owner represented on that task force, My committee was an integral part of changing the county's regulations having to do with liquor license ratios, food to alcohol, changing the times of last call to match surrounding areas, and creating a social venue license to allow more relaxed food policies after 9 p.m. for certain types of venues. As Council President Reamer knows well, the nightlife in the area focused on by the task force was drastically declining for many reasons. In my opinion, the main cause of the decline had to do with restrictions put on local bars and restaurants by the county and a certain county agency that were not the same in surrounding counties, D.C., or Northern Virginia. If continuing the efforts to improve the nightlife in Montgomery County is still a goal of the County Council, please allow people to have a choice whether they would like to go to an establishment that allows smoking on outdoor patios, balconies, and rooftops or not. I'm very qualified to know what the effects of this ban will have on businesses like mine, so please consider a grandfather clause or an upper level open air exemption. Thank you for your time, and I listed some places that closed. Majority reason was because of the smoking ban.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate your participation. Jocelyn.
Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Collins, and I'm the DC and Maryland Government Relations Director at the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. On behalf of our organization, I would like to personally thank Councilmember Katz for his continued work during his tenure on the council to help cancer patients and survivors, as well as his support of cancer prevention through tobacco control. We do, however, have some concerns with Bill 3518. As drafted, ACS will support the bill with amendments. ACS supports the intent of the legislation. However, we feel that the bill could be written more clearly for the purposes of enforcement. We see this legislation as an opportunity for Montgomery County to develop a comprehensive definition for smoking that encompasses the use of electronic smoking devices as opposed to defining vaping separately. To ensure understanding of the products included in the law, we also recommend defining electronic smoking devices and have it rolled into the definition of smoking. Additionally, we recommend removing the exclusion of people smoking certain public outdoor serving areas, except while actively passing on the way to another destination, since the definition of outdoor smoking already states it only includes the space under the control of eating or drinking establishments. According to the U.S. Surgeon General, there is no safe level of exposure to secondhand smoke, which contains approximately 70 known or possible carcinogens. Each year in the United States, secondhand smoke causes nearly 42,000 deaths among non-smokers, including up to 7,300 including nearly 42,000 deaths among non-smokers, including up to 7,300 lung cancer deaths. According to the American Cancer Society, this year, 4,270 Maryland residents are projected to be diagnosed with lung cancer, and it's estimated that over 2,560 will die of the disease. Again, we appreciate Council Members Katz's efforts to reduce the effects of secondhand smoke and to make outdoor areas smoke-free, and look forward to meeting with him on October 29th to discuss this matter further. We ask that the Council supports Bill 3518 with amendments. A copy of the requested amendments can be found attached to oral testimony submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronald Heckman.
Thank you for having us. My name is Ronnie Heckman. I own Caddies on Cordell in Bethesda, Maryland, on Cordell Avenue. There's a lot of statements that have been made earlier about employees working in the environment and being forced to do that. You don't have to work at our establishment. You don't have to walk up to a table with people smoking a cigar or smoking a cigarette if you decline and you let us know as owners that you're not comfortable serving those customers. We don't make them do that. We let our employees know that we do allow smoking, and if it makes you uncomfortable on a daily basis, you should not work here. That's a choice they're making. I heard earlier someone said that it would help the employees at the restaurants. That's not true. I have a staff of 25 people, of which 23 smoke. They ask for smoke breaks, whether it be 2 minutes, 5 minutes. They go out and they do that. It helps them get through their day. I do know there's a council member here that enjoys a casual cigar on my patio on a regular basis. And enjoys his cigars at local cigar bars, and we share a lot of common friends.
Take us long to figure out who that was.
And I do find it interesting that he's sponsoring this bill. As Mr. Leventhal said, this is a search for a problem that doesn't exist. I don't get a complaint about people who smoke on my patio. I never have. The place has been open for 17 years now. There's never been a complaint about smoking at Caddies. Alan has had his bar for 20 years now, and he can answer how many complaints he's had about smoking, but my guess is it's the same number. Okay? We are in the business, we're in the bar business, and we have to serve food, and we understand that, and we do that, and we move forward with that. But it makes it harder for us to conduct business the more and more we get told how to run our businesses. We lose people left and right to DC, to Arlington, to other areas, Baltimore, that are they're more encouraging in their nightlife business. We're being restricted. There's several reasons for that. I'm 28 years old. I've made it a goal of mine to get younger people back into Bethesda, specifically caddies, and one of his partners and a general manager who I've become very good friends with, we talk on a daily basis of how we can bring younger people and younger professional people back to Bethesda, to making it a nightlife destination and making them spend money. And it's become very hard for us the more we get restricted. We sell alcohol. People drink people smoke when they drink alcohol. People say that there's 6% smokers. How about the casual smoker when they're drunk? That number probably goes up 100-fold. I can tell you there's people that I know that say, I don't smoke. 5 minutes later, they're drunk and they're smoking on my patio. Guess what? They've also just bought another drink. So my average ticket is $25 a person. That's a $5 tip to my employee. My guess is Alan's ticket's about the same. If I lose those smokers, if I lose 10 to 15 to 20% of those people, who, by the way, tend to tip more and make my employees happier, do I lose employees? Do I then have to shut down my business? That's revenue for the county.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Now, there might be a council member who wants to make a comment. Mr. Rice.
Ron, it's good to see you.
Again.
It's actually been a while. Ron, I agree with you. And one of the interesting conundrums that we're going to have to deal with on the committee is location for some of those in particular, and your patio is one of those. I know Tommy Joe's well, and so you don't have to deal with the same sort of situation when it comes to an outdoor patio that's right on the sidewalk where folks are walking. I've seen it many times as I've patronized your establishment, that when you're sitting there on the patio and a person just goes around the fence that's right on the sidewalk and smokes there, they might as well have just sat at the table and lit up. It's the exact same thing. Absolutely. And the smoke is going in and out. But I do think, and as a person who actually, my family made me give up cigars, so I don't smoke them any longer. But it's one in which I do think that we also do have to consider the folks who do want to enjoy the outdoor patio that you have that's very nice, and being able to enjoy the great weather and things like that, but still not be subjected to what other people may be doing in terms of their smoke. So, you know, it's going to be hard for us. It really is. It's not an easy decision to be able to try and decide these kinds of things. I mean, same with Tommy Joe's. As you go up on the rooftop patio that you guys have, that's very beautiful. You have multiple levels that folks can patronize as well, but there are a lot of people who do want to patronize and be outside and enjoy the great weather that's out there when it's there. It's a very nice social atmosphere to be in. And so if they want to do that, but still don't want to be around smoke, then you are limiting their choice as well. So it's on both sides. And so we certainly understand that, and trying to figure out the best way for us to move forward is going to be a difficult one, but I look forward to working with all parties involved to make sure that we're protecting the health and well-being, but also the enjoyability of all of our venues that are in the county. So thank you for your testimony.
All right, we will continue the discussion at committee. Thanks for being here today. And our final item on the public hearing schedule has no speakers, which... Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. Got ahead of myself. Agenda item, I don't know how that happened. Agenda item number 10. Special appropriation to the county government's... Wait. We actually need to do a public hearing on agenda item number 9. Right, which has no speakers. That's what it was. This is a public hearing on a resolution to adopt Bill 3518, Health and Sanitation, Smoking Outdoor Serving Areas as a Board of Health Regulation. This committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, November 1st, and October 29th is the deadline for materials. This is a companion to the previous bill, and there are no witnesses. And now we move to item number 10. and that is a public hearing on a special appropriation to the county government's FY19 operating budget in the amount of $225,000 for the Economic Development Fund. Council is tentatively scheduled to have a work session on this item and to take action on Tuesday, October 30th. October 25th is the deadline for persons to submit additional material. And we have Rich Bendis, and I think you may also speak to item number 11.
Just 10.
Okay, someone wrote that, but that was mistaken. Wasn't quite sure what the connection there was, but I was all ears. Mr. Bendis.
Thank you. Mr. President and members of the council, I'm Rich Bendis, president of BioHealth Innovation, which is a private-public partnership focused on advancing early-stage life science and biohealth companies in Montgomery County and the region. I'm here in support of the special appropriation to the county government FY19 operating budget of $225,000 for the Economic Development Fund, specifically for the SBIR matching program, which is a new program that was just introduced this year by the county, and I think the initial appropriation was $450,000. There were more applications than there were money in the budget for that initial $450,000. And what I would like to say about this program, it is extremely progressive for Montgomery County to take on the matching program for SBIR, as it is the only local government in the United States that has an SBIR matching program and keeps in touch with what Montgomery County has done to be progressive in trying to retain and attract early-stage biohealth companies in this region. It is complementary to the Biotechnology Tax Credit Program, which mirrors the Maryland Tax Credit Program, and I also believe that it is going to be responsible for attracting more companies and retaining more companies in this region. There are a number of states that have matching SBIR programs, but this is the only local jurisdiction which sets Montgomery County apart from all of the other counties in this region as well as in the country. And states use the SBIR matching program as an attraction tool to attract small businesses into their states or into their regions. I would think that Montgomery County has a long time had a goal of being one of the top biohealth clusters in the United States, and I'd like to report some recent findings. 2 years ago, a publication, Genetic Engineering News, ranks the top 10 bioclusters in the United States annually, and we were ranked number 6th. Last year, in 2017, we were ranked number 5. This year, in September, we just were ranked number 4. So we have a goal to be the top in the top 3 biohealth clusters in the United States. By 2023, I think we'll do it within 2 years with the continued support and partnership of Montgomery County, which keeps us on the cutting edge as one of the leading counties and regions in the United States to support biohealth growth. I would say that this appropriation of $225,000, while not a lot of money, would support some emerging early-stage companies in this county that do not have access to the capital they need to grow and will be very important to their growth. And I would stand for any questions that any of the council members might have.
All right. Well, it's been a long day, so there may not be questions, but we appreciate your work, and we note the success of this program thus far, and this appropriation will continue that, so we'll take it up when we consider it at next week at council session. Thank you. And now we have a public hearing on a special appropriation to the county government's FY19 operating budget in the amount of $200,000 for the Economic Development Fund Small Business Assistance Program. Council is tentatively scheduled to have a work session on this item and take action on Tuesday, October 30th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business October 25th. And we have 3 speakers, Mr. Filippo Leo, Maria Bueno, and Santos Medrano. All right, my old friend, Mr. Leo, you're first. If someone could lean over and press the button on the other one and turn that off, that would be kind. Thank you, sir. All right, you may proceed when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready now. Good afternoon, Mr. President, Hans Riemer, and member of the County Council. My name is Filippo Leo. I'm the owner of Filippo Italian Specialty, that many of you know me, and many of you are customers of mine. I want to thank you to start it for the Small Business Assistance Program that grant us to help us to mitigate some of the impact of the construction. Business has fallen and we have lost customer to construction without a doubt. Since the beginning of construction, it was very demotivating for us to go from having a line of people for lunch, and now we got just 1, 2, 3, or 4 of customer. However, we recognize that through the Small Business Assistance Program, the county has really tried to help us, the business and other in the Wheaton Triangle, surviving through construction period. We're very grateful for this help. We truly believe that it is because of this program that we are still in business. Although I know that this hearing is not about the $75,000 cap for the program, I just wanted to say that I don't think the $75,000 would be enough to help us survive the construction period. I think this all are true for similar business, for everybody over there in Triangle Lane. I don't think so. The $75,000 cap, the money is going to be enough for staying in business for another year and a half. And I'm pretty sure I talked to a lot of the people there on Triangle Lane that told me, better speak up, you better tell them the way we feel. And this is the truth. It helped us a lot today, but I don't think so. And I didn't reach that yet. I got maybe another three quarters to reach the level of $75,000. But I don't think so that will help, not me or any other people over there on Triangle Lane, to stop at the amount of $75,000. We got at least another year and a half, 2 years of construction. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. That's unfortunate news, and we'll need to continue this discussion, and appreciate Ms. Navarro for introducing this appropriation. Maria.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the council. My name is Maria Bueno. I own Zodiac Wireless. I've been in Wheaton for 20 years. I'm on the ones that survived from the sale of the white building on Reedy Drive. And they helped me with, I think, $20,000 to relocate in Wheaton. So wanted to thank you for the help that you've been giving us. Without that help, we would be out of business for the reasons that's going on in there. And I'm here just to see if you can continue support us. Since God, we haven't, had 2 employees. They continue having their job. And I would like for you to consider it to give us more money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bueno. Santos Medrano.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. My name is Santos Medrano, and I'm president from Humberto's at Tex-Mex Bar and Grill and Wing. So first of all, I want to say thank you very much for all the support from all of you to approve the voucher for $75,000. But I think, like they said, it's not enough to keep the rent updating. Because with that construction, I think the construction is going to be for another year and a half. So we are here if they can approve some more help, but we really need the help because, first of all, we don't have no parking, so that makes it very difficult for us to bring people up there. And thank you again.
Thank you. I can imagine that's a lot to deal with. And
I wanted to see if I could say a word. I didn't sign up, but
you've got some time remaining.
Okay. Well, my name is Richard Cisneros. I'm the Small Business Resilience Manager at the Latino Economic Development Center. We've been working with the businesses in the Wheaton Triangle for over 2 years now. We have engaged 68 businesses in our program and liaise about 90 businesses on a daily basis. We're in the Wheaton Triangle every day, so we see the impact that the construction has on the business owners. Every day, business owners not only have to deal with running their businesses, but with unexpected issues that arise due to the construction. Right. Given the magnitude of the construction and the interference of the parking space, businesses consistently have to try to increase their client base, knowing full well that they might not be able to retain them, because if the client comes and there isn't a parking space, or if the client gets a parking ticket, then that's a client that's gone. These business owners find themselves facing issues that usually plague new businesses. As such, they have to invest at higher levels in order to continue to have their current business operations. To date, we've helped 27 businesses apply for the SBAP grant, and we have an additional 13 businesses that we're continually working with to complete the application, but these are new businesses. But it's been a year and a half into construction, and 97 of the businesses in Wheaton are still there and still operating. These numbers are higher than areas that there is no disruption. So we really want to support this bill so we can continue to provide the businesses the critical assistance they need with the small business assistance, but also the grant.
Okay, thank you for your work there, and we'll continue this. Ms. Navarro.
Well, first, I want to thank my colleagues for co-sponsoring this request. As you know, this request is precisely because finally, as this program got off the ground, it was running out of money, which is good news because it means that it's working and that small businesses are taking advantage of the financial part. I also want to just, for the record, kind of highlight that this is a very unique program. This was not in existence before. This was really thinking ahead of what was going to happen in Wheaton, but it also has served as a model. And so it's good news to hear that business have been retained. And also it's been great because I think the businesses have participated very actively to continuously give feedback on things that can be tweaked. So we continue to, push our Department of Transportation to make sure that they're responding. I know that Ms. Montero has also been very active, and of course, LEDC. So I feel that this can be really a template, and I know that it was actually touted with some conversations with the Purple Line coming through, that there should be some type of program like this one. So I'm very, very happy that at least it's moving forward, that businesses are accessing it. But, there is no doubt that there are some issues that we need to address. The $75,000 cap, it's an executive regulation, so the good news is that we can work with the executive to perhaps modify that. It's not like we have to amend the bill. So this is something that we will definitely, look into and see if we can help you through that. But thank you for taking the time, and I really look forward to a positive, adoption of the special request, and so that you can at least have a little bit more money going through, and then we'll have budget time in March to deal with the rest. Thank you.
Mr. Elrich.
I just have a quick question for Lipa. How long between when you file now for assistance has it taken you to get reimbursed?
I'll be honest with you, you hire a wonderful guy when my account and my bookkeeper prepare all the numbers, we submitted, we give it to Richard, and Richard bring it to Justin, which is, he does all the work, all the paperwork for us. I might surprise you, tell you that. We got the response in less than 3 days.
Great, good. So it's improved from our first discussion.
Definitely, he did a lot. You hire somebody which is just for the week. For that project,
right,
which is really wonderful, and he works wonderful with everybody. Very, He's very polite, and he comes and see us, at least once a month, and asks us, how's everything going? And we see Richard every day. I get sick to see him all the time. But
Hopefully he's
it's
buying
one
a sub every day.
yeah, at least I buy sub every day. But it's very surprising. About 3 days.
Okay, great. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for what you're doing in the community. Your restaurants and businesses are a vital part of Wheaton and the county, and we'll continue this discussion. Thank you for coming in today. And our final public hearing has no speaker. It's a public hearing on a special appropriation to the county government's FY19 operating budget, non-departmental account in the amount of $95,600 for legislative branch communications outreach. GO committee work sessions tentatively scheduled for Monday, October 29th, and October 24th is the deadline for materials. And that concludes the public hearings, and we'll turn now to a briefing on our climate mobilization work group report. All right. So we've got, Keith has put together our report package. And why don't I turn it to you, Keith, to just tee us up.
Sure. Well, back in June, the Chief Administrative Officer transmitted the Climate Mobilization Workgroup report to the Council. This was done in response to Council Resolution 18974, Emergency Climate Mobilization, which was approved by the Council last December. And the intent of the resolution was to see what it would take to accelerate the county's greenhouse gas reduction goals. And I've noted in the packet the initial goal was 80% greenhouse gas reductions by 2050. The accelerated goal was 80% by 2027 and 100% by 2035, as well as additional goals such as the large-scale efforts to remove excess carbon from the atmosphere. And the resolution also called for the executive branch, Montgomery County Public Schools, and the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission to advise the council as to the specific methods to achieve this goal and what it would take, basically. So with the leadership of the executive branch staff, they assembled a work group, many of whom are here, perhaps even all of them are here today. So we have a lot of folks from not just the executive branch today, but also Park and Planning and MCPS and perhaps others. So they're here to answer questions. However, Stan Edwards of DEP is here to actually run you through a brief PowerPoint presentation to summarize the report. And then after that or during that, we can have more interactive Q&A. And depending on the questions, some of the folks at the table may be switching to some of the folks from behind. So we'll have to go through that. But I think the quickest thing to do is just to dive right into the report.
I think we should dive in, but Stan, I think we should go all the way through before we do questions. I haven't seen the presentation. I read what was in the packet, but does that make sense? That way people can calibrate the relative importance of their questions about any given slide, having seen all the slides. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to come talk about this important issue here. Before we get started, I just want to acknowledge I'm up here talking today, but we were a team of equals, and I want to acknowledge the other people that helped put this work, response together. Amanda Aparicio from Montgomery Parks, Richard Benjamin from Public Schools, Sandra Brecker from DOT, Eric Kaufman from DGS, Steve Finley from Montgomery Planning, Sean Gallagher from the Public Schools, and Lindsay Shaw and Doug Weisberger from DEP, and they're all behind me here and have expertise that they will gladly share if questions come up. Just to quickly touch on what we're going to talk about today, we were going to talk about the council resolution, but Keith summarized that nicely, so we'll skip that slide. We want to talk a little bit about envisioning a carbon-free future, what that means, just so everybody can picture that. It's quite an ambitious goal. We'll talk about our current greenhouse gas inventory that we just completed in conjunction with COG, the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. We'll talk about some current GHG reduction activities because the county has been very active in this space for a long time. Talk a little bit about the potential measures that we talked about in the report. Although the report goes into more detail than we have time to discuss today. And then we want to focus on some challenges, some opportunities, and some co-benefits from trying to achieve this goal of carbon-free by 2035. So on the next slide, we talk about what the resolution is. Keith summarized that nicely, so we won't go on that. Just note that this is carbon neutrality 17 years ahead, so the time frame is very short. I want to take a minute just to envision what a carbon-free future looks like. Nearly 100% of our vehicles would have to be, including transit and trucks, would have to be zero-emission vehicles powered by clean energy. Right now, there are about 800,000 passenger vehicles registered in Montgomery County. Less than 1% of those are electric vehicles now. Nearly all buildings would be net zero or use 100% clean energy. We have one net zero building in the county. That's the United Therapeutics building that just opened up in Silver Spring, a fantastic building if you ever get a chance to go see it. It's quite a structure. Virtually all new development would have to be at urban densities, making public transit use, biking, walking commonplace. And I think we're on a good path there. Most of our development, thanks to planning and others in the county, we focus on that with our new communities. Virtually all products would need to be reused or recycled, and zero waste would be disposed. And we're embarking down that path now with our aiming for zero waste plan that the Division of Solid Waste Services and DEP is working on. And we'll learn more about that as they develop that plan. Tree planting has to result in far greater than no net loss of tree canopy. When we talk about tree planting, we always talk about no net loss of tree canopy. Well, we need to go beyond that. We need to increase tree canopy. In forests, natural habitats and wetlands have to be protected and restored. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, we need to develop a culture of sustainability that would guide the way we live, work, and play. To reach zero carbon emissions is really going to be a massive effort, not just of the county government, but of all our residents and businesses. And we really have to embrace that notion that we can be carbon-free and change the way we do some things. So that's an important aspect of it. Let's talk a little bit about where we are with our greenhouse gas inventory. Right now, the good news is our community-wide GHG emissions decreased by 14% between 2005 and 2015, despite an 11% population growth. Per capita emissions decreased 22%, so that's good news. The bad news is between 2012 and 2015, overall GHG emissions actually increased by nearly 3%. And per capita, and that's mostly associated with per capita energy use, increased over this period. And we'll go a little bit more into the details about that, why that is in a second. I just want to acknowledge the work that the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments did on behalf of Montgomery County and also all their member jurisdictions to help do greenhouse gas inventories using the commonly accepted protocol for greenhouse gas inventories. That work moved us quite a bit further along the path toward understanding what our greenhouse gas emissions are, and we will continue to work with COG in the future. We had a conversation with ICLEI the other day. They're a nonprofit organization that helps jurisdictions plan for greenhouse gas reduction and develop inventories and develop climate protection plans. And we will rejoin ICLEI. We were a member a number of years ago. We will rejoin them and have take advantage of many of the tools they have that will help us plan for the future. So here are the numbers for our greenhouse gas inventory. The COG did a 2005, 2012, and 2015 inventories. You can see that transportation emissions in light blue, commercial building energy use in yellow, and residential energy use in green are the bulk of our emissions, constituting more than 90% of our emissions. Interesting to point out here that transportation has had a steady decline over that period, I think because of the change in the way people are driving. We'll learn a little bit more about that in a minute. Energy use in buildings dropped significantly from 2005, 2012, but we did see an uptick between 12 and 15. Most of that change was due to the greening of the electric grid and the use of natural gas as a heating fuel. So we've seen great strides, and communities around the country have seen strides reducing their greenhouse gas emissions, a lot of which is the greening of the electric grid. We have done many things in the county, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but that big substantial difference in the carbon equation with electricity production is an important aspect of our reductions. Now I thought that was a climate emergency that had just been declared. So
atmospherics, that's all.
just we want to dive into the emissions just a little bit to help people understand a little bit about what we can look at when we think about moving forward and reducing our emissions. So in 2012, our total emissions were a little over 11 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents. And then there were some things that increased the total emissions. The first one being a colder winter. It was colder in 2015 than it was in 2012. So, and again, we're comparing emissions here between 2012 and 2015 and see what caused the changes. So in 2015, we had a colder winter than we had in 2012. So that was a big chunk of increased emissions. And the way that's done is you look at normal climate in the area and you use regression modeling to figure out how much energy use above what the normal climate would be is due to the change in temperature and the increased use of heating or air conditioning. Population growth, we talked about that increase, so that accounted for some increase in our emissions. Commercial square footage grew as well, so we had more commercial buildings using more energy between 2013 and 2015. We had an increase in energy use per household and per square foot. Setting aside the climate differences in energy use, we had an increase not associated with climate, so that could be increased number of devices that we have in our houses, bigger houses, and just more energy use not associated with heating and cooling our homes. And then there were some miscellaneous changes of about 23,000 tons, and the net effect of that would have been an increase to about 11.8 million tons, or about a 7% increase. But fortunately, we had some things that were working in the other directions, that were decreasing emissions. And these are very interesting, I think, and will help us plan for the future. So the first one is we saw decreased emissions per mile traveled. So our vehicles were more efficient between 2015 and 2012. I want to emphasize that one because we in Montgomery County, while we could have some effect on the efficiency of our vehicle emissions, we could, for example, increase our amount of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, which might encourage more people to buy electric vehicles. A big part of that is what the federal standards are for fleet efficiency. And so you can see it's very important that this is not just a county equation. This is we need help from our federal and state partners. Another aspect of transportation that decreased was we had decreased vehicles miles traveled per person. So each person that was driving traveled less miles. And I think that's a testament to more people living in urban spaces, walking, biking to work, the kind of compact development that we're starting to see in the county. So that's a good sign, and I think one we'll see continue in the future. We did have increases or decreases associated with, again, improvements in the electric power grid and in the heating mix that we use more natural gas as opposed to oil, for example. So that had slight reduction. Then we had a cooler summer in 2015 and 2012. So that accounted for a difference. I just want to point out, if you take away the climate difference, the change between 2012 and 2015 would have been a very small reduction, less than a 1% reduction, what we call weather normalized changes. So while we did have a little bit of reduction, or we did have some changes due to climate, our reduction was very small between 12 and 15, taking away the climate, normalizing for weather. So that's important to note.
That means like it wasn't so hot out, so people didn't use as much AC. That's what normalizing for weather means?
Right. Well, if we take away those factors, that's what weatherizing for weather is. Normalizing for weather is, right.
Got it.
Yep. So I think it's important for us to talk a little bit about our current GHG reduction efforts. And in the report, we talk about 150 measures we include in the report, and that list is not exhaustive. We've been doing, with your help, lots of things to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from purchasing clean energy and making improvements to buildings, both on the county side, but also encouraging the private sector. And the private sector is doing a lot of this because their customers want more efficient buildings, so they've been doing an awful lot. We have innovative financing programs, one of which you talked about at public hearing today, CPACE, and the Green Bank is starting to launch products which we hope will also encourage energy efficiency building measures. We have seen an increased utilization of electric and hybrid vehicles, including buses, DOT is exploring all sorts of new options with mass transit and buses. They're getting more, I think, how many more? Electric vehicles. We just got a grant for
for $4.5 million.
$4.5 million for 10 more electric buses, so that's good news. We've seen an expansion of mass transit and bicycling and walking infrastructure, and particularly combining that with our compact communities. That makes a big difference in what people are doing with respect to their commute to and from work and going out to shop and to play, and some transportation demand management strategies that are making a difference there as well. So all those things, and we can come back, we'd be happy to come back and talk about those things we've talked about in the past, but there's a lot of good news there, I think, and we will continue to build on those things. So in looking toward the future, we looked at three things. One was those things I just mentioned. We've done a lot, and so it's always easier to build on your success. If you've got a successful program or initiative, figure out how to do more of it. And so we certainly looked at that. And then we focused on two things. One, Drawdown. Project Drawdown is a nonprofit organization made up of leading climate scientists and advocates for climate change. And they've put together a listing of measures that, if implemented, would get us to what's called drawdown, which is a point at which atmospheric greenhouse gas emissions are actually decreasing. And so they have a global list of things that could be done, many of which don't apply in Montgomery County. They might be things like tropical rainforest protection, and that obviously doesn't apply in Montgomery County. So we filtered through that list and looked at things that would apply in Montgomery County. We also looked at a report done by COG called the Multi-Sector Approach to Reducing Greenhouse Gas Emissions in the Metropolitan Washington Region. They did this for the region, looking at a high-level scale what it might take to reach the goal that COG had set, which was the 80% reduction by 2050. So they targeted, they looked at which sectors can we make the most improvements in, and how much might we need to improve in order to reach that goal. So we need to build on that, obviously, to get to zero emissions by 2035. That's a more ambitious goal. But using those three things, the report outlines, again, about 150 measures that we think the county should look at, should explore. Some of them are very easy to implement. Some of them are much more difficult, require not only legislative changes, but some funding. And they break down basically into these 9 categories you see on this table here. And again, these are not unusual categories. These are things we've been working on. So distributed renewable energy, solar, in the case in the county, electric vehicles, improving the efficiency of our buildings, mass transit, encouraging more walking and biking. This food and farming strategies is an area we haven't done a whole lot in the county, but there's opportunities for us there. And certainly planting more trees to sequester carbon. It's going to be an important part of getting to zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. So just briefly, I want to finish with some challenges and some opportunities and some co-benefits here. So meeting the reduction goals of 18,974 is going to require a lot. It's going to require some difficult policy decisions that will explore some politically charged issues. So things like maybe fees for parking or tolls on roads and things like that people will have to wrestle with the public policy things there. And we'll have to take some risks and cut some new paths. No one has reached zero greenhouse gas emissions. Very few have set the goal as ambitious as Montgomery County. So we will be out in front trying to cut some new paths. It will take some resources. And on the county government side, perhaps some realignment of the way we budget to keep the focus on this goal. And again, some transformational behavior change, which will require some deep engagement with everyone in the community, because getting there will require everybody to play their part. So there are challenges, but there are also opportunities and co-benefits that come along with this. When you reduce energy use, you reduce air emissions, and so you have improved public health. Over the life cycle of things, reducing energy costs and reducing waste can save money. We'll be more resilient if we are using cleaner sources of fuel, not relying on power that's generated on our own buildings as opposed to coming over the grid. We're more resilient. We have reduced congestion if we increase bicycling and walking and transit. And who doesn't want to reduce congestion? That's a good outcome. Vibrant, walkable neighborhoods with restored natural areas. Those are all benefits of tackling this goal. And finally, a stronger economic base. If we are resilient and have planned for this future where carbon is going to be an important issue, if our economy is set up with that in mind, we'll have a stronger economic base in the long run. And last, we have some complementary initiatives that are going on that will fit right into this, trying to achieve this goal. We are finalizing our STAR Community Certification, which is an analysis of a broad sustainability analysis of the county government across all, not just environmental activities, but schools and public safety and economic development. And we think we're going to have good results there. The planning department will be updating the general plan, which hasn't been updated since 1965 or 4? Oh, 93, okay. It hasn't been as long as I thought, but a comprehensive update will be done of that. The council passed an equity policy framework, which is an important thing we would need to look at as we go forward with this. The Department of General Services is working on a green government plan and a clean energy and resiliency plan, and that fits right into this goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And DOT is looking at next generation transportation demand management strategies, and all those things are fit hand in glove with this goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So that's the quick rundown of the report. We're happy to talk about anything. Again, folks that were involved can answer any questions you might have. And the last thing I guess I would stress is this, in order to achieve this goal, this is not us coming over, giving you a report, and we'll come back in a year and say how we got there. This is going to be an ongoing series of conversations and legislation and budgets. And so I hope this is just the first of many conversations we have about this until 2035. And I hope at 2035 we'll be able to, or 2027 I guess is our interim goal. So we'll come over and check on that point, and then 2035 we'll be at zero, and we can have a big celebration.
One more slide.
Oh, one
All
more
right.
slide. Ah, sorry, there's one more slide.
One more slide.
Next steps. I guess next steps are important. So first of all, we have to engage the community, not just the government, but businesses and residents in the county. We have to increase our capacity to refine and prioritize additional actions. And we've talked about hiring consultants to help us plow through some of this difficult technical stuff, and that will be important, and we can talk about that. Again, objectively assessing our budgets and how we do the budgeting process with respect to this goal will be important. We need some plans to create milestones and metrics so we can track where we are along our goal toward 2027 and 2035. And make sure we can ensure accountability to reaching those goals. And finally, have tough conversations related to trade-offs we have to make. And lastly, I can't say it enough, build that culture of sustainability that will help us achieve this goal. So that is the last slide.
All right. Well, there's a lot to talk about. Why don't you kick us off, Mr. Berliner?
Well, thank you, Mr. Edwards. Thank you, everybody that's been involved in this work. And David, your team, and really DEP, you're doing the work we've asked you to do, and it isn't going to be easy work. There's no question about it. I'm slightly more optimistic than perhaps others. I see the transportation sector as being the most problematic, but I do think in the buildings and in the grid, we have great opportunities. I mean, California is moving forward, as I know you know, with a 100% renewable portfolio standard and going to get to 50% by 2030. Okay? We can do this. We can get the grid where we need to get it. They've also introduced legislation for net zero energy buildings in California and retrofitting buildings with net zero. So we have CPACE, we have the Green Bank, we have the means by which we can get our arms around 2/3, in my judgment, of the issue that we need to address. That's not to say that there aren't going to be trade-offs and difficult conversations, particularly if we were to move forward with legislation or somebody was to move forward with legislation that suggested that we actually adopt net zero energy and put out a time frame with respect to that. But from my perspective, those pieces are the lowest hanging fruit. The transportation sector, by definition, is going to be more difficult. I am in conversation with folks with respect to legislation at the state level that would require 100% renewable power for all electric charging stations, because from my perspective, that's actually what ought to happen to make sure that we're getting the full benefits of electric vehicles, and we should do that. So there are discrete steps we can take in that regard, but I really urge you to explore fully what we can do on buildings, existing buildings in particular, and work with our state legislature with respect to the grid. Now, on the grid, in part because of Mr. Reamer's suggestion, we're obviously in Montgomery County 100% buying renewable power, so works for our county government, but that's only a fraction of what needs to happen. We can have contests in neighborhoods as to how many people sign up for 100% renewable power and, create that kind of competition that you did once upon a time. I recall vividly, and we've talked about it before, about metal recycling, and we had 2 neighborhoods that were in competition, and we had the Tin Man show up and give the prize, and it really does work to create that sustainability consciousness. And you're absolutely right to stress that. We need to create that consciousness because the emergency is here. We all know the emergency is here. Not doing this would be a dereliction of our fundamental responsibility as government. So there's no debate anymore. Now it's just a question, as you say, of the political will. And I posit to you that I think there are economic development opportunities here, that this doesn't just come at a cost. It creates green jobs. Every time you retrofit a building, get to net zero, you are creating an incredible number of good green jobs, as well as, and we've heard the testimony, helping the bottom line of these businesses, particularly with CPACE. The first CPACE person, which was in, I think it was in Gaithersburg, it was one of the hotels there, came up to me and said, Roger, I've saved money day one. Day one. So we can do this. I don't think the conversation has to be this hard, because I do think it can create both jobs, economic opportunity, as well as meet this existential challenge that absolutely will define the planet. And we are in a position to do this work. We have done this work, and we're in a position to go forward. And yes, it'd be nice if everybody else around us did it too. Yeah, well, maybe we can influence that, but we can do what we can do, and we can do a lot. So I'll just stop there, and thank you for your good work.
Thanks, Mr. Blenner. The focus on climate emergency, it's interesting how I think we as a community of people concerned about the climate and concerned about the future of the world we live in are learning together to some extent. And when the council passed this resolution to designate that we are in a climate emergency, there was a conversation that was starting to happen about the renewable energy portfolio, the standard at the state level. And I think it was, for those who are deeply immersed in environmental issues, it was probably something they were very familiar with. But for that next orbit of people who really care a lot but aren't, involved in every issue, I think it was sort of a new concept. And I was asked, 6 months ago, so County Council, you've passed this resolution, like, how would you achieve that? How would that actually be achieved? And it really challenged me to think about it, and it really pointed me to the grid. And the biggest thing that clearly we can do is have a grid that is fed by clean, renewable energy, and then if all your buildings are plugged into a clean grid and your vehicles are plugged into a clean grid, then you have clean power for much of your demand. Now, that's very simplistic, and obviously there's a lot to do to get there, but it has brought me around to focus on this matter of state legislation that, it was under a lot of discussion in the legislature last spring, and I'm sure it'll come back, for a resolution hopefully this year. And generally, the issue that I'm confronting is sort of the recent report and the amount of time that we have to actually grab a hold of this and change direction is terrifying. And it feels, I don't want to say it's hopeless, but it feels very daunting. And, I think that we have to continue with incremental steps, even as we now understand that we need radical steps as well. And so, this report is helpful because it highlights a lot of incremental steps. And I don't think we should give up on them and say we can only focus on things that are going to move the needle profoundly within a few years. I don't think that's the lesson of this report. So I want to do more to help the portfolio standard pass at the state legislature. I think we all need to focus on that issue, but we've got to redouble our efforts with incremental steps here in the county. The report has given us a lot of those. You've outlined a lot of potential steps. I guess my question is, how do we continue this conversation? We received a letter from one of our advisory committees about how to staff it. There's a conversation about consultant reports. I think that really is the question right now. I had received a suggestion to revive the climate committee that we used to have, that had convened over a number of years to just continue the focus and keep the pressure on. I'd like to maybe ask Stan or Patty or David, any thoughts you have about how to institutionalize this so that we are continuing to evaluate and new ideas can be brought out, and then whether that's the executive branch, grabbing ideas or council members grabbing ideas, that there's a way to have the best minds in the county working together collaboratively and, ensure that this is a living, breathing process and not a report that is on the shelf.
Thank you for the opportunity and the good questions. I think, as we talked about, having more dialogue on this, stakeholder groups or opportunities for different affected members of the community to be able to talk about what's doable. I think, the overarching message that we said is this has got to involve all sectors of the community. And so anything that allows those conversations to happen, whether it's through reviving a committee structure on the council or just, having the executive branch convene some of those discussions and help bring some ideas, additional ideas forward, or implementation opportunities. But I think having more engagement right off the outset is going to be critical.
As I think the Sustainability Committee was a council-created but executive branch staffed committee, is that right, Stan? And it met over several years and produced great recommendations, many of which were implemented.
That's correct. So the Sustainability Working Group developed the county's first climate protection plan in 2009. That, again, resulted from council legislation to establish that group and establish the plan. And that plan has been very beneficial. We've, a number of occasions, even though the plan didn't mandate that we do certain things, people would refer and say, we're trying to meet these climate goals. And so, and that's not just in DEP, that was, or DGS, that was departments across the county government said, we're going to do this because our climate protection plan says we should, so.
Right. But at the moment, we don't have that.
That's correct.
As a result of this work.
That's correct.
But we could, if we were to craft something that would say, this torch is going to get handed to an entity that will continue that work. That's something that's an option for us as a way to move forward. Are there other alternatives you might suggest?
Well, I think the report and the slide that's still up shows that there are some definitive steps. I want to start by saying that the report that you've got shows a tremendous amount of collaboration among agencies who, quite honestly, are not always recognized for their ability to collaborate. It shows some tremendous progress on the part of all the agencies. But as Stan mentioned throughout the presentation, throughout the report, government alone isn't going to do this. We can do, to Mr. Berliner's point, we can retrofit buildings. We can do all kinds of things. But to achieve such an ambitious goal across the county requires far more than what the county or the schools or parks or WSSC or anyone else, any single agency alone or combined can achieve. It will require some significant engagement on the part of the community and a commitment to do that. The testimonies of those who make such retrofits or improvements and begin to see savings in their energy costs is very positive. We've already seen, and we hear from people, I know DEP does, we do, that there are new residential developments going up where the folks that are looking for places to live ask specifically whether these are sustainably designed structures. So that's a positive community development. But it will require a larger buy-in, a cultural buy-in across the private sector as well as the public sector. And to the extent that we can message that, gain support, engage community groups, chambers of commerce, neighborhoods, and the like, is really going to be the tipping point in a successful achievement of any sort of goal, ambitious or not.
So public-private partnership, or at least bringing private and public sectors together.
Well, absolutely. Tomorrow we're celebrating the creation of 2 microgrids, both of them on large county facilities, both of them the first or near first in the nation for what they represent. I know that we've been in discussion with PEPCO and others to go to the private sector to bring in microgrids in urbanized environments. Larger structures, particularly residential structures, can use combined heat and power introductions to lower costs. But a lot of this is getting the word out, informing the private sector of the doability of such things. There are groups out there, energy companies and others, that are interested in engaging larger property owners, whether it's the public sector or private sector. And a lot of it has to do with marrying these folks together and creating ideas. Oftentimes we do this in other aspects of our lives, that we want to do something but don't know how to go about doing that. So there'll be some engagement that has to take place. And I think that that's part of our overall plan. We definitely want to bring in some outside help. You've got the report that shows, I think it's a great report card for what has been done. But to go forward, I think we're going to need some expert guidance, and we do want to bring in a consultant that will help us sort of map out a path to the future, which is, I think, that 4th and 5th bullets: creating and ensuring progress and accountability, establishing milestones, defining what those milestones are, and determining the achievability, and present to both the executive and legislative branches the impact, both in resource and cost, of doing that. I think some of that's going to be a bit frightening, frankly.
Right. So your 4th and 5th bullets are create a plan with milestones and metrics and ensure an ongoing progress.
Exactly.
But you don't yet know exactly how that should happen, but you've posited
We've got
that
ideas.
That needs to happen.
But we've got ideas, but to bring in an outside resource that helps map that out, I think, is important.
Mr. Elrich.
Well, I think we're fortunate to be in a rapidly evolving environment when it comes to the possibilities of energy production, conservation. And so I think part of what's going to help us are some of the things which that are somewhat unseen in this moment, but I think will probably evolve. I think battery storage is going to evolve pretty quickly. I think that solar potential is going to vastly increase. I mean, the effectiveness of solar panels, I think, is another thing that looks like it's ready to pop. And fuel cells have been out there for a long time. And when you talk combined heat and power, there's actually a guy in Montgomery County who's part of a partnership that did a hotel or 2 or apartment or 2 in New York City and used fuel cells. And the fuel cells created both the hot water but produced the electricity. And they were treated as a tax entity differently because they were producing electricity for the residents of the building, so they became a power generating company. And it worked out really, really well, and they were also able to beat Con Edison prices. So, and I think you're right that a lot of people don't understand, even in the private sector, what's available out there and what the rules are. And I think as people start to look more at the rules and what's available with, I think marrying people together is really going to be a critical thing. I've talked to folks and they don't see the benefit from them, even though we know there are examples of where folks in the private sector can benefit, people with parking lots, people with shopping centers. I mean, I've had owners say, well, I don't pay for my electricity, the tenants pay for the electricity. Why should I put solar panels on my roof? There may be a way to make it so it is to their advantage to put the solar panels on the roof. And I think it's a matter of just marrying people. I remember when we were doing some of the first legislation in this area, there was a guy, we were upstairs, and this guy came in and talked about solarizing his house. And I think we were probably in the beginnings of that discussion about residential PACE. And his story was he actually financed it in a more traditional way, didn't have residential PACE. I don't think he did it on an equity line. I think he was buying things on a credit card. But I remember him talking about what he spent and what his monthly payments were and what his electrical bill was. And it was a little better than net positive for him, even in less than ideal financing. And the paybacks were a lot longer than they are now. And I went through an experience of my own. I mean, I did a redo of my house, and I basically about doubled the square footage. My electric bill is half, and my gas bill is half of what it was in a house that was half the size. And, you know, the county's rules, you know, my walls are R23, my ceilings, you know, R50, I have U17 windows, and it's just stunning what a difference it makes in terms of energy consumption. And I show, when my friends come over, I can actually say, this actually works. I mean, doing these kind of renovations, doing these kind of retrofits makes an enormous difference for people. And I think that the more people see that, the more they're going to adopt some of these, some of the opportunities that are out there. And I'm driving through neighborhoods now, and I see more solar installations than I've ever seen before, and they're popping up, and they're popping up in all kinds of neighborhoods. You know, I was in Aspen Hill yesterday, and those nice little, you know, one-story ramblers, there are a bunch of them, sometimes 3 or 4 in a row, and which is probably how it happens. The first person does it, says, look at my electric bill, and everybody else says, yeah, that makes sense, and they go ahead and do it. So I'm optimistic. I think, you know, buildings may be the toughest nut to crack, but I don't think it's impossible. I think vehicles may be the easiest nut to crack. You know, if you're looking at, you know, buses, for example, they've got buses that have 200-mile ranges, and which means not having to worry about where do you install charging stations along a route and how long does the bus have to stop to take advantage of it. So I think there are going to be some really good opportunities. And I think the council did the right thing by setting the very, very difficult goal, because if we had set 50% or stayed with 50% in 2050, we would have gotten there, and we wouldn't be under any, you know, duress to achieve anything more, because our metrics wouldn't have driven us to something different. Now we've got a metric that's going to be really hard to satisfy. So it's not going to be possible to sit back and say, job done. We'll wait to the next analysis. We're always going to be looking at this and saying, job not done, what do we do next? And I think that's a good thing, to constantly be driven to improve yourself. So I'm looking forward to this challenge.
Mr. Blenner.
Just very briefly, I do commend to you the use of consultants. I've been privileged for the last 25 years to go to the Aspen Institute's energy program, and Amory Levins from the Rocky Mountain Institute is just one of the most brilliant people on the planet today, and came to our council and actually testified on what we need to do in order to get to net zero and how it's an engineering issue not beyond our grasp. And so I do urge you to reach out to the people in the world who are doing this work on a level that we really could benefit from. I also wanted to, who's here from planning? If you could come up for a moment, because one of the things that I've come to regret on issues like White Flint, when we did the White Flint plan, is that we didn't really talk about district heating. We didn't talk about microgrids. You know, I look at the Lerner property and I go, oh my goodness, we are redeveloping all this land, and we did not seize the moment to create an economic incentive to do things like district heating. So it was alluded to that you're revising the general plan with these, and thinking about these sets of issues. I wonder if you could share with us what you're thinking about in that regard.
Sure. First of all, we're very early in the general plan rewrite process, and we expect it to take a couple of years. We'll probably be starting to have our community outreaches and so those sorts of meetings to help us frame a scope of work. The community meetings we're looking to kick off sometime after the first of the year. We're doing kind of background work now, and probably a scope of work sometime in the spring. But we've already been discussing pretty extensively the fact that we need to address climate change in this version of the general plan. It wasn't really on our radar screen when we did it in '93. We recognize it as being a critical need now. And I think that a part of that will be to try to achieve some level of consistency in looking at this in all of our master plans and also in our development plans. I will note that some of our most recent master plans have actually started to introduce concepts like recommendations to look at solar orientation to try to maximize both the passive solar lighting and heating opportunities, passive ventilation, and also set them up for renewable energy generation in the form of solar cell installations. So some of our recent master plans have actually picked up on this, and it's just a matter of making it a standard. I think that we can do that, among other things, through the general plan, particularly in terms of the site design, block orientations, and those sorts of things are things we can start to pay attention to on a more regular basis. And then also to continue to encourage those in some of our, hopefully all of our regulatory plans that move forward. So you're right, we have missed some opportunities in the past. I think district energy is one where we need to kind of come up to speed. Particularly, there are some larger developments where we know there's going to be opportunities to maximize the use of that. Some of our science centers where we may be seeing high demand for energy, those would be good opportunities to take advantage of things like that. But we do see some opportunities to incorporate that into our general plan rewrite.
Thank you for that. And I'd be remiss if we didn't mention the Bethesda plan, which I believe had a high energy performance
yes,
piece to it.
That was another one. The Bethesda plan had the performance, high performance areas that was incorporated into that. Again, yes, specifically to address that.
Thank you.
All right, and we have a bill I know that is nearly ready to come over on transportation demand management, which I've been working on with the executive branch. Looking forward to that. Mr. Leventhal.
Well, I thank you for this report. I think it's a good report for what it is, and given where we are in the calendar and the political calendar, I think this is helpful. I'm delighted to know that we have measurement techniques as sophisticated as those laid out here, that we're able to gauge with such specificity the various causes of greenhouse gas increases and reductions, and it's very good that we're using those sophisticated tools. And the council enacted a law creating the position of climate policy director reporting to the county executive. So obviously we're in political transition, but a new county executive will be seated. I hope that the new county executive will appoint that position. And then I would suggest that as we have the health officer reporting to the county council on a regular basis, that the climate policy director be tasked to do that as well. Because this is, a moment in an ongoing conversation. So I like this report. I think it's well done. I think a lot of thought and information went into it. When we say that meeting the greenhouse gas reduction goals by 2027 will require difficult policy decisions that explore politically charged issues. Well, yeah, what will those be? But you don't need to answer that today, but a 9-year time frame is a real short time frame to implement these things. And what we need in government is time series data that enable us to measure the effect of our interventions. So, for example, when we talk about buildings, I'm thinking about the IGBCC, which we adopted. It would be good to know whether the adoption of that new building code over the next couple of years is contributory to a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from buildings. These are the kinds of things that when we adopt measures, we want to be able to say that was contributory, as your chart does for some other factors, but some of the policy changes, we need to measure those too. But we're not going to get to everything today, and as this position finds its legs and begins to really work on these things, I do think that one of the great things about Montgomery County is that by and large, our public is supportive of what Franklin Roosevelt called bold, persistent experimentation. And I think that there would be support for some difficult policy decisions that explore politically charged issues. And in the next year or so, I won't be sitting here, but I hope that the council can get recommendations from the next county executive, from the climate policy director, and that we can continue to move in this direction. But I think you've done good work in laying the groundwork for that, and thanks.
All right. It's been a long day, and we appreciate this work, and we look forward to hearing from the community about how to continue our focus on addressing the climate emergency. And the T&E committee is not done with its work. It will be meeting now in the conference room behind the main hearing room. Thank you for your work on this report. It is really appreciated.